individual dimension, environmental, and technical dimensions.
So there's a wide variety of work that we get exposed to in terms of AI and solving various kinds of industry challenges, and that's the part I love most about. And Wipro offers a tremendous
in terms of the working location or the working hours. That is why I feel that I could not find a better company to start my career with.
Apart from work, I just wanted to talk about the facilities that we have. We have a great creche over here, and my daughter goes to that creche. At the end of the day, we get to spend time together with the strays, and we can spend some time with them and can feed them. I feel this is something which is really unique and great about Wipro, that we are able to share this.
Understanding their aspirations, understanding their capabilities, which they may not be aware of, and that requires observation, that requires passion to help the person. And that's what Wipro is all about.
It's an exciting place for people to come work here, work in cutting-edge technology or solve real-life problems, and really transform the world as well. That's what we are.
And this is a great place for different technologies and different geographies, which can provide a very nourishing experience for the people. Working in Wipro is an exciting learning experience.
For me, working in Wipro is all about creativity.
Working with Wipro is innovative.
I find working at Wipro extremely impactful.
Working at Wipro is exhilarating for me.
For me, Wipro is a second home.
Even before the world could start talking about AI and Gen AI, for the last 15 years, we have
conditions. That's our tiger gene. The tiger gene is what makes us learn relentlessly, experiment without fear, seek help and offer help. The tiger gene is what helps us uncomplicate complex problems, build for the future, deliver clarity amidst ambiguity. To our clients who are traversing a fog of uncertainty, we are not just a technology partner, we are a certainty partner, relentlessly seeking, solving, challenging and growing. Together, as we set bold ambitions and target extraordinary outcomes, let us experience the power of data-guided decisions, the potential of connected insights, the promise of an AI-empowered future. Experience certainty to shape a better tomorrow with Tiger Analytics.
Even before the world could start talking about AI and Gen AI, for the last 15 years, we have invested in AI with the pioneers in AI. We have built some world-class solutions around AI.
Wipro has been at the cutting edge of data science and AI for a while now. Wipro and I get to work across various and diverse industries, everything from agriculture to pharmaceuticals to healthcare to oil and gas.
So we are helping many Mang-level customers in their transformation journey. So we have strategic consultants, we have domain experts, we have data scientists. So basically we do customer hand-holding right from the inception to post-deployment stage.
We have more than 400 plus use cases which are live. We embed AI into the end-to-end software development lifecycle, as well as we are working with our clients to infuse AI into the operations as well, the application management services, infra management services, by bringing in the generative AI to enable an end-to-end transformation, autonomous operations for our clients, predictive operations for our clients. Our responsible AI is taken extremely seriously, and we have typically 4 dimensions that we talk about. One is the societal dimension, the individual dimension, environmental, and technical dimensions.
So there's a wide variety of work that we get exposed to in terms of AI and solving various kinds of industry challenges, and that's the part I love most about. And Wipro offers a tremendous great learning environment, a working environment for us to learn every day and experiment on various things.
The amount of flexibility this company offers in terms of the working location or the working hours, that is why I feel that I could not find a better company to start my career with.
Apart from work, I just wanted to talk about the facilities that we have. We have a great creche over here, and my daughter goes to that creche. At the end of the day, we get to spend time together with the strays, and we can spend some time with them and can feed them. I feel this is something which is really unique and great about Wipro, that we are able to share this message of love to our next generation with all these small things that we do, and I feel super proud about it.
So it is understanding their aspirations, understanding their capabilities which they may not be aware of, and that requires observation, that requires passion to help the person, and that's what Wipro is all about.
It's an exciting place for people to come work here, work in cutting-edge technology or solve real-life problems, and really transform the world as well. That's what we are.
And this is a great place for people to work, and me being an example of that. It gives you an opportunity to explore different domains, different technologies and different geographies, which can provide a very nourishing experience for the people. Working in Wipro is an exciting learning experience.
For me, working in Wipro is all about creativity.
Working with Wipro is innovative.
I find working at Wipro extremely impactful.
Working at Wipro is exhilarating for me.
For me, Wipro is a second home.
Even before the world could start talking about AI and Gen AI, for the last 15 years, we have invested in AI with the pioneers in AI.
Our responsible AI is taken extremely seriously, and we have typically 4 dimensions that we talk about.
One is the societal dimension, the individual dimension, environmental, and technical dimensions.
And Wipro offers a tremendous great learning environment, a working environment for us to learn every day and experiment on various things.
Working in Wipro is an exciting learning experience.
For me, working in Wipro is all about creativity.
Working with Wipro is innovative.
At Google, AI isn't a tomorrow thing. It's a today thing. And sure, we can ask for answers to life's tough questions. But today, we can also ask it to do tough things, like ship that wood more efficiently, use satellites to reduce methane emissions, turn DNA into code to make drought-resistant corn. Oh, cool. It can spot and fill potholes, spot disease earlier, spot asteroids to protect Earth. It can create apps with just words and just hours. Today, Google AI can scan 100,000 lines of code in 2 minutes to spot and fix bugs. It can translate from code to code and is one step closer to speaking 1,000 languages, even whale. Today, AI impacts lives for the better and understands the world the way you do. Our AI spots threats 7 times faster, understands speech sentiment, helps prevent vision loss, predicts weather 10 days out in 2 minutes, translates thousands of pages in seconds, detects lead pipes to keep drinking water clean, eliminates paperwork so care is more human, generates from text, visuals, audio, and video, creates entire worlds from your imagination, creates this thing and that thing, a new thing, the new way. It's cloud. At Google, AI isn't a tomorrow thing. It's a today thing. And sure, we can ask for answers to life's tough questions. But today, we can also ask it to do tough things, like ship that wood more efficiently, use satellites to reduce methane emissions, turn DNA into code to make drought-resistant corn. Oh, cool. It can spot and fill potholes, spot disease earlier, spot asteroids to protect Earth. It can create apps with just words and just hours. Today, Google AI can scan 100,000 lines of code in 2 minutes to spot and fix bugs. It can translate from code to code and is one step closer to speaking 1,000 languages, even whale. Today, AI impacts lives for the better and understands the world the way you do. Our AI spots threats 7 times faster, understands speech sentiment, helps prevent vision loss, predicts weather 10 days out in 2 minutes, translates thousands of pages in seconds, detects lead pipes to keep drinking water clean, eliminates paperwork so care is more human, generates from text, visuals, audio, and video, creates entire worlds from your imagination, creates this thing and that thing, a new thing, the new way. It's cloud.
Matco began with a bold yet simple vision in 2016 to help enterprises unlock the full potential of their data and solve their most pressing challenges. We started as a small, passionate team of problem solvers, driven by the belief that data could empower businesses to think bigger and do better on their own. Self-sufficiency remains at the core of our offerings to enterprises. We strongly believe that we live in an age of hyper-personalization. Enterprises, in the quest for being digitally at the top of their game, often face critical challenges. Challenges that can result in millions of dollars lost or missed opportunities to earn them. They're looking to evolve while overcoming their own unique set of challenges.
We today engage with more than 60 plus global enterprises across multiple verticals like retail, consumer goods, pharma, technology, and many more to come.
We're here to enable them to make smarter, faster decisions with enterprise intelligence. It's not just about solving problems, it's about building trust both with people and the tech and creating everlasting value.
Our strength doesn't just lie in numbers, it's in the unparalleled expertise of our mathematicians. Our people are the heartbeat of MathCo. They innovate, collaborate, and bring ideas to life in ways that drive real-world outcomes.
Every individual has a space to take ownership, make an impact, and shape not just their careers, but the success stories of our clients.
Everything we do revolves around creating meaningful experiences, whether it's through exceptional delivery for our clients or the way we collaborate and support one another as a team.
Each mathematician's goal aligned with a larger mission to empower decision makers in global enterprises to own and activate intelligence.
Our goal is to scale MathCo from where we are to 10 times our size. 10x in terms of the value that we add to our customers, the quality of experts we have on board, and the capabilities that we invest in. All in all, we want to be a one-stop shop for all our customers' digital transformation needs.
Synechron is a leading global consulting firm for digital transformation and technology enhancements. We specialize in the financial services and technology innovation sectors. We work hard to become the trusted innovation and transformation partner of choice to our clients. Synechron's progressive technologies and optimization strategies span end-to-end artificial intelligence, consulting, digital, cloud and DevOps, data, and software engineering, servicing an array of noteworthy, top-tier firms. Our coordinated, cross-regional teams have deep domain experience in high-tech, capital markets, investment banking, wealth management, retail and commercial banking, asset management, exchanges, insurance, and payments, as well as cutting-edge technologies. Our 14,000-plus global employees, spanning 55 offices across 20 countries, are passionate about innovation and meeting new challenges.
Our team at Synechron is committed to pushing the boundaries of AI technology and delivering state-of-the-art solutions. We understand the importance of staying ahead in today's fast-paced world, and Gen AI tools are designed to give you that competitive edge. The future is here, and Gen AI is leading the way. Embrace the power of generative AI with Synechron Nexus tools.
In a world clouded with complexity and ambiguity, there exist significant opportunities for disruption and growth. At Tiger Analytics, we help our clients navigate this uncertainty, empowering them to move decisively through shifting sands, unlocking these opportunities. We work with our clients to strategize, design, and engineer a future-ready enterprise. At Tiger Analytics, we've been reimagining possibilities with cutting-edge AI and analytics, solving some of the toughest problems out there and building the blueprint for tomorrow. And at the heart of this mission is our battle-tested team of exceptional technologists and consultants. It's our unique expertise and character that enable us to create exceptional value even in hazy conditions. That's our Tiger Gene. The Tiger Gene is what makes us learn relentlessly, experiment without fear, seek help and offer help. The Tiger Gene is what helps us uncomplicate complex problems, build for the future, deliver clarity amidst ambiguity. To our clients who are traversing a fog of uncertainty, we are not just a technology partner, we are a certainty partner, relentlessly seeking, solving, challenging, and growing. Together, as we set bold ambitions and target extraordinary outcomes, let us experience the power of data-guided decisions, the potential of connected insights, the promise of an AI-empowered future. Experience certainty to shape a better tomorrow with Tiger Analytics.
Even before the world could start talking about AI and Gen AI, for the last 15 years, we have invested in AI with the pioneers in AI. We have built some world-class solutions around AI.
Wipro has been at the cutting edge of data science and AI for a while now. Wipro and I get to work across various and diverse industries, everything from agriculture to pharmaceuticals to healthcare to oil and gas.
So we are helping many Mang level customers in their transformation journey. So we have strategic consultants, we have domain experts, we have data scientists. So basically we do customer hand holding right from the inception to post-deployment stage.
We have more than 400 plus use cases which are live. We embed AI into the end-to-end software development lifecycle, as well as we are working with our clients to infuse AI into the operations as well, the application management services, infra management services, by bringing in the generative AI to enable an end-to-end transformation, autonomous operations for our clients, predictive operations for our clients.
Our responsible AI is taken extremely seriously, and we have typically 4 dimensions that we talk about. One is the societal dimension, the individual dimension, environmental, and technical dimensions.
So there's a wide variety of work that we get exposed to in terms of AI and solving various kinds of industry challenges, and that's the part I love most about. And Wipro offers a tremendous great learning environment, a working environment for us to learn every day and experiment on various things.
The amount of flexibility this company offers in terms of the working location or the working hours, that is why I feel that I could not find a better company to start my career with.
Apart from work, I just wanted to talk about the facilities that we have. We have a great creche over here, and my daughter goes to that creche. At the end of the day, we get to spend time together with the strays, and we can spend some time with them and can feed them. I feel this is something which is really unique and great about Wipro, that we are able to share this message of love to our next generation with all these small things that we do, and I feel super proud about it.
So it is understanding their aspirations, understanding their capabilities which they may not be aware of, and that requires observation, that requires passion to help the person, and that's what Wipro is all about.
It's an exciting place for people to come work here, work in cutting edge technology or solve real life problems and really transform the world as well. That's what we are.
And this is a great place for people to work, and me being an example of that. It gives you an opportunity to explore different domains, different technologies and different geographies, which can provide a very nourishing experience for the people. Working in Wipro is an exciting learning experience.
For me, working in Wipro is all about creativity.
Working with Wipro is innovative.
I find working at Wipro extremely impactful.
Working at Wipro is exhilarating for me.
For me, Wipro is a second home.
Even before the world could start talking about AI and Gen AI, for the last 15 years, we have invested in AI with the pioneers in AI.
Our responsible AI is taken extremely seriously, and we have typically 4 dimensions that we talk about. One is the societal dimension, the individual dimension, environmental, and technical dimensions.
And Wipro offers a tremendous great learning environment, a working environment for us to learn every day and experiment on various things.
Working in Wipro is an exciting learning experience.
For me, working in Wipro is all about creativity.
Working with Wipro is innovative.
At Google, AI isn't a tomorrow thing. It's a today thing. And sure, we can ask for answers to life's tough questions. But today, we can also ask it to do tough things, like ship that wood more efficiently, use satellites to reduce methane emissions, turn DNA into code to make drought-resistant corn. Oh, cool. It can spot and fill potholes, spot disease earlier, spot asteroids to protect Earth. It can create apps with just words in just hours. Today, Google AI can scan 100,000 lines of code in 2 minutes to spot and fix bugs. It can translate from code to code and is one step closer to speaking 1,000 languages, even where. Today, AI impacts lives for the better and understands the world the way you do. Our AI spots threats 7 times faster, understands speech sentiment, helps prevent vision loss, predicts weather 10 days out in 2 minutes, translates thousands of pages in seconds, detects lead pipes to keep drinking water clean, eliminates paperwork so care is more human, generates from text, visuals, audio, and video, creates entire worlds from your imagination, creates this thing and that thing, a new thing, the new way to cloud. At Google, AI isn't a tomorrow thing. It's a today thing. And sure, we can ask for answers to life's tough questions. But today, we can also ask it to do tough things, like ship that wood more efficiently, use satellites to reduce methane emissions, turn DNA into code to make drought-resistant corn. Oh, cool. It can spot and fill potholes, spot disease earlier, spot asteroids to protect Earth. It can create apps with just words in just hours. Today, Google AI can scan 100,000 lines of code in 2 minutes to spot and fix bugs. It can translate from code to code and is one step closer to speaking 1,000 languages, even where. Today, AI impacts lives for the better and understands the world the way you do. Our AI spots threats 7 times faster, understands speech sentiment, helps prevent vision loss, predicts weather 10 days out in 2 minutes, translates thousands of pages in seconds, detects lead pipes to keep drinking water clean, eliminates paperwork so care is more human, generates from text, visuals, audio, and video, creates entire worlds from your imagination, creates this thing and that thing, a new thing, the new way to cloud.
Mathco began with a bold yet simple vision in 2016 to help enterprises unlock the full potential of their data and solve their most pressing challenges. We started as a small, passionate team of problem solvers, driven by the belief that data could empower businesses to think bigger and do better on their own. Self-sufficiency remains at the core of our offerings to enterprises. We strongly believe that we live in an age of hyper-personalization. Enterprises, in the quest for being digitally at the top of their game, often face critical challenges. Challenges that can result in millions of dollars lost or missed opportunities to earn them. They're looking to evolve while overcoming their own unique set of challenges.
We today engage with more than 60 plus global enterprises across multiple verticals like retail, consumer goods, pharma, technology, and many more to come.
We're here to enable them to make smarter, faster decisions with enterprise intelligence. It's not just about solving problems, it's about building trust both with people and the tech and creating everlasting value.
Our strength doesn't just lie in numbers, it's in the unparalleled expertise of our mathematicians. Our people are the heartbeat of Mathco. They innovate, collaborate, and bring ideas to life in ways that drive real-world outcomes.
Every individual has a space to take ownership, make an impact, and shape not just their careers, but the success stories of our clients.
Everything we do revolves around creating meaningful experiences, whether it's through exceptional delivery for our clients or the way we collaborate and support one another as a team.
Each mathematician's goal aligns with a larger mission to empower decision makers in global enterprises to own and activate intelligence.
Our goal is to scale Mathco from where we are to 10 times our size. 10x in terms of the value that we add to our customers, the quality of experts we have on board, and the capabilities that we invest in. All in all, we want to be a one-stop shop for all our customers' digital transformation needs.
Synechron is a leading global consulting firm for digital transformation and technology enhancements. We specialize in the financial services and technology innovation sectors. We work hard to become the trusted innovation and transformation partner of choice to our clients. Synechron's progressive technologies and optimization strategies span end-to-end artificial intelligence, consulting, digital, cloud and DevOps, data, and software engineering, servicing an array of noteworthy top-tier firms. Our coordinated, cross-regional teams have deep domain experience in high-tech, capital markets, investment banking, wealth management, retail and commercial banking, asset management, exchanges, insurance, and payments, as well as cutting-edge technologies. Our 14,000-plus global employees, spanning 55 offices across 20 countries, are passionate about innovation and meeting new challenges.
Our team at Synechron is committed to pushing the boundaries of AI technology and delivering state-of-the-art solutions. We understand the importance of staying ahead in today's fast-paced world, and Gen AI tools are designed to give you that competitive edge. The future is here, and Gen AI is leading the way. Embrace the power of generative AI with Synechron Nexus tools.
In a world clouded with complexity and ambiguity, there exist significant opportunities for disruption and growth. At Tiger Analytics, we help our clients navigate this uncertainty, empowering them to move decisively through shifting sands, unlocking these opportunities. We work with our clients to strategize, design, and engineer a future-ready enterprise. At Tiger Analytics, we've been reimagining possibilities with cutting-edge AI and analytics, solving some of the toughest problems out there and building the blueprint for tomorrow. And at the heart of this mission is our battle-tested team of exceptional technologists and consultants. It's our unique expertise and character that enable us to create exceptional value even in hazy conditions. That's our Tiger Gene. The Tiger Gene is what makes us learn relentlessly, experiment without fear, seek help and offer help. The Tiger Gene is what helps us uncomplicate complex problems, build for the future, deliver clarity amidst ambiguity. To our clients who are traversing a fog of uncertainty, we are not just a technology partner, we are a certainty partner, relentlessly seeking, solving, challenging, and growing. Together, as we set bold ambitions and target extraordinary outcomes, let us experience the power of data-guided decisions, the potential of connected insights, the promise of an AI-empowered future. Experience certainty to shape a better tomorrow with Tiger Analytics.
Even before the world could start talking about AI and Gen AI, for the last 15 years, we have invested in AI with the pioneers in AI. We have built some world-class solutions around AI.
Wipro has been at the cutting edge of data science and AI for a while now. Wipro and I get to work across various and diverse industries, everything from agriculture to pharmaceuticals to healthcare to oil and gas.
So we are helping many Mang-level customers in their transformation journey. So we have strategic consultants, we have domain experts, we have data scientists. So basically we do customer hand-holding right from the inception to post-deployment stage.
We have more than 400 plus use cases which are live. We embed AI into the end-to-end software development lifecycle, as well as we are working with our clients to infuse AI into the operations as well, the application management services, infra management services by bringing in the generative AI to enable an end-to-end transformation, autonomous operations for our clients, predictive operations for our clients.
Our responsible AI is taken extremely seriously, and we have
typically four dimensions that we talk about. One is the societal dimension, the individual dimension, environmental, and technical dimensions.
Hello.
So there's a
Check,
wide
mic
variety
check.
of work that we get exposed to in terms of AI and solving various kinds of industry challenges, and that's the part I love most about. And Wipro offers a tremendous great learning environment, a working environment for us to learn every day and experiment on various things.
The amount of flexibility this company offers in terms of the working location or the working hours, that is why I feel that I could not find a better company to start my career with.
Apart from work, I just wanted to talk about the facilities that we have. We have a great creche over here, and my daughter goes to that creche. At the end of the day, we get to spend time together with the strays, and we can spend some time with them and can feed them. I feel this is something which is really unique and great about Wipro, that we are able to share this message of love to our next generation with all these small things that we do, and I feel super proud about it.
So it is understanding their aspirations, understanding their capabilities, which they may not be aware of, and that requires observation, that requires passion to help the person, and that's what Wipro is all about.
It's an exciting place for people to come work here, work in cutting edge technology or solve real life problems and really transform the world as well. That's what we are.
And this is a great place for people to work, and me being an example of that. It gives you an opportunity to explore different domains, different technologies, and different geographies, which can provide a very nourishing experience for the people. Working in Wipro is an exciting learning experience.
For me, working in Wipro is all about creativity.
Working with Wipro is innovative.
I find working at Wipro extremely impactful.
Working at Wipro is exhilarating for me.
For me, Wipro is a second home.
Even before the world could start talking about AI and Gen AI, for the last 15 years, we have invested in AI with the pioneers in AI.
Our responsible AI is taken extremely seriously, and we have typically four dimensions that we talk about. One is the societal dimension, the individual dimension, environmental, and technical dimensions.
And Wipro offers a tremendous great learning environment, a working environment for us to learn every day and experiment on various things.
Working in Wipro is an exciting learning experience.
For me, working in Wipro is all about creativity.
Working with Wipro is innovative.
At Google, AI isn't a tomorrow thing. It's a today thing. And sure, we can ask for answers to life's tough questions. But today, we can also ask it to do tough things, like ship that wood more efficiently, use satellites to reduce methane emissions, turn DNA into code to make drought-resistant corn. Oh, cool. It can spot and fill potholes, spot disease earlier, spot asteroids to protect Earth. It can create apps with just words and just hours. Today, Google AI can scan 100,000 lines of code in 2 minutes to spot and fix bugs. It can translate from code to code and is one step closer to speaking 1,000 languages, even whale. Today, AI impacts lives for the better and understands the world the way you do. Our AI spots threats 7 times faster, understands speech sentiment, helps prevent vision loss, predicts weather 10 days out in 2 minutes, translates thousands of pages in seconds, detects lead pipes to keep drinking water clean, eliminates paperwork so care is more human, generates from text, visuals, audio, and video, creates entire worlds from your imagination, creates this thing and that thing, a new thing, the new way to cloud. At Google, AI isn't a tomorrow thing. It's a today thing. And sure, we can ask for answers to life's tough questions. But today, we can also ask it to do tough things, like ship that wood more efficiently, use satellites to reduce methane emissions? Turn DNA into code to make drought-resistant corn? Oh, cool. It can spot and fill potholes, spot disease earlier, spot asteroids to protect Earth. It can create apps with just words and just hours. Today, Google AI can scan 100,000 lines of code in 2 minutes to spot and fix bugs. It can translate from code to code and is one step closer to speaking 1,000 languages, even whale. Today, AI impacts lives for the better and understands the world the way you do. Our AI spots threats 7 times faster, understands speech sentiment, helps prevent vision loss, predicts weather 10 days out in 2 minutes, translates thousands of pages in seconds, detects lead pipes to keep drinking water clean, eliminates paperwork so care is more human, generates from text, visuals, audio, and video, creates entire worlds from your imagination, creates this thing and that thing, a new thing, the new way to cloud.
Mathco began with a bold yet simple vision in 2016 to help enterprises unlock the full potential of their data and solve their most pressing challenges. We started as a small, passionate team of problem solvers, driven by the belief that data could empower businesses to think bigger and do better on their own. Self-sufficiency remains at the core of our offerings to enterprises. We strongly believe that we live in an age of hyper-personalization. Enterprises, in the quest for being digitally at the top of their game, often face critical challenges. Challenges that can result in millions of dollars lost or missed opportunities to earn them. They're looking to evolve while overcoming their own unique set of challenges.
We today engage with more than 60 plus global enterprises across multiple verticals like retail, consumer goods, pharma, technology, and many more to come.
We're here to enable them to make smarter, faster decisions with enterprise intelligence. It's not just about solving problems, it's about building trust both with people and the tech and creating everlasting value.
Our strength doesn't just lie in numbers, it's in the unparalleled expertise of our mathematicians. Our people are the heartbeat of Mathco. They innovate, collaborate, and bring ideas to life in ways that drive real-world outcomes.
Every individual has a space to take ownership, make an impact, and shape not just their careers, but the success stories of our clients.
Everything we do revolves around creating meaningful experiences, whether it's through exceptional delivery for our clients or the way we collaborate and support one another as a team.
Each mathematician's goal aligns with a larger mission to empower decision makers in global enterprises to own and activate intelligence.
Our goal is to scale.
Yeah, it's nice to see the hall filling up. Ladies and gentlemen, we will shortly begin the conference. Please find yourself a comfortable seat. There are seats in the front. Some of you might want to take these seats here. I would like to seek your cooperation in completing this conference. Together, let's make MLDS a roaring success. But before that, here's a request. Kindly switch your mobile phones to silent mode and get ready to absorb everything that our speakers have to offer. Opening video, please.
Services and technology.
It started with a spark, a relentless curiosity to break limits. Technology was once a tool. Now it drives transformation. It amplifies ambition. It reshapes the world. Visionaries didn't just dream, they built. Systems didn't just evolve, they revolutionized. Progress became inevitable. And here we are, standing on the edge of something even greater. The next breakthrough, the next revolution. Welcome to MLDS 2025.
Yes, welcome to MLDS 2025. Thank you guys. Thank you for being here. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and all the geeks in the house. A very warm welcome to day 2 of the 7th edition of India's biggest Gen AI conference in India. the Machine Learning Developers Summit 2025 organized by AIM Media House. Can we have the AV, please?
Artificial intelligence. AI. Coexisting. AI.
All right. So my name is Maushmi Sinha. I am the Associate Editor of AIM and also your host for today's sessions at Audi 3. MLDS stands as India's biggest GenAI summit for developers, bringing together the top minds and practitioners in artificial intelligence. Thank you all again for being here. We are excited to have an incredible lineup of speakers and can't wait to get started. We promise you a ringside view of the new trends and products that will dominate the scene this year. We also have parallel tracks running at Audi 1 with our keynote speakers and Audi 2 with tech talks and workshops. So please make it a point to join your favorite sessions whenever you can find time. Besides, we are also going to have a lot going on outside. There'll be mentoring sessions, hackathons, awards, exhibitions, live coding, competitions, and lots more. Now, before we start with the session, let me quickly make some announcements for you. We're excited to announce our fun and engaging series of activities, Code Craze, happening every day in Hall 1 at 1 p.m. Don't miss out on the chance to participate, have some fun, and win amazing goodies. We are also running some off-stage activities in the open learning area located in the lobby. Get ready to join some thrilling code sprints and grab your chance to win some fantastic goodies again. For everyone eagerly awaiting the 40 Under 40 Data Scientists Awards, here's a quick update. The ceremony is happening today in Hall 1 at 2:40 p.m. Make sure to join that very special event. We hope the day is full of learning and forging great connections for you. Also, a massive shout out to our incredible sponsors. A big thank you to Genpact and Mathco, the powerhouses making MLDS 2025 possible this year as title sponsors. Let's also extend our gratitude to our AI partner, Google Cloud. A special thanks to our platinum sponsor, EY. Our gold sponsors are Synechron and Wex. Last but not the least, we appreciate the support of our silver sponsors, Insight, Intel, and Tiger Analytics. Can we have a big round of applause for our sponsors, please? Also, don't miss out. Our sponsors are showcasing their innovative products at the booths in the lobby. Be sure to stop by, check out their offerings, and you might even score some fantastic goodies and freebies. Enjoy exploring. Now, without any further delay, let's kick off today's sessions with a series of paper presentations. Our first research of the day presents a dynamic few-shot prompting approach with self-consistency to improve text-to-SQL accuracy using LLMs. Our speaker, Utkarsh Tripathi, is a principal data scientist at Micron. With over a decade of experience in the data science domain, he utilizes advanced analytics and machine learning techniques to drive data-driven decision-making across various basic functions. He's an active member of Micron's GenAI-based innovation core team and is passionate about leveraging data for impactful change. Please welcome Utkarsh Tripathi on the stage.
Okay, so good morning, everyone. And I'm Utkarsh, basically working as a principal data scientist at Micron Technology under SMAI team, basically Smart Manufacturing and AI team. And today's topic will be text-to-SQL. I think it's one of the most interesting use case of LLM once LLM starts maturing. And till the time this paper was written, it was last year around October or November, and there are further enhancements which has been done already on the architecture and everything which I'm going to show here. But yeah, I will discuss about those in a few minutes, so let's move forward with that. So the agenda here is basically I will start with the introduction, what is the problem statement, what we are trying to achieve over here, and what is the target audience basically, because the target audience for this kind of solution can be a software developer, for a database, or a database administrator, or a stakeholder, business stakeholder as well. So I'll start with introduction, then I will quickly move to solution architecture, how we have developed it. Then within solution architecture, I will do a small brief deep dive on the methodologies, what all we have done. Then the results, what we are getting. Post that, we will be having the limitations of this one and the scope of improvement, which I already talked about, like what we are implementing as of now. Last is the acknowledgement, what all other team members are. Okay, to start with, the problem here is how a user can ask a question, basically in a simple English language, and a bot, maybe a bot or an application, can take that question, understand the context of the question, and get us the output in the form of a SQL query. And obviously, we can run SQL query in the second step, in the second iteration, and get us the results from the table. That's the whole idea behind this. But as I told, the target audience can be different. For us, the target audience were business stakeholders. The reason being, we are actually dealing with billions of spends, and we have a lot of solutions, reportings, analytics, dashboards built on top of that. Now, those dashboards, reporting solutions are heavy in nature. Most of the time, people navigate between those solutions, download the data from there to do their analysis, because all of this analysis or all the metrics, as and when required, cannot be displayed on the dashboard. And I think most of the engineers might have faced it. Stakeholders will come and ask, can you fetch this data from me, from the dashboard, or from the SQL, or from any relational database. So that takes time. And that is, you can say, it's an irrelevant piece which should be removed, because it is not even giving you any additional knowledge. You are just writing a SQL query, pulling out the data, and sending the numbers to them. So reducing or removing that part is the main goal here. And since as I told, we have a huge number of dashboards and reporting solutions, so the target is that. So the problem statement here is, can we build an application which can help in quick retrieval of insights from the reporting solutions, be it the UI can be in React, Angular, Tableau, or any other thing, or Power BI. So from the relational databases, with the help of basically, the stakeholders can come and ask question in the natural language, or be it a simple English language. So what we have done is we have used this LLM, chatbot kind of thing, and it is dynamically hosted. I will tell about that later. And it is integrated among all of the dashboards, all the reporting solutions which we have, where users can directly come, and instead of navigating or downloading the data, for developers or the SQL guys, they can quickly ask their questions and get the relevant information out of it. That's the whole target here. So moving onward, I'll start with the solution architecture. The first step in the solution architecture is the data ingestion piece here. We have created a lot of few short examples. When I say few short examples, what we have done is we have created some questions. We have asked user what kind of questions you generally ask. We have recorded them, created correct SQL queries from them, and stored them in a vector database. So this is what is shown here. You take documents, we call them as QA pairs. We do convert them into embeddings, generate embeddings for the questions, only for the questions, not for the SQL queries, and store it in a vector database. Now, the second step is basically, you can call it second step or the last one. This is the UI kind of thing where user can come and ask. So when user asks a question, the question gets converted into the embeddings using the same model which is being used there. And with the help of vector database, you actually calculate the similarity score. Now, let's move forward. So I will be honest here. AI cannot generate on its own. You need to provide data to it. You need to guide it to reach the final output. Or if I have to say, to reach the correct final output. Otherwise, it will hallucinate or not, and it will hallucinate. There is no doubt about it if you don't guide it by proper steps. So what we have done here is, we have attached a lot of metadata with the QA pairs we have created. So for example, let's say there is one solution within procurement, solution one. So for that, some relevant metadata will be there. That we are calling it as area. Apart from that, when the user asks a question, how many examples to fetch to pass it as few short examples to the LLM. So basically, we cannot just send out one example and ask LLM to understand the context of the user query. So this is a dynamic parameter number of examples. It can be changed based on the solution where the whole architecture is being deployed. Then determine the category of the question, or if I have to say, what is the type of question being asked? It is related to spend, is it related to some savings opportunity, is it related to the unit rate of a particular material, those kind of things. So you do all those stuff, all these 4 steps, and then filter out the top n number of examples which are above a certain similarity threshold. We cannot say user asks a question, the similarity comes out 0.5, and we take top 5 question 0.5, 0.4. This is irrelevant. Basically, those are not related to the user question. The context is not same. We have to put a threshold. Let's say, if you are getting some QA pairs above 90% similarity, then take those and pass it to the LLM to generate the SQL query. Otherwise, just say that the answer cannot be generated instead of hallucinating and generating the wrong output. And the idea here is, since we are dealing with numbers here, which basically forms the basis of actions, or you can say actionable insights, the numbers cannot be wrong. The reason being, if it is wrong, people trust it and they can take wrong decisions based on that. So to avoid that, we have that above a certain threshold, above a certain similarity threshold, if you are not getting minimum number of examples from the vector database, don't generate any response. That's the way we are trying to avoid hallucination here. Post that, if you basically have the n number of examples, few short examples above a certain threshold, then there are some business rules present. Because each domain, each solution will be having a certain if-else conditions, or you can say constant business rule, which has to be provided as a prompt to the LLM, so that it can follow those instructions and generate the proper response. Post, if we have this number of examples, we go there, we fetch the business rules, and then basically from that, filter out the top n examples which are above threshold, similarity threshold. All this information, the top 5 example, top 5, 7, whatever you select based on the solution, and along with the certain business rules, all these are passed to the LLM as a prompt. So that's why they are dynamically retrieved from the vector database. It's not like constant, you are selecting all 5, only the fixed 5 questions. It depends upon the question what is being asked. It is being dynamically retrieved. The whole information is then passed to LLM, which generates the SQL query. Now, to avoid, I think most of us are aware about voting mechanism or bagging in the traditional machine learning. So we generate 5 output. That's why it's called self-consistency. We are using a single LLM to generate, with the help of same instruction, we are generating 5 outputs. We kept the temperature a little high. Temperature is a hyperparameter for any LLM. We kept it a little bit high so that there should be some variation in the generated output. We perform voting on the SQL query based on the output of the SQL query, and then send it, the one final query and one final output to the, since we are using Snowflake, or it can be any other database, pass it there, select the output, and display it to the user. Post that, we have a, you can say, feedback mechanism. If the answer is correct, user can just say thumbs up, thumbs down, thumbs up. That question automatically gets added to the QA pairs which we have here. So that this portion keeps on getting updated without our interference. We do interfere once in a month or twice in a month when we filter out all those wrong questions and we see where it is going wrong. We take care of that in that time frame, not every day. This is how the high-level architecture looks like. I will quickly move towards the data ingestion piece. So this is how the data ingestion looks like. We have the SQL QA pairs in the form of JSON. We'll create embeddings and load it into a vector database. So one additional thing which we have done is, instead of giving the actual name, let's say you are talking about plant A. So we are masked the A, because when you give information about the names of a plant, kind of entities, or let's say something else instead of plant materials or anything, any other entity kind of thing, it dominates when you are doing the similarity, because there will be embedding for this also, for the entity also. So we have masked those actual names and all with a generic tags like supplier, plants, vendor, manufacturer, any other thing, okay? That's how we have masked it. So this portion becomes completely irrelevant when we are creating embedding and finding the similarity with the user query. That basically generalizes this particular question or the context of this question when you are fetching the similar questions out from the vector database. This is the data ingestion process. Now let's move forward with the SQL generation. So there are few other dynamic tables which we have maintained. One is called configuration, where you are dynamically putting like what kind of similarity threshold for which solution you want, how many number of examples to fetch for the dynamic few shot prompt. Let's say you want 5, you want 3. It can, any number can work for any other solution. It is not generic like you always pull 5 examples for this solution and it will work for another one. So we are maintaining this. Based on this, based on the solution where you are, the chatbot is deployed, it will take the parameters from here. Then there are some certain business rules which I already talked about. Which solution where, let's say we are on solution 1, the chatbot will fetch the relevant business rule for that solution, not all of them. The user question is obtained through UI. Again, post that we do the QA pair filtering based on the similarity and generate embedding for the user question. The third step is we select the few shot example above a certain threshold. We decide the category of the question, which solution it belongs to, all those stuff. And category is important because let's say you are on solution 1 and it contains information about a lot of things. But when you are fetching, let's say, top 5 similar examples, it can come from spend, it can come from rate, it can come from price, anything. But when you define the category and let's say you decide the category of the user question, you only pull few short example for those category of questions, thus reducing the context hallucination over there. It will not be generic, it will be bounded to that category only. Now post that, we construct prompts, obviously the business rules which I talked about. Moving forward, we generate SQL using the LLM. Hallucination mitigation, this is the important one as I told. The number of examples pulled from the vector database has to be more than the minimum number of examples so that it does not hallucinate, it does not generate wrong response. The numbers are critical here. Now, post that we have self-consistency, sorry for that, and we generate 5 to 7 same type of SQL queries with the help of single LLM. That's an improvement point over here. Basically, we can try cross consistency over there. We can use multiple LLMs to generate similar type of, same queries. And then we can decide based on that which query to select. Now, in case of error handling, there is a SQL syntax checker enabled in between. There is a layer of SQL syntax checker because sometimes LLM generates some additional keywords like SQL or some quotes and all which are irrelevant. That SQL checker takes care of the syntax. It cleans up all those irrelevant information and passes it to LLM to generate the final output. Now, these are the results which we have achieved. We have tested it out on, I mentioned 5 solutions. And the accuracy is, using this approach, is always above 90%. For few, which I mentioned, it is reaching around 93-95%. I've divided the solution into different categories. So this is solution 1, let's say 1 report. Within report, we have these kind of information available. So for this solution 1, this kind of, what I talked about the category of the question, these are the category. We have tested around different categories, huge number of question set, and this is the accuracy which we are getting. So the one which I told, where the number of examples are less, not enough data for trading, this is keeping the accuracy in check. Because if this moves to wrong answer, the accuracy will drastically drop. That's the whole reason we are keeping that constraint to keep the hallucination in check. Now moving forward with the post results. The limitation, the major limitation I think everyone would have noticed here is to create the QA pairs. That will require a lot of effort. Now, what we are doing as of now, okay, there is some dependency of keywords as well, supplier, material, all. But now what we are doing, this is till when the paper was written. So now what we are doing is we are first of all exploring cross consistency and we are creating a data dictionary. That data dictionary will be passed in the form of metadata to the LLM so that first of all we don't need these supplier, material kind of keywords. Like what is the spend for material X? We don't need to write material. What is the spend for X? Using X, it will determine it is referring to material based on the data dictionary. Another thing is the QA pairs will be reduced because let's say you're talking about spend, even if the question is not there in QA pairs, the data dictionary will contain information about the column name spend and what it refers to. So by default, when the question is about spend, it will, even if the QA pair is not there, it will directly understand on the basis of data dictionary that yes, this is referring to this column. We have to calculate the total sum of the spend for a particular material and it will generate the response. This is the current one. And obviously, as we scale up, for some solutions, we need 5 tables, 10 tables. So I'm coming to that. We are incorporating agents in that to decide which table to select based on the user question. So for now, we have tested around 2 to 3 tables. We are scaling up to 5 to 10 tables for every solution, iteratively, testing one solution at a time, and incorporating agents to decide, let's say based on the question asked, which tables to hit. We need these 2 tables, bring those, and generate the SQL query. This is all about it. Now the last one is the acknowledgement. Obviously, these are the guys helped us in building the system, not functionally, but basically from the domain side. Few of them are from procurement, few of them are from supply chain. 1 or 2 guys are from the core technical team, which helps in, because it started when the LLM starts coming into picture in the last year, in the early last year, early 2024. So it was not that popular, the RAG framework, but so the few of the guys here from core technical team which helped us in building this, and they are still helping us in utilizing these agents and all to incorporate this into RAG framework. Okay, so I'll take a pause here and open up for questions. Okay. Mike.
So I've also kind of developed a similar framework. But my question is, let's say we are asking to generate like a historic data points, right? Like let's say for 2-3 years. What is the most efficient way to embed like a autoregressive model to kind of forecast or predict in the future?
Okay, the scope for this solution as of now limited is to retrieve the information, not to predict anything. Okay. Another thing, I will give a disclaimer here. For any such solutions which we are developing or any of you guys are developing, the scope should be the response should come within a minute. If your query takes, let's say, 15 minutes to generate a response, that's not the ideal use case for this. It is meant for quick retrieval of insights. People will not sit there for 15 minutes and see the bot to get the response. That's the use case here. Enhancements, one more enhancement which we are doing is, few questions are related to trend, so it can generate graph, basically the trend information, which can be more intuitive in nature.
Yeah, hi.
Okay.
I think the first question you've already answered, but still I'll ask it. So when you're scaling to multiple tables across multiple DBs, here I think everything is residing in Snowflake.
Yeah.
So now if I want to create a multi-turn question answer system in response to, let's say, 2 turns before, how would we scale up to something like this?
Okay, so I'm not sure if you know or not, but in LLMs, there is an option of chat history, which retains the context. It depends. Different LLMs perform different ways. But for us, we have tried till last 3 responses. It retains the context, but the performance degrades. Because every time you have to clear chat history if you have to go ahead and ask a new question from a different context. So for now, we have disabled it, but we have tried it out. It was working well for 1 or 2 previous questions, but as we move to 3, the performance starts degrading.
No, so then the inherent table relationships and joins within existing tables, it's an issue, right?
For those, it is working fine. You can provide those multiple tables in the data dictionary in the current one. In the previous one, we used to have the QA pairs where you are having joins, and it will consider based on the, let's say, top 5 examples you took, based on the SQL queries of those top 5 examples, it will take up those queries and understand which tables are required, fetch the information from those relevant tables.
Okay, one other quick question. So when it comes to the visualization, which is returned to the user, so how are you taking care of that? Is there like an intermediate Python script which does it?
Yes, as of now, there is no visualization. There are 2 LLM calls. I am basically aggregating those 5 LLM calls for self-consistency into one. Another one to generate the insights. You get the number, what it means. So LLM will take care of that based on the business rules. Like this is my the savings or the spend for that material in USD in that much time frame and all. So it interprets it for you. Next target for us is to generate the graph of it.
Okay, that's the next step.
Yeah.
Hello. Yeah, this side.
Which
Hello.
side? Okay.
Yeah. So instead of checking the similarity of the user input with the QA data, how about fine-tuning the LLM on the same QA data? Like how does that approach compare?
On how many solutions you will fine-tune?
I think there are some open source data sets available for that.
That's very generic.
Okay.
What I'm talking about, not the generic data set. You know the naming conventions of humans. When you create a database or table, do you even care what name you are giving to the column? You will write something and how it will understand if you train it on a generic data set. And like that, thousands of tables are there. How many LMs you will fine-tune?
But won't this approach have the limitation that whenever a user asks a query which is not very similar to the data set which we have given, in that case, it won't be able to give an answer, right?
That is still fine. But fine-tuning LLM, it costs a lot. And first of all, this kind of solution is for quick retrieval to smoothen the process, not to generate revenue. Okay, that's where it is.
Hi,
Hi.
Yeah, you can. I have a counterpoint to this.
Yeah.
First of all, I work with SAP data. Okay, so the table names are acronyms. They are not in this one.
Yeah, I work with SAP data, so I can link.
So, as you mentioned, okay, the data set for fine tuning can be curated. It can be curated, and with the limited resource, it can be fine tuned. Because I have done that.
No,
so
on SAP data you can do. But let's say SAP is your raw data and you are utilizing it to create different tables. I'm talking about hundreds of thousands of tables which are created using SAP data and the columns are renamed into something.
Yeah, so it's possible.
How many LLMs?
You just have to take one LLM.
And you can.
Okay, and you have to use a template-based question answering.
Okay.
So template-based will help you exactly narrow down which table. Okay, and so that the answer part will narrow down which exact table. The question part you have to ask LLM to paraphrase. For example, material table. Okay, say that material or there are tables like VBPK. Okay, so that's answer and.
Okay. What
it's
I'm
possible,
trying to tell
that's
is,
what I'm saying.
It's possible, but the table which you guys are referring to, it's very generic in nature. Those type of tables, you can definitely go ahead and fine tune. What I'm telling you, the target table here is completely derived from those raw data, multiple tables of raw data, and these are the reporting tables. These are not the raw data tables. Reporting tables.
We will discuss on this.
We can have a discussion.
Yeah.
Hi, Utkarsh. One question.
Okay.
Yeah, one last question.
Yeah.
So I think I missed it when you presented, but I think that there's something very trivial like changing the data type of one column.
Yeah.
So in this case, it might fail because I don't see in your pipeline something like a schema retrieval or at least a metadata
that is
on
in
the
enhancement
database
piece.
schema.
Yeah. Till then, when the paper was written, it was not there. You are correct.
Yeah.
Now, when we are incorporating new changes, the schema, when I talked about data dictionary, I'm not sure you were there or not. In the data dictionary piece, we are mentioning what kind of data is there in this column, so that whenever LLM is generating a SQL query, it can take care of that piece. So that is coming as enhancements in the upcoming one, in the new one. So this we are taking care of. Yeah.
All right. Yeah. Hi.
Okay, I think we'll wrap up the Q&A now. You can catch up with Utkarsh outside the hall.
Yeah, sure.
We have to move on with the next presentation. Thank you, Utkarsh. Thank you so much. Moving on, our next research work presents an approach to tackling a core challenge in designing a robust e-commerce search system for over 10 million stock-keeping units. The system employs AI models for three major functions: categorization, tagging, and semantic searching using vector embeddings. Let's hear more on this from Ratnesh Singh Parihar, Principal Architect of Talentica Software. He's an expert at developing large-scale applications and excels in managing cross-functional teams. Ratnesh also actively mentors and networks to enrich the professional community. Presenting along with him is Ritesh Agrawal, Solution Architect, Talentica Software. Let's welcome the gentleman on the stage.
So, hello everyone. Hello everyone. Can you hear me at back? Yeah, hi. So, So this session will be all about scaling, benchmarkings, and hallucinations. So primarily, what we build is an e-commerce system, and while building it, we face multiple hallucinations, and also latencies, okay, and scaling issues primarily. And this session will be all about that. So what about us? For my company, it's a core software development. We are working with big tech and startups alike. And we have built 250 products in 20 years. Myself, I'm a bugger who just developed a lot of things, failed a lot of times, and is still failing multiple times, learning. And my area is scaling. So once people build MVPs and some system, they need to scale. And that's where I put more bugs into their system. So along with me, I have Ritesh Agrawal, who's my colleague. He's a microservices expert, and he has invested himself a lot on Gen AI. So large search system, this is in production system we are talking about. So as I said earlier, we did a lot of mess, okay? We failed a lot of times, and finally, we get a chance to production, and after 2-3 months of night outs, and that's where we reached this. This is the basic architecture. If you are familiar with e-commerce search, is all about SKUs, shopping items. And primarily here is a very simple architecture. MySQL, which is OLTP, holds all the SKUs in a protocol structure, and that all gets synced back to Elasticsearch using a technology called Debezium. So if you are familiar with it, you can search about it. It's a good technology to sync. And we provide as a mechanism where people can change the prompt. We will come to that, what kind of prompt we are talking about here. And lastly, it goes to Elasticsearch, and the user provide a search query, and it goes to our Python service, and it uses the embedding cosine similarity. Everybody knows, I believe. So here is the question, okay. So since now we will move about and talking about the scaling, just think about it. This component, right? If you need to scale it, you have primarily two options, okay. You need to hold the embedding, obviously. So now you can have 5 instances which everyone holds the embedding model, or you can have a separate service altogether, and all this service calling to that service. So which one will you use? Which one will scale, actually? That should be the question. How many think first one? First one where you will have 5 instances, each will hold the embedding model itself. It will occupies more memory, but it might scale. That's the option 1. Who thinks it will work? Second option is single instance, just one model. All these instances are calling that. So option A, option B. Which one will scale? Option A? Majority of think option A? No, it's option B. So the reason for it is these embedding models need GPUs in order to scale. So for in your laptop, it can run properly. But if you have 10,000 requests per second or 20,000 requests per second, for the similar accuracy which you are getting in your laptop, you need something else. And what is exactly it is? You need GPU. So it's a vertical scaling. Okay. Unfortunately, that's the word it is. We are living there. So very quickly, our scaling production system, we are handling 10 million SKUs, requests per second, 20 requests per second, very high. And it took us for 14 months, okay? So went into line, and we have nightmares, lot of. Our cluster right now is 3-node Kafka cluster, 2 GD4 X large box, primarily for CUDA cores, and 5 OpenAI tier 3 accounts, not tier 5, and 24 shards with 24 GB indexes to serve the search queries. Very quickly, facts, our objective is to build a zero-time system. We cannot give product managers to change the prompt, and we cannot ask engineering team to take those prompt and redeploy and get the zero-time. So we have a runtime modification. We very quickly built the POC in 20 days, but it took very very first live, not actual live, maybe UAT, it take us 180 days. This is how we did it with one product manager, one engineer, one AI expert. That's it. With 5 AI agents behind the scene. Normally, if you have to do the traditional way, this is the AI way. Traditional way, you need to deploy a team of product managers, each handling multiple e-commerce categories. They will simply invest their time tagging, doing categorization, improving the SKUs, and essentially that part will lead it to the proper search. That's how people do it, okay? But what we did here is we did it with AI. And if you ask me if you want to build your next system, do you will the AI way or the manual way? With my heart of a story, okay, I will say go manual way. This is because I face lot of hallucinations using assistant. That's not the way to go, okay? Until unless your your objective is scaling, I don't think we are in the current state. I will talk about more into that. But now we will starting the more technical part. So I will hand it over to Ritesh for talking about semantic search.
Thank you, Ratnesh. Good morning, everyone. So let me give you an example of the search that the user can do and that we are trying to solve. Say, for instance, who is 5 years old, correct? So what happens when this is done, right? So in traditional approach, as Ratnesh explained, what we will do, we will convert this query into embedding, and all the embeddings which are already present in our vector store, we will try to do a cosine similarity and find top 50, top 40 results, correct? Now the problem with this approach is hallucinations. When you do this, out of top 50, we found that 2 or 3 results will be wrong. You will find instead of t-shirts, you are getting jeans, or you are getting some wristbands and etc. So now how do you solve the problem? So we spent a lot of time understanding how do we solve it. And we found that all the human users are, looking at their screens and looking at the image of the item to say this is wrong. So we thought, why not use this approach with AI? Okay, so what we did, we with all the categories that we had, we created some few hundred test questions, test queries for our system. We converted them, we used that test queries to get all the results from the comparison, which is semantic search or cosine similarity. And then we use the image and the query of the item to send to OpenAI, so that OpenAI can tell us if it is accurate or not. It's just a true or false flag, which we then store in the database that these 2 or 3 SKUs results are not coming correctly for this particular query, so that the admin person later can go and correct them. The name could be wrong, the description of the item could be wrong, right? Because the SKUs are fetched from hundreds and thousands of different sources. Okay, so so this is the hallucination part, and next part. Yeah. So if you look at these, how we converted the embeddings, we used universal sentence encoders V2 model. Okay. So we use the large model for this approach. It requires quite amount of GPU, at least 12 GB VRAM is required to run this model. Okay. And we use large model because this is more suitable when you have categorization and classification kind of embeddings that you need to create in the vector space. But if you are more on some question and answer type of scenarios, then you need to go with the QA model. Okay. So for the storage of the part of the embedding, we used Elasticsearch. There are 4 options, okay, that we think in which we can store embeddings. If you have only few thousand records, then I would recommend go with some in-memory databases like FICE, where you can store data in memory and do the embedding comparisons. If you have a relational database where the data is related to each other, then we recommend Neo4j, which is good. But if you have millions of data records and you want to do comparison, then I would say go with something like Pinecone. Okay, Pinecone will help to get results faster and comparable with the benchmarks. But if you need to do vector search as well as text search, and you need fast response time, then Elasticsearch is the way to go. Okay, so that's why we use the Elasticsearch. Next. So let me explain what is categorization and tagging, which we also saw yesterday in our first paper presentation we had yesterday, right? So categorization and tagging in any e-commerce system is very important. The most important thing is having properly categorized SKUs item in the database, and as many tags for that SKU present in the database will make the search very, very accurate. Okay. So to create this, we started using OpenAI in the beginning, but we found that OpenAI was costing us around $500 for 1 million SKUs to create the tags and to generate the categories. Okay, so we started using the Llama 3 model hosted on a G5X large machine. 2x large machine, sorry, and it cost us around $15 to get it done for 1 million SKUs. Okay, yes, yeah. So, but this whole approach that I explained works well with 50,000 records, 50,000 SKUs, and 13 top level categories. But our problem was to have Google taxonomy categories, which is like 5,000 categories and 10 million SKUs. So that's where scaling comes into the picture. We can go live with this solution directly without any more scaling options here. But now Ratnesh will explain how we scaled from this point. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thanks, Ritesh. So, still with me? Uh, so, before going into the scaling again, I would say just my experience is if you have any plan for scaling, that kind of benchmarking you need to do, you need to start doing from the day one, because once you created the whole thing out, it is very difficult to change. Okay, most importantly with the databases. So databases are like marriage, right? So you are, once you are done, you are done. Okay, you cannot change. It's very hard to change databases. So I can see your pain. Okay. So don't use database if you are not sure. Okay, that's the, so if you want to do cosine similarity, use the in-memory thing. Okay, that's worked very well. Once you are done, you are very comfortable. Okay, now search is my main thing, or similarity is my main thing. Then go with Pinecone, Elasticsearch, like that. Okay. Hallucination, very simple. We follow the same strategy. And one of the things which yesterday somebody told me that you are building a system with AI, and then you are involving human. And one gentleman said this is wrong. Okay, and I'm with him. He's absolutely right. In my experience, if you're building a system with AI, you need to minimize your humans. Okay, you cannot say, okay, I will create XYZ, and then some people will come and verify the XYZ. You need to build the bots. You need to build those XYZ who can verify those things. Okay, so you need to create the data. Can you create the data using LLM? Perfectly, yes. Very high quality data you can create, and that's what you should do. So here, what we did in order to fix a lot of things, we try to catch the hallucination. So if the AI has generated category and tags, a lot of categories and tags it has generated, only thing we want to do whether it has been done correctly or not. So again, same loop. Whatever it has generated and what we have, we are using cosine similarity in memory, not with database, and you are getting almost 95% you will get accurate. Some of them will hallucinate, okay? And the hallucination, to fix the hallucination, the idea is very simple. Just hit it again and tell them, boss, your last thing didn't work, so send me something else. And most of the time it will be okay. And you can do 2 or 3 attempts and it should be okay. Similarly on the tagging, same thing has been done, but tagging is more important than category as far as search is concerned. So we use the same trick which Ritesh explained. Use the image, get the description of it, and then match against the tags. If those tags are not correct, loop back and ask the process to do it again. If the process is same, nothing change. Okay? And if it is hallucinated, just mark it so that someone can else fix it. Okay, so I will focus on this. Again, very painful item in OpenAI or any LLM per se. And I will, in my opinion, when I'm dealing with multiple people coming me for scaling, I say OpenAI and all this LLM are premium thing, okay? So if you're building a tool, it's like an iPhone. So if you're building a tool, remember this. There is a huge cost involved. So if you have just live in 6 months, you need to pass that cost to your consumers. So are you building that kind of product? Are your user base will pay for your OpenAI calls? If not, then something else you need to do. Okay, so again, it's a premium luxury thing. So challenges here for the scaling, we cannot upgrade the tier. We are still using OpenAI. Token limits, very soon you will run out of it. Classical ways to do the catch and retry. Okay, everybody can do that, very easy. But it doesn't work that way. What you need to do here is very simple answer. Use circuit break pattern. It's a design pattern. Put a layer on top of our API calls, and it will fix it. Very simple. Whether you are using LangChain or any AI framework, whether you are using Llama, just create a wrapper, maintain some persistence, and it will scale. Okay. So we did with 1 million without any errors. Okay. Last part is the scaling. So scaling is a X into Y into Z problem. X is the number of inventory, Y is our number of category, which is 5,000, and Z is our latency, turnaround time, which is 1 to 2 seconds in case of OpenAI. So in order to scale, all this X, Y, Z need to be scaled or optimized. So this is what we did in order to optimize all the X, Y, Z. So number one thing which we did is, first of all, within our 1 million SKU category, we run the cosine again and find out the redundancy, similar SKUs, which reduce heavily. Okay, so system did reduce heavily. Second part is we introduces Llama 3 and create, instead of calling a single API call, we converted into a batch process. So it can call a batch API, so 500 SKUs in one API call. Third part is category. So 5,000 categories, we created category graph. So it will call for category number 1. Based on the output, it will go for the next level of categories. So that also reduced the API call to from 5,000 to 7. So this is what we happened in primarily for 1 million SKUs. It took us 25 minutes with $5 cost because Llama 3 instance is running. And running is on demand. So the moment you need to do the tagging and category, someone run the job and it is spawn the EC2 instance with the CUDA cores. It takes only $5 and $15 for, so only trade-off is, earlier it was kind of real time. This time you cannot do real time. So our learning, again, it took us a lot of time, a lot of pain. So first thing, in my opinion, for AI problems, you should go for AI solutions. You should focus on robustness and resiliency like patterns I talked about earlier. Frameworks, I will talk about this. Now the question is, looking into this, if you're looking into a scaling system, should you use a framework like LangChain? So here is my opinion, and my personal opinion. You should not, and you should. So the reason is this. First of all, you need to learn how the multi-agents, all these things works. So for learning how the whole this paradigm works, you should build your system in LangChain. Parallelly, you should go into the LangChain code, take all the small libraries, tools and everything, create your own code base, okay? And start looking into how to optimize things. For example, one of the major problem like Neo4j is if you're trying to fetch a lot of documents, it's very hard to control, whether it's Elasticsearch or Neo4j. But if that connector is in your control, you can very handsomely control it. Okay? So here is the learning. You build your solution two part. One part is with the LangChain, another part is your own, parallelly, if your scaling is in your requirements. Time and cost and each iteration, I said, is a premium thing. So until unless you have that scope in the mind, even with the Llama 3, you need to spawn an instance, which is very costly. Okay. And last part is if you can figure out all the hallucination first before live, that is perfect. Okay. Otherwise, it's not worth go to the live. Hallucinate will kill your product. You will get a lot of issues, and yeah. So that's all from my side. Thank you.
Do we have questions for him?
Wonderful presentation, Shiv. You were mentioning about the GD and instances that comes up with a cost. And I know that our in our product inventory, our keep on the SKUs are going to go up. Like, how can we handle that? Today it's 5,000 categories. Tomorrow it will be 5 million categories. And how do we scale up when
So
going forward?
remember XYZ. Figure out what are your XYZ, number one, and optimize all of them. That's the thing.
So how do we have the trade-off between the cost and?
So trade-off is then you look for the infrastructure. Better if AWS doesn't have better instances, so can you go where the graphics card is there? I have seen people now buying the graphics card machine in their hand because it's cheaper. So that's also.
So we are currently using respect to AWS, and we are using a higher GPU instances, and it comes with a cost.
Yes, it's a cost.
So that is what.
So if the cost is consistent for let's say 2-3 years, then you can buy your own. Just buy 305, 390, create a CLI in the same system, and it will work. Yeah. Thank you.
You can give it to them. Okay, please settle down. We'll start with our next session. So this next research, titled Assessing the Capability and Generalization of LLMs in Consumer Credit Evaluations, introduces an innovative taxpayer risk prediction approach leveraging large language models. Unlike traditional methods, this approach identifies hidden patterns, offering deeper insights into taxpayer behavior. Shubhradeep Nandi, Chief Data Scientist with the Government of AP, is a distinguished Gen AI researcher and entrepreneur with over 16 years of professional experience. His research on LLM applications in climate science earned the prestigious, highly commendable work recognition from IIM Bangalore. Honored as one of India's top 7 Gen AI scientists, Shubhradeep has also been recognized for his AI innovations in financial fraud management. Please welcome Shubhradeep Nandi on the stage.
Good morning, everyone. I hope I'm audible. Fine. Okay, great. So, just a brief on the description. This is not on the taxation. Taxation was a paper which we presented last year, and we have some wonderful results from there as well. We were able to basically acquire almost 80 crore of revenue leakages by that. This year, we are presenting a work on credit assessment and evaluation, where we have introduced large language models. Okay, before I dive ahead, right, let me double click on these two words, credit and evaluation. Now, we all understand what is credit. Borrowing money is essentially credit. When you borrow it from a formal or an informal source, formal sources do a very diversified, detailed evaluation. That's what we call as credit assessment. You also know that there are different scorings like Sybil and multiple others, right? Now, if you see from the perspective of evaluations by the informal sources, you will see that hardly there is an evaluation, right? There are more data gathering, contact scraping, and all those things which are done for you. Now, as a government organization, we try to also see the statistics. Now, when we talk about credit assessment, then we relate it to NPAs, which is non-performing assets. And when you see the GNPA, we would be very happy to see that from 2018, when it was a double digit, the gross non-performing assets have reduced to single digit. So we should be very happy, right, that it has come down very well. But when you are a bank, financial institution, or you are a fintech, you'll be very happy that, okay, the NPS are reducing. That means you are less impacted. But when you see it from the government's perspective, we also try to see the other part. How much have we been able to move from an informal credit system to a formal credit system? How many people we have been able to move? What is the number there? What is the distribution there? So when we dive deeper, we realize that it is still double digit and it's whoopingly large, specifically the rural population and urban economically backward class. It's still primarily taking money from informal sources. So we started thinking that NPA story is going great, but what is the problem? Where is the problem? Government of AP. Okay, so the credit assessment process is broken. Okay, now I'm going to talk more details. So we then started diving deeper
Oh, do you think it's amazing or it's amazing, right? To know. And without that, what would happen? Any idea? If you get calls from spam, like what will happen? Spam calls. Scams would happen. Okay. Yeah, like I actually ported. I had Vodafone. I had to port to Airtel for this. It's a very amazing feature. Like you don't have to have Truecaller. Yeah, it's pretty saves a lot of. Good luck to the scamsters who are there. But amazing AI use case there. Yeah. So again, once again, I welcome all of you to MLDS 2025. Really happy to have you all here. My name is Amit Rajanayak. I'm the editor at AM Media House. Have amazing bunch of journalists and editors who are working, breaking some brilliant stories. Feel free to connect with me anytime. I would love to listen to your banter or something that you guys have been working on AI, your challenges, your struggle, and really looking forward to have some interesting conversation and lots of learning. That is primarily why I'm in this field as well. And I think it's an exciting field and exciting space to be in. A lot of things are changing very significantly in the last few weeks. I'm sure you guys are aware of DeepSeek and all of that. So it's an interesting area, and you guys are actually developing them, building them, and yeah, more success to you guys. So without wasting any time, I'll start. So before that, are you guys ready now? Yes? Are you guys ready? Is the video guys?
Curiosity to break limits. Technology was once a tool. Now it drives transformation. It amplifies ambition. It reshapes the world. Visionaries didn't just dream, they built. Systems didn't just evolve, they revolutionized. Progress became inevitable. And here we are, standing on the edge of something even greater. The next breakthrough, the next revolution. Welcome to MLDS 2025.
Welcome, guys. By the way, the voice was AI generated. Yeah, just letting you guys know. Yeah. So to kick off the session, today we have I think a very interesting workshop from Yatish Kumar. So before I introduce the speaker, I would like to set the premise here. Data without intelligence is just noise. How many of you agree with that? Okay, good. So that's where augmented analytics come into the picture, which changes, and I think today's conversation would be around that. And from AI-powered speech analytics in Airtel's contact centers to optimizing customer engagement across ad tech and OTTs, Airtel Digital is leveraging these innovations at scale. Today, the workshop will be focusing on augmented analytics. Looking forward to it. To break down its impact, we have, again, like I mentioned, Yatish Kumar. He's the General Manager of Analytics at Airtel Digital, leader with 18 plus years of experience in AI-driven analytics and business transformation. So without taking much of your time, let's welcome Yatish on the stage, guys. Welcome, Yatish. The stage is yours.
Thank you. Thank you, guys. I'm audible? Audible, right? Yeah. So today, I think I was been attending sessions from yesterday. There's a lot of cool sessions happening on Gen AI agents. I think last year, when I was attending, there was a lot of LLMs and things. I think now it has evolved to multi-agents and things like that. So today, what I want to kind of give an idea about how do we kind of develop products, digital products especially, and what is the role of analytics there. And then I'll also kind of, it's kind techno-functional kind of a session where, so most of the, in product analytics, you have different pillars, like you have monetization, you have like growth, engagement, and things like that. We also have horizontal, so every of the pillars will have certain way of analytics use cases there. So we'll be discussing those use cases across all the different things. Before we get started, right, just wanted to understand the crowd here, right? So how many of you are working in product analytics? So when I say digital product analytics, it's more about clickstream, funnels, and things like that. Anybody here working? Okay, then I think it will be a very useful session for you guys. Next thing is, I want to understand how many of you are aspiring data analyst and data scientist. Like anybody who's like want to move into the field and things like that. Anybody there? Or everybody are like experts in analytics, data science, and things. Is that the crowd here? Or you guys need to learn as well? I'm just asking that because certain things I will kind of do an intro so that if some people definitely they will not have an idea, right? So I'll just set the tone and then I'll get into the product analytics, what is product analytics, and from there we will go into analytics role in product analytics across horizontals and verticals, right? So apart from that, is there anyone who is like non-tech background here? Anybody, business leaders, sales, marketing, anyone? No? Okay. Okay, I think nobody is raising hands. How many of you had lunch? Okay, cool. Yeah. So I think we have few guys who have had lunch. So my session, right, it is like in between the entire 3 days workshop, right? Like if you see this session right at the middle, right? So 1.5 days already over. So we have one more 1.5 day. So what it actually gives is you would have attended a lot of sessions on AI agents and things like that. Now, when I go through this, you'll definitely have an idea. Okay, this is where I think we can use a multi-agent use case. Oh, this is where I think we can use that. So that is a kind of a thing. So I think a lot of thanks, Raj, for the introduction, and also you were referring some of the Airtel use cases. Yeah, thanks. I think people have liked the spam. Today I'll not be kind of going into any of the use cases which Airtel has done, right? It is a generalized product analytics thing. So over 18 years of my career, I started with very legacy technology initially, data migrations and things. 2014 onwards, I've been in migrating data and then big data consulting. Then I had my stint of data scientist through Budweiser. So I was with Budweiser for almost 3.5 years. There I was working in digital products, especially for Budweiser, like Industry 4.0 and things like that, very challenging role. Then I moved to Airtel Digital. So Airtel Digital, I was working as an ad tech analytics head. Now I'm also kind of leading the OTT space. So based on my experience, right? So I want to kind of give an idea how exactly analytics or augmented analytics. So previously analytics is all about, okay, tracking some dashboards, tracking from data and things like that. Now, how do you kind of use AI agents or LLMs or ML, DS, deep learning, all these things in the digital products, right? So when I call digital products, I refer most of the digital product to B2C. So like example I will say is Zomato, Netflix. So these kind of products where there is a lot of interaction with the end customer, right? These kind of things. So there's the OTT, extreme OTT from Airtel and things like that, right? So kind of, it's just a list of laundry list, but I'll just break it down. Too much of text, I think. I'll just go back. So 3 pillars, I'm going to kind of split it the entire session. The first session is very, very basic, and I'll say that where augmented analytics, I can also skip because most of you didn't raise your hands, so you're all experts. So I can skip that as well. So I'll just give a brief overview. Second thing is, what is product analytics? Since nobody has worked in product analytics, it's very important to understand what do we do in product analytics, right? Especially in B2C space. There are a lot of horizontals I'll be explaining. Then we will go as, we'll take the role of augmented analytics and then come into different pillars of product lifecycle so that we understand each of the pillars, what are the use cases we can actually do it. And at the last, I have a couple of use cases which in the market people are using. And I'll just explain you certain things there, okay? Okay, so as I told, just introduction, very, very basic introduction. So if you see, augmented analytics is like an integration of machine learning, natural language processing. Like if you see most of the sessions, right? I think from yesterday we had like LLMs, natural language processing, and into the data analytics tools. So initially, traditionally, if you see, right, data analytics was mainly like data exploration, insight generation, or visualization, what is happening, right? It's a kind of a descriptive level. So now what we are trying to do is we will have ML related use cases as well as auto ML as well as agents now, like the new term which I think we are hearing a lot, right? How an AI event can actually kind of interact with a customer. Like for example, any digital product, right? Like a B2C product, there will be a support, right? Like for example, you open an app and somebody kind of says that, okay, this particular feature is not working, they'll call. Or otherwise, they would have paid something, but the services are not up, you will call. So the first line of connect will be a customer support. How can we kind of, first level, can we kind of make a chatbot? I think everybody knows this use case, right? So it's very, very common. Such kind of things are getting into the data analytics, and that's where we are terming like augmented analytics. Now, key features, very simple. I think natural language querying, I'm keeping at the first because I think most of you would have already seen in last couple of sessions. I think even today, I was the previous session, there was a semantic search kind of a session, right? Where how do we kind of query the data using natural language? It might be a good use case for the business stakeholder. So analytics, usually sometimes what happens is you have analytics, you have data science, you have Gen AI, but analytics will be forefront with your business leaders, right? So we interact a lot with business leaders because we have targets on revenue, engagement, and things like that. So that is where it's very important to build the tools where can we democratize AI to the business leaders so that they can ask certain questions, they can get the data immediately. Instead of we supplying certain Excels or a dashboard, then they don't know how exactly you need to search in that dashboard and things like that. Then automated data preparation, I think most of you would have seen the use cases, right? So if suppose say you are launching a new product, at the start of the product, you will not have much data, right? Like in the sense, when you launch a product, your traffic increases, then you will have a lot of data, of course. But when you start a product, you will have very less data. Now at that time, you need to simulate data. So that is where augmented analytics, I think, again, agents can actually use. Recommendations, very, very lot of, like in the sense, if you go to any OTT space today, you get recommendations on what to be, what exactly the movie recommendations it can be. Or if you go to any kind of e-commerce websites, there is a recommendations and things like that. And then automated insight generation. This is also very newly done. I think you would have heard a lot of BI tools, right? Like for example, Tableau, and we also have Power BI and things like that. They have also integrated certain NLP integrations there. So one example I can just quote is in Tableau, you can see there is a called Tableau Pulse. Recently they have released where it actually kinds of automates insights for you. As an analyst, I think many people would be having experience with building a lot of reports, a lot of insights and month end and this thing. It will actually generate first level of insights. Of course, human is required to kind of do the next levels, but there is a certain level of automatic insights also can be generated. Benefits, I think I can really skip it because everybody knows the benefits, right? It can actually data-driven decisions, scalability, accessibility, efficiency in the system, increase the revenue. So there are a lot of benefits on augmented analytics, right? Now, so since a lot of people have not worked in product analysis, I just want to take some time in this particular section. So what is digital product analytics, right? So as I told, most of the B2C related, like business to customer related products, right? Where we generate a lot of data once the product goes live and things like that. How do we kind of, how users are interacting with that product? Like when you see a product, there will be certain sections where somebody is onboarding, somebody is purchasing, somebody is viewing the content. So there will be a different journey across a product, right? So for every of those sections, how exactly the user experience is there. So for gauging user experience, there are certain KPIs. I'll come to the KPIs. There are user engagement KPIs. There will be kind of performance KPIs. Like for example, think that there is an app, as soon as you open it, it gets stuck, right? So there is a lot of bounce rate. What do you mean by bounce rate? Like for example, anybody comes into a product and sees a product web page and they will just close the app. Why is that happens, right? Many times what happens is, if I take an example of OTT, there might not be any content personalization for that person. Like for example, I'm a kind of a South Indian opening the OTT app and I see all over Bhojpuri films coming in my screen, right, home screen. Then I'll not be interested, right? So I'll just kind of skip it. And especially in today's world, we have like 10 OTT. So if this is not working, I'll go to next OTT, right? So everybody's phone will have like 10 different OTT apps. So the content is enormous now. So those kind of, how do we kind of do all these KPIs like engagement, user experience, and then when we kind of get data, especially the product analytics or a digital product analytics, right? We will have n number of data called clickstream. Have you anyone heard of this name, clickstream data? Yeah, clickstream. So usually when a kind of a B2C or a B2B products, the data flows in clickstream, every interaction, right? So the disadvantage of that, the lot of data. So you need to kind of get into the big data stack, understand the data, because every second, so even you swipe in a particular mobile phone, that is captured. How much depth you are actually doing, what you are seeing, and things like that, right? Everything is actually captured. So a lot of data will be analyzed. Now, if you see, so these are some of the key components. Now, before going into the pillars of data analytics, so the key components of digital product analytics across every features, right? These are all the different things. Like for example, user behavior. Whenever a user comes to the app, right, we understand his behavior, like what exactly, how exactly is interacting with the product, how much time is actually there in the product. Is he kind of taking an action, or is just going off, like I said, bounce, right? Is he bouncing, he's not bouncing, or he's actually scrolling? So there is different kind of insights you get sometimes. Like a person comes to the app, he scrolls all through, and he's actually going. Apart from that, a person comes through and just he skips. There's a difference between these two users. The person who takes some time in the app and scrolls through and goes, he's searching for something. He likes the app, but he's searching for something. But if a person is bouncing, is onboarding itself, there's no intent, right? So like that, there are a lot of user behavior analytics, like what are the page he's actually kind of visiting, what are the clicks he's doing, what kind of what in the sense, is he doing a content click or a kind of a subscription click, or is a kind of clicked on subscription then bounced? Then what does that mean? Maybe there's a pricing issue, because what happens is a user comes there, he scrolls, his session time is good, but he goes to the subscription page and he'll bounce off. So there is some pricing issue where we can actually think about it. Then we have funnel analysis, right? Funnel analysis is something, right? Every journey in a product feature is a funnel, right? Like for example, top of the funnel in any product is app open, right? So suppose say there is like 1,000 users opening the app, and in that 1,000 users, there might be 30 users bouncing off, which leaves 70. In that 70, how many people are actually going to a feature? So this kind of analysis. Now I'm just kind of giving an example for onboarding. But this can be done in a payment page as well. Like for example, you have a product which is a subscription-based model. That means you have to pay. Like example is Netflix is a subscription model, right? You need to pay something to use it. There are a few other products which is completely free. For example, Swiggy, Zomato, all these digital products are completely free to use, right? So there, how exactly the funnel, in the sense, how exactly the funnel looks like. So those kind of analysis. Next is the cohort. I think yesterday there was a first session on customer segmentation, right? Very important for the marketing function. When we kind of show a particular web page or a mobile app page, a home page kind of a screen, what are we showing to that particular customer? Like, have you done cohorting? Like I was telling an example of person who is coming from the south side and seeing a page which is full of other language content. That is cohort analysis. Basically, group the users based on their behavior, use the or first are they kind of doing first time they are coming into the app, or they are actually repeated users. If they are a repeated users, we will already have their data. Like for example, first time user is always a difficult problem to solve. It's called D0 problem, right? Like for example, a user comes in the first time, you will never know what type of content he is actually, what kind of content he will be liking it. Once the user comes repeatedly, like for example, 3 times afterwards if he comes, we have historical trends already saying that, okay, this particular user sees these kind of movies, my recommendation actually kind of works better. But sometimes at the start of the D0, right, it's a very tough problem. So we'll come to the onboarding as a pillar, right? There I'll kind of give use cases how exactly we can solve that. Next is experimentation, I think feature analysis. Feature analysis is also one of the things I think many startups creates B2C products and things like that. This is very important. How, like for example, when we create a product, right, we will have n number of features. Is all the features actually getting used is a question to be answered. Because many times what happens is we have a lot of features there, but nobody is clicking on it. Maybe discovery is a problem. When I say discovery is, like for example, some people have an app where it says that a cool feature is there, but that cool feature button is not even visible. You have a cool feature, but nobody is clicking on it. Two kinds of problem. One is there is no problem statement at all for that particular feature. Many times it happens, right? Sometimes founders or anybody, right, out of excitement, they'll say, okay, this feature will be very important, let me do it. One person is taking the decision and doing in the product, right? But nobody is clicking on that particular feature. That means that either a discovery is a problem or the feature itself is not a problem solver. So that kind of feature analysis we do, how many people are actually clicking on it. And then sometimes what happens in any product development, we have engineering team. I think everybody are working on teams, right? We have engineering, we have client development teams and things like that. Prioritization becomes a big problem, right? Like everybody raise your hand if suppose say that, okay, prioritization is a problem for any engineering team, right? Because everybody wants every feature to be implemented in the product. So I'm asking to raise hands because if somebody is feeling sleepy, let them awake and things like that. It's a post-lunch session, right? So so in that case, what happens is through data, we do this prioritization, saying that, okay, this is a feature people are actually getting converted. This is a feature it is not converted. There is a design element, maybe we need to fix it for make it more discovery. There might be an in-app notifications as well, right, in the products where you can, I'll also give some examples what is in-app notifications and things like that. So that's the feature analysis. Then we have like experimentation. So experimentation, again, this is very basic, like we create 2 versions of a feature and we want to experiment between this thing. So A/B testing is one of the very good tool there, like you do an A/B experiment and do it. But A/B experiment works only when there is a lot of people coming into the app. Now the question is, there is an app which is launched like 1 month back. How do you do A/B experiment? Because the traffic itself is very less. So you'll not get a kind of a real, real insights there saying that which particular feature is actually working better. Because A/B experiment will not work if few hundred people are coming to your app, right? So there is one particular use case I've quoted at the last, I'll show you that. So that will actually solve certain problems. There are tools in the market, right? We can use it for a just prototyped product, or you can actually have other products which is A/B testing can be used for a well-matured product where you have millions of people coming to your app. Now it's just about selecting which feature is working better, right? Then sentiment analysis. As I was saying, sentiment analysis, as we tell, it will all come to LLM, NLP, and things like that. There are many use cases across industries, sentiment analysis. Sentiment analysis actually can be used in different pillars of product. Like for example, if you want to create, like for example, if anybody is aspiring to become a founder for a digital product, right? Tomorrow or in coming days. Then if you want to create a product, then there should be a problem. You cannot just create a problem. You cannot just create a, sorry, you cannot just create a product, right? So sometimes people create a problem, right? That is not correct, right? You create a problem and then product. Then it will not work, right? It is only your problem, not the entire the product, right? So what happens is sentimental analysis is you should actually do NLP analysis on a lot of data where you understand the problems what users are facing. So every now and then you have lot of products coming in the same domain as well. Like for example, quick commerce, right? Today I think there is lot of quick commerce apps coming, but even now there are new comings. How are they kind of coming with new company, new products thing? They are trying to kind of solve a problem which others had not solved. So it's kind of an evolution, right? So how they do it? So they kind of do an NLP and things like that on customer reviews and things like that. What exactly is not working in a product, so that in the next product, how do we kind of get it? That is on a prototype. So if you go to some other pillar, like for example, customer centric, right? Many people call and say that they do a review and things like that. So in the review, you will have multiple things, and that sentiment analysis you can actually go as an input to the feature prioritization as well, right? You can actually do a feature prioritization based on the present problem what customers are actually facing. So these are some of the kind of products. This one I just kept it just as like KPIs as OKR. How many people here know OKRs? So this is very important, right? In the present days, I think people say, okay, set your OKRs and set your KPIs and things like that. Basically, KPIs are what used in the product analytics, because if you see this metaphorical example, right? OKR is nothing but just where you need to go, right? As a leader, as a manager, you need to just tell that this is what I want to achieve and these are the key results I will be achieving. But if you see the KPI, that is where actually the metrics will be there. So in the sense, like if I want to go to a place, what is more important is what is the speed you are taking, what is the fuel, do you have fuel or not? These are the real KPIs we need to kind of monitor, right? So there will be multiple KPIs. So previously when I was checking about all these things, right, user behavior, funnel analysis, cohort analysis, feature analysis, all these things, everyone will have, every of these components will have certain KPIs. So the KPI can be like a revenue, so a monthly revenue for a growth and a monetization perspective, an average session time from an experiencing onboarding perspective, or for a click-through rate if it's an ad-driven product. Like for example, I think many of the digital projects, if you see, one of the monetizing strategy is ad tech, right? Like for example, you see certain ads, but what happens is when you don't apply analytics and then start kind of showing any ad to any user, then your experience will hit. The main feature of your product will start hitting, because those are not relevant ads and people will not come to your app. So you should use all your customer segmentations and like the right targeting for those ads as well. Then we will kind of understand click-through rates. So click-through rate is one of the main KPI to see how good your ads are, right? Are you showing the right ad to the right people at the right time, right? Monthly active users, how many people are actually coming into the app? How many people are active? In the sense, many times happens there are certain KPIs. App open is a KPI where 100 people app open, but not all the 100 people will be active there, right? If you take active as a definition, it depends on app to app. Like for example, if you take an OTT, he has to watch some content to make it active. If you are an e-commerce product, then he has to order, at least add it into a cart or something. So if he clicks on a product, at least is meant to be kind of active. Then the churn rate, like how many users are coming to your app and then how many users are actually going like not repeating. So what is the stickiness of your app, right? So some products which are very transactional, there will be less stickiness. So you will not be able to kind of keep one metric across all your businesses, right? Like for example, a quick e-commerce stickiness will be almost every day or once in 3-4 days in a week. But if you take a transactional app or a net banking and things like that, it might not be a good metric to keep as a stickiness, right? It depends. If it's an OTT, at least week once or thrice, or at least he's finishing a movie. So it depends on industry to industry what stickiness is all about, right? Now, so now that we have actually understood augmented analytics and then what the product is, now I want to quickly kind of put this analytics use cases across the pillars of the product, right? So these are some of the product. So these are very main pillars of the any product development lifecycle, right? So below I have actually put the horizontals, which we have already discussed. Now what does that horizontal mean is every of this pillar, right, requires to kind of do these horizontals. Like for example, if you are going for a product design and prototyping, you will definitely do a user behavior, you will definitely do funnel analysis, cohort, feature, experimentation, sentiment. Same thing is also applicable for product feature development. Same thing for as a next life cycle stage where growth and engagement. Once your product is launched, once your features are developed, you need to think about your growth, right? Growth as a metric, again, depends on product to product. Some things will be more of expanding the market and things like that, and some things will be more of engagement, like how engaged is your product. Then the revenue optimization, right? So once your product is there, you will have revenue as a kind of a metric where how do you kind of increase my revenue? So is it like cross-sell and upsell is an opportunities where today you are selling a particular product. Now how do you kind of increase your upsell and cross-sell? And then is there any revenue leakage? Many times what happens is in the analytics, product analytics world, there will be a lot of revenue leakages in a lot of funnels. Like for example, like there is a particular funnel where 100 people actually clicked on your pay page, like a subscribe page, and there is a payment funnel, things like that. Not 100 people will actually pay. Due to design elements, what happens is 100 can become like 50, and 50 to 30. Only 30 people finally make the payment. So where is this exactly the 30 people or 80 people getting dropped off? So that kind of funnel we can actually create and then give it. So these are some of the pillars. So now in next 20 minutes, I'll just go through one pillar here and just give an idea where exactly we are using analytics. And also we can use in some places, we can also use agents and LLMs and things like that. Some of the places you also use ML driven things as well. So first thing is product design and prototype, right? So in a initial phase of any product where you are designing the product and prototype it, we have basically four pointers here. What exactly the market gaps at present? So how do you kind of get this data? So there are understand the market gaps. What is the market opportunity we are looking in the next 5 years? Like for example, 1-2 years back, I think quick commerce was having a great opportunity, right? So now there are a lot of things are also evolving. Now next is there is a lot of places where the business automation is a scope now. Next is because a lot of LLMs, a lot of agents can be built to process the business automation, or we can actually build certain apps which can help in solving those problems. So that is one thing. Second thing is predictive UI optimization. So I was calling out one of the examples where if your product is very new, how can a design product like a design UI UX, how can you kind of say that this particular version is better than that? Especially it is in the prototyping stage. So we have certain things like predictive eye tracking. So I'll just show you that particular slide in coming use cases. So where you can actually kind of predict where exactly the gaze points can be seen highest. Like for example, if you create a design of your product, you have AI recommended tools where you can actually kind of say, this is where the eyeballs will be gazing most of the times. This is where the eyeballs will be gazing at. So that kind of algorithms are present where you can use it. Then you have intelligent feature prioritization. Same thing, I think, recommends which features to be included, which to be removed, as I was giving certain examples. Then automated user persona and journey mapping. So this automated user personas, right? What happens is in any of your product onboarding, right? You will collect a lot of data when a user comes in. Like for example, if you go to an OTT space, as soon as you get onto the app, you will see that, okay, the user will be asking for your preferences. They will also capture your demographics and things like that. These are some things they will be using in AI algorithm, and then they will map a journey which is suitable for you. So those kinds of use cases are there in design prototyping and product prototyping. Next is feature development, right? In feature development, you can actually identify opportunities. Like for example, you already have a product. Now you have come to a stage where you already have a product, you have a prototype. You have used all the tools to show that, okay, my product is ready. Now I need to kind of get into the what all things I need to develop or what all things I need to remove from my app. That is also very important, right? Sometimes what happens, there will be a lot of product features you would have put into the place, but it is not really useful. It is creating a lot of confusion to the users, right? So it scans a lot of user behavior, feedbacks, market trends, and things like that. And it actually, you can use AI in predicting demands of new features, right? Based on the usage pattern. Like for example, one of the things, like for example, you can take an example of LinkedIn as well. So how many of you know in LinkedIn we have shorts as well now? So previously there's no shorts, right? So they had introduced, I never thought shorts will also come in LinkedIn, right? So you can see that every day people actually kind of look how the people market is going. So there is a lot of people swipe, right? So swipe. So LinkedIn has also kind of got that particular feature now, where you can continuously watch short videos about your careers and things like that. So again, there are a lot of videos coming there. How much is career related, I don't know, but yes, right? So there is a feature it has been implemented with a lot of swipes there. So that is an example of like identifying opportunities using market patterns. So that is nothing related to like LinkedIn data. It is about the market. Okay, market is going towards, as a digital, people are actually engaging more with the videos and content. So they have also implemented the same there, right? User behavior analysis on feature optimization, right? So I was explaining a concept in payments, right? Like what is the drop-offs? So a user has actually clicked on a particular feature, but the next journey nobody is continuing. The users are actually dropping off. So that means that there is a gap in design, or there might be a gap in maybe the discovery of the feature itself, or there might be more information to be given to the user what exactly that feature is all about. So there is an educational gap as well. So people will not even know that there is a feature which is there in your. So that can be introduced in your onboarding as well. So that kind of thing also can be used. And then continuous monitoring and feature refinement. So this is something which has been done, I think, which has been done from ages, right? So we have multiple descriptive analytics where you track how the users are actually getting and things like that. Today, where we are actually taking this thing into is, today we are monitoring a feature, but we can also predict what will happen. Like the good example for this is like in OTT, Hotstar and all, you know that you really know how many users are actually sticking to the app, right? You are actually streaming a content which is, suppose 1 million users are seeing IPL match. Now there are predictive models running behind this and saying that how in next, so every ball there is a prediction happening, right? So if there is a particular, suppose we are at 6th wicket and 7th Dhoni is coming in Chennai thing, definitely there will be a spike, right? As soon as the spike is coming, that predictive will actually feed into your the engineering models where you need to scale your app, the servers. Otherwise, what happens is your app will suddenly crash. So you need to predict how is my user engagement going to change in next minute. So that is the kind of features we also use in continuous monitoring and things like that. Then real-time feedback loops and sentiment analysis. This one we have a nice tool in the market called Plotline. I think you can just search in Google as well. So we use that one of the feature where it gives an in-app notification. Like for example, if I want to create a notification immediately, right? It requires certain development, but we don't have time. We just want to kind of understand whether this feature will actually work or not. Then there are certain tools in the market called Plotline is one of them. Many tools are there in the market. What they do is based on real-time feedback. Like for example, if a user lands onto your app and suddenly he is actually going to the subscription page and then he is actually coming back to the home page and dropping off. It's a very peculiar behavior. What it says is he comes to the app, he goes and checks your plan. The subscription the subscription rates doesn't work for him. He comes to the home page and then exits the app. For such kind of users, you can dynamically pull a layout for him saying that we also have a free section, right? So you have a free section in your OTT, you can actually kind of go into, so if the user is not willing to pay, you can still make the user engaged with your app through this in-app notification without any development. So there are tools like that. So that is like real-time feedback loops. So that is where you can actually put certain change in the way how user can behave in a different way and make them user more engaged, right? So those are some of the examples there. So if I go next, I think most important thing, once you have the growth, once you have the app and it is in a growth mode, it's very important to keep the growth sustainable and also keep the user very engaged. Because in a digital world, what happens is there's a lot of the attention span is very less, right? So if you don't like a particular app, you will switch to other app. So every category has many apps in the market now. So it is very important to do user acquisition and onboarding optimization. User acquisition is a marketing example, right? So how do you kind of acquire a user? So you have like a lot of models you can use for customer segmentation on different fields. You can do analysis on the user feedbacks and then target those customers with that particular creative. Like for example, you can actually cohort based on different problem statements, and based on that problem statement, what user is actually looking for. Like there will be certain users who will be looking for a free content. There will be certain users who are ready to pay. They have subscription in other OTTs, but content is the king. So they like the best content. Now for a person who is actually content driven market, you can actually give them a subscription acquisition with a higher in the sense you can actually use better channels. Maybe WhatsApp you can use. There is other kind of channels where you can do mass campaigns where you give free content and things like that, right? So it depends on user acquisition things. And then onboarding. So onboarding, I was telling, right? As soon as somebody onboards, we capture certain key data points. So if in this example, you can actually see in either in OTT as well as in quick e-commerce as well. As soon as you open the app, it will never be same for two individuals. So it will be completely personalized. So how exactly they do is they take the attributes of a user and also the user history, what exactly he has liked, what is his dislikes, what kind of content he likes, what kind of items he shops and things like that. Based on that, they make a personalizations. Again, D0 problem is there, like onboarding optimization. D0 is very critical to solve because most of the users who kind of come first time to the app, if he sticks next 7 days, this is a metric, right, in product analytics. If a new user opening an app, within 7 days, if he opens that app again, he's more likely to kind of keep that app. Otherwise, the app will go into archive. So it will be there on your phone, but the user will never kind of open that. So that's a metric many people track it. So if a D0 user comes to my app, within next 7 days, is he using my app or not? If he is not using, then he is not actually getting the value from my app. So that's a very important metric to track. And that has to be increased. If they are not using, maybe nudges has to be given, so that in-app notifications or something, so that they can understand that what is the importance of this app, or give certain campaigns where whatever he likes, suppose there is a new content being released, can we kind of do a push notification or a campaign where he likes that content, right? So that kind of nudges has to be given in the first 7 days for that user. Next is personalization and retention strategy. I think personalization, there are many UI use cases there. Like for example, especially in OTT world, we have certain algorithms we have built in using, like for example, every content has a metadata, right? Like for example, if I take a movie, what are the metadata for that movie? One is the description of the movie. Next thing is the actors, cast, and things like that. So you can actually build an LLM thing where you can actually extract all the keywords from that and map back that into the users, right? And user will actually kind of so user is mapped under certain tags. Suppose a comedy genre to a thriller genre, or a kind of a movie actor and things like that. Whenever a new movie kind of comes to the market or it is released in the OTT, we can definitely kind of suggest that particular thing to a campaign, right? So that personalization and retention strategies, sometimes what happens is if a user has not come from last 1 month, right? There are retentions and a win back campaigns also we run. So what it means is, okay, the user has actually kind of watched our content, has seen the content, but he is not coming into the app. It's been 1 month. So that means we track that user and send notifications very relevant to it. If you send wrong notifications, wrong things and things like that, again it will close the notifications. The connect point itself will get disconnected. So it's very important, even like instead of sending a lot of notifications, 1 or 2 good notifications is more important than a mass notification. That's very important in today's world, right? Because the phone is like full of notifications. You have like many apps in your phones. So it's very important to send the right notification at the right time. Next thing is like feature adoption and engagement growth. Again, there are multiple use cases are there on that. Churn prediction and proactive retention. This is very important, right? Churn is a very big challenge in today's age, especially on the digital, because of the like we have so many alternatives across all the fields, right? So first thing is, if a user comes into your app, we need to what we need to do is raise a flag that he is a customer. There is a high chances that he will churn. How do you kind of predict that? Again, depends on every industry. But some of the examples you can see is, suppose a user who is actually watching a content and he has been in the OTT space for say 2-3 weeks, but last 1.5 months he has not been in the app, right? That means that there's a high chance of kind of churn of that particular users. So can we kind of send auto notification in apps and bring the users back if there is a new content being promoted in the OTT space, right? Or you can actually kind of another example you can see is even quick commerce, right? So in quick commerce, what they use is they kind of give certain discounts, and suddenly the wallet will be kind of added with 200 rupees, and you can come back and to the wallet and then order and things like that. There are a lot of retention strategies, right? So we have seen that kind of retention strategies people use it. So again, in the proactive retention, right? There are certain use cases where so one of the examples I'm just thinking, like in OTT, we have a model which is a DL model, ML and deep learning model, where it actually scans the pattern of consumption. So some people, what happens is they consume content on daily basis, right? Especially if it's an episodic thing, right? Like there are certain users who kind of see 20 minutes only, their engagement is less, but they are very stickiness. But there are certain users who comes only on the weekends, right? And so every user group has a different patterns to it. So we kind of segment the user and then have prediction on the churn for that particular user based on the groups. So we will not use just one churn prediction model for all the users. It will not work because the model which is creating, suppose a model which is taking engagement as a feature, if he is actually using only 20 minutes, it might actually reduce its feature importance, right? Because it's only 20 minutes, because model will not understand it's an episodic content. So we need to tell that, okay, these are the episodic users, this is the churn prediction for an episodic user group of users. There is a long content format. There are other kind of users also, which is sports users, right? People come to the app only for the live events. People doesn't come if there is a episodic or something. So there is a different group of things. So these are growth and engagement thing. So last is like revenue optimization, right? This is very important. Any app success from a business perspective is revenue, right? So revenue can be like attributed in different way. I think previously everything was a subscription model or a free model. I think, have you heard a kind of a term called freemium? I think it's there in the market now, right? Freemium. Everybody knows about freemium, right? What is freemium? Freemium is like many of the products which was subscription model. It was a very difficult, it is a very difficult challenge where how do you get a customer to experience the app? Now, if it's a subscription model, what happens is you can only experience the experience of the app through paying certain things, right? If you're not paying, you will never be able to experience what it is giving, right? So that is when the freemium came in. So freemium, what happens is you get certain features free of cost. If you want to kind of use the other features, you have to pay a subscription fee. Good example, I think many apps are there now. Like LinkedIn is also one of the example, right? They have a freemium product where you can use certain things. As soon as you want other features, you need to pay a subscription, right? That is one of the that is a way people actually monetize the apps as well. Apart from that, one is AI-powered price optimization. Now, some certain things like, I think again in OTC space, you can see this. Previously, all the OTT space had one price point saying that, okay, this is the amount you need to pay for a subscription of seeing the content. Now, in the OTT space, you can see that there are multiple price points. One is that, okay, no ads, this is the price. With ads, this is the price. And you also have like ad-free content, and then you also have the quality of the content also, right? Some apps actually says, if you want to see HD, I think many, the legacy DTH itself has that thing, right? So if you want a DTH, you have a different number, different amount to be paid, and versus like a normal non-HD content and things like that, right? So these are some of the AI parts. So here, price optimization, how do we do is, so when a customer comes into the app, suppose think that it's a freemium app, so where customer is getting engaged. Now, as a monetization, so when the revenue optimization comes is, once he's an engaged user. So that stage is already over. He's an engaged user. He's actually kind of watching the content. He's regular to my OTT app. Now the next stage is to monetize the user. So how do we kind of do it? Like for example, there are certain content, certain genres he sees in the OTT. Now we have a very similar content, what he likes, but it's a premium content. Now, as soon as that particular person comes to the app, if he comes to the app, it is very easy to kind of show him that there is a recommendation which you like, but for this particular content, you need to pay certain things because it's a premium content. Now, suppose the user is not even coming to that. Then we have like other channels, marketing channels, where we can reach out to the users. Now, that kind of price optimization we do using analytics, where we do different pricing, different tiers of product pricings to customers based on their usage and things like that. Next thing is personalized upselling and cross-selling. Sometimes even in like a businesses where you have different products, you can also kind of upsell a product. Like for example, I'll give an example of OTT, Extreme OTT, especially in Airtel, right? We have prepaid recharge also you can do it, right, through an OTT app. So suppose say you are a customer who are actually kind of a postpaid customer, you need not actually pay anything for the OTT at a certain range, right? So you can cross-sell, upsell other business products as well within the same content. How do we do? Like suppose say, what is this usage in internet? What is this usage in how much recharges is doing? So those data we will have it. Accordingly, we kind of do an upselling and cross-selling as well. Next is subscription and retention. Retention we have already touched, right? So subscription wise, again, churn based, like predicting a churn is very important, because if a subscribed user gets churned, there is a revenue leakage, right? If a particular, if suppose say a user who is not a subscribed user, but still you will have a loss of revenue if you are an ad tech driven product, like because your ads revenue will decrease, right? So these are some of the things you kind of do it. So now couple of use cases, I think I have given like lot of use cases in those journeys. So couple of ones which are really interesting ones is, the first one is predictive eye tracking, right? So this one I was telling, no, there is a particular software, again these are certain players in the market actually do this. This is a pure, so they have something called eye tracking devices. So what they do is, they kind of capture data on how a particular eyeball is gazing at a certain attributes in a design, right? So those data points will be collected, and it is not like everybody can do it, because there is a capex involved, right? Because you need the eye tracking devices, collect the data, convert into a data set, build a model, and then use it. So there are products which has been built where you can actually give your UI, especially this one, right? So you can actually give the UI things and say that where exactly the gazing happens highest. Based on that, you can change your design. So that kind of use cases are there in the market. People use that. Apart from that, you have like dynamic user experience, which I have also touched base in onboarding, right? Onboarding is a very important thing. So the product analytics, one of the metric says is almost 70% of the people, they fail to onboard. Like for example, there are products which they open it, but they will never register. So only when you register, you will be able to identify a customer, right? Because it's like, is their username or email ID or whatever. 70% sometimes is a very big number. So you should also have certain capabilities where you will be highlighting that without even login, you can actually play content. It should be there. Otherwise, what happens is you will lose lot of your top funnel users, and then they will never experience how exactly the content is playing. So it's very important to kind of do it. So here, what we usually do in product onboarding, as soon as a person onboard, especially for D0 users, because I don't have recommendations for them at D0, what we do is we capture certain data, preferences, language things at the start of the onboarding itself. And your onboarding should be very easy, because many times too much of onboarding, 10 steps of onboarding will become really hectic, right? Some people will say, okay, you need to onboard from step 1 to step 2, step 2. Most of the people actually fall after step 4. Okay, that's the kind of statistics is there. 4th or 5th is the maximum people stick onto it. So you should keep certain skip buttons, design elements into the place where you capture the preferences, and as soon as the onboarding here, the user experience should be the best there, right? So we kind of use an algorithm there as well, which uses content metadata also there. Like I had told now, we have already the embeddings there, vectors are already there in the database. As soon as we understand the user preferences, we match that to the content and then show that particular content to have a good experience. Same user experience. Now user recommendation using NLP, again, I think a lot of agents are getting built and things are there. Here, mainly from the content perspective, we have the similarity scores between two contents. Like for example, user is already watching a content. The next content, like many people would have seen this one, right? Where a person is actually watching a content, he is fag end of the content, the next content will pop up. saying that, okay, this you might also like. So that particular recommendation is purely through vectors and embeddings, saying that, okay, this particular, what is the similarity score, so that we can give a recommendation right away, right? Real-time recommendations and things like that. And the second thing, what we are also using is the NLP on the customer reviews. Many times we get feedbacks, we don't get direct feedbacks. Nobody will call our customer center and say that, okay, this feature I don't like it, this feature I like it, and things like that. Everything will be there in your app reviews and things like that. So every month what we do is we extract all the reviews, we again do an NLP processing, we remove all the unwanted data in that thing, and then we kind of tokenize it, feature extract it, and take that to our product feature prioritization meetings. There we will say that, see, if everybody is actually complaining that in a content which is very lagging, right? That means that there is some improvement to be done on the player side of it. Now it's a very high prioritization for that particular feature, where we need, how do we optimize our bit rates and things like that, so that buffering is decreased, because that is the main pain point of the user. So how do we do that prioritization is through reviews. So we take the NLPs and things like that. So see, these are some of the use cases. I think I have 4 minutes, so that's all from my side. Thank you very much. Thanks for your time. Any questions? Yeah.
Thank you, Atish. I think the floor is open for questions. Yeah.
Hi.
Hi.
Yeah, thanks, Yatish. It was good, diving deep into the edge cases that you talked about user retention. So I wanted to ask you, how do you deal with, conflicting inputs that you get from your analytics? Like you have known dark patterns, right? Say the skip or unsubscribe button is invisible or transparent, it loads late.
Right.
Now on A/B testing, it looks fantastic. Your users are giving you very good impressions for ads, etc. But the sentiment analysis or feedback would tell you that they're not happy with not being able to skip ads or being able to unsubscribe from promotional emails. So how do you reconcile that sort of conflicting data?
So what we do is we kind of take that data to the data feature prioritization. What we also look into it, suppose say, for example, you told ads, right? We also review the ad tech ads frequency there. So it's okay, like people are not happy with the ads. Are we showing like 10 potted ad in a content, or are we showing a 3 added content? So we'll also look into the other angle as well. So we'll not just look at the subscribe. Yes, people are not happy, but we will also look at the other features also and deep dive into it and short correct that as well. But A/B testing, it is just a kind of gives a directional that A/B testing will never be 100% accurate. As the feature gets adapted, that's the real data only tells the real story, right? As the real story comes in, we kind of adapt accordingly. That's how we do it. A/B testing for an initial stage, yes, we do it. But for a long term, it's all about data, right? A/B testing will not help.
And has it ever figured into revenue optimization as well, like downselling, the possibility of downselling a lower subscription in order to retain a customer rather than have them churn and having to reacquire them?
Correct. So we also do that. Like for example, a subscribed user, if we see that his engagement is low or down, we also kind of push a certain notification that you can enjoy free things as well. Like for example, Shark Tank, right? Shark Tank is will be payable the latest episodes, but all the seasons is free. So that kind of thing also we do. So it is better to lower them rather than churning out.
Right.
We do that.
Perfect. Thanks, Yatish. Thanks.
Any other questions? Oh, yeah.
So, have you ever done competition analytics with your competitors, and how much does it?
Can you use the mic, please? Yeah.
So just wanted to know if you have done any competitive analytics with the competitors, and in your experience, how much uplift does it give to feature prioritization?
Yeah, so we don't directly do a competitive analytics because data will not be there. What we do is there are certain surveys done in the market. Like for example, OTC space, across your, Google gives certain reports saying that certain apps, what is their stickiness compared to other things. There is a service from Google, especially from apps. So we take that as a benchmark and we set our targets and we work towards that. We do it, but not directly. So it's an indirect, like for example, Google Analytics, they publish certain analytics reports where they say that in this category, these are the apps and these are their stickiness and these are their engagement. So that metrics will give you a very good picture where you are there in that quadrant, right? And you will have the journey from there. That's how we do. Any other questions?
I think we're out of time.
Okay.
Thank you, Atish.
Thanks.
So
Thank
any
you.
more questions you can discuss with him. He'll be available outside the hall as well. Thank you, Atish. That was a wonderful presentation. Really insightful. Great round of applause. Yeah. So yeah. So moving on. Next up, we have a very interesting presentation. This will be around optical character recognition, or in short known as OCR, which has transformed how businesses extract and process text from images and documents. But relying on third-party OCR solutions often means high cost, data security concerns, and limited customization. So in today's presentation, the speaker will explore the shift to in-house open source OCR, integrating barcode and QR code detection while enabling AI-driven application like RAG and text summarization. So leading this discussion is Venkata Karthik. He's the senior manager at data science at Johnson and Johnson, an AI expert with more than 15 plus years of experience driving data science innovations across industries. He will also be joined by Varsha HS, who is the senior data scientist at Johnson and Johnson. Welcome, you both. Yeah, the stage is all yours.
Thanks, Amit, for the introduction, and good afternoon, everyone. Oh, it's a full house. Okay. Makes you nervous when you stand in front of a full house, actually. So first of all, thanks to MLDA's team for giving us the opportunity to present our work here. And actually, thanks, kudos to all of you after the lunch to come and join the session. I'll try my best to keep you guys awake as much as possible. And let's see how good I am at that. Okay, so I think just quick, one more thing. I would like to also tell that my team member Varsha and another team member Abhilash, who is in the audience, they are the core team members who helped us on this implementing this OCR work. So I think everywhere it's about the AI agents and also about the RAGs and all. But I think a lot of this depends on the OCR as well, right? So making use of OCR becomes important for us when we want to do any of these AI agents, RAGs and all, right, for extraction. And I'm sure all of you all here know about OCR, but just for the general audience also, right? So OCR is optical character recognition, and it helps us in extracting text from the documents, images, and PDF kind of files and all, right? So it helps you extract the text. And it is useful. Once you have that information, you can store it and you can use it for the further downstream tasks. Okay, now coming to why did we even get into this, right? So we had a situation where we had to work on extracting the text from almost 4 million documents. So that was the situation where we had, and we realized that cost is something very important over here for us. And that is where we decided that I think we should spend some time to see if we can implement something in-house to help us reduce the cost and manage it. Because, end of the day, cost is a very critical factor for any project. So taking care of that is very important. Second thing is always the third party part, right? Always gives you that privacy concern, right? Whether they are, using mine for something else or not. And then comes the customization. So mainly like, if something that you have built, there's a good chance that you can try to customize it for using it in any other aspects. So the current process that we have is like, simple, straightforward. Take the document or take the PDF or image, send it to the third party and extract the text and tables. This is how the current process is. But when we decided to go and try to approach this with the in-house OCR capability, so we wanted to create some data sets to test our modules that we are working on, right? So for that, what we did is we created 3 types of documents. One is like the digital document, another one is the noisy document, and the third one is the handwritten. So the digital documents we created with SynthTiger. It's a way to generate documents with different font size, font types, layouts. You can add distortions, everything you can do for that. And then these other 2 are open source data sets. The digital noisy documents are, there is kind of a noisiness in the text that is there. So we took the FunSD data set, and handwritten we have taken the IAM data set. And when we started doing our research for this, right, so we realized there are a lot of options available, and we didn't have enough time to go and search for everything and test it out. So we tried to narrow it down with an evaluation criteria. So what we looked at was looking at the activity, like how many GitHub stars are there, what was the latest release, then how much of activity is there in that repo. So we took a look at that. And then capabilities. So seeing what languages it supports, then kind of what are the compatibility with other tools, right? Those kind of things we checked. And then finally the usability part. Although there are things which you can directly use, but we always want to have a choice of training it if required. So that was one other option we were looking at when we were looking at the frameworks. And you can see some names that we have looked at. So MMOCR, Keras OCR, GOCR. But I think we narrowed it down to these 4, which is Paddle, Tesseract, Easy OCR, and HDR pipeline. And these modules, right? So when you look at OCR, there are 2 parts in it majorly, right? One is the detection part and then the recognition part. So there are several options available in both of them. So there are a few names you see, right? DB and East. Then you have the word detector, detector NN. So these are different modules we tried, and we found it works out, these combinations work out well for us. And there is a mention of another module called DocTR, which also looks promising for us. We are planning to take it further and do the checks on how it performs for our documents. Okay, so coming to the kind of process that we have now, right? I mean, the one we have tried to implement. See, we realized that each of these modules, right, or frameworks have their own strengths and weaknesses. So when we started looking at the results, so when you get an output from OCR, what are the things that you get is, one is the bounding box. Bounding box meaning telling where the text is present in the document. And second thing is you get a confidence score, which tells how confident the framework is in the text that has been extracted. So we picked up the documents which were having very low values in the confidence score and seeing them, what is the issue that is there in that. So we noticed that, for example, Paddle, right, tends to fail when there is dense text. Okay, lot of paragraphs with lot of text, right? It tends to miss the words. Whereas Tesseract, whereas it works well on tables. If there's a table structure, you can extract the text from the tables. And then you have the Tesseract OCR, which works well on dense text also, but then, kind of on tables and all, it doesn't do such great work over there. So what we did is we combined both of them to see if it helps us improve the results. So what we did is, we took both the outputs and saw which one has the highest confidence score and pick up that one. And then second thing is, we also saw if Paddle has found the output and Tesseract didn't find, we picked up that value for us as the output for us, and vice versa as well. Okay, so I think this part I'll be a little quick. So evaluation metrics, just to make sure how the results are coming out for us. We looked at these 3: word error rate, character error rate, word error rate, and accuracy. So this is at the character level we are seeing how many mistakes are happening. Lower the value, better for us. Word error rate, at the word level, how many errors are happening. So that's also another metric. Again, lower the value, better for us. Accuracy is actually again telling how good is the model with respect to the text that has been extracted in terms of words. Higher the value, better for us. Okay, so this part, right, I think this is the kind of results we got. And actually when I got these results and I was reviewing with the team, the first thing that thought came in my mind was looking at the open source OCR, right? like I could sympathize with these open source frameworks. It was like, my aging eyes, it cannot differentiate between a 0 and an O, B and an 8, right? Those kind of issues. But whereas the third-party APIs, they do a very good job in getting those, small things. So if you look at the results, naturally the third-party APIs are excellent. They have almost 98% for digital, noisy also almost 99, and on handwritten it is around 97. But if you notice, the digital documents with Paddle and Tesseract and EasyOCR, they also seem to be doing good job over there. And when we combine them, so we made a hybrid one, which combines the Paddle and the Tesseract. So there was marginal improvement. At the same time, the error rates have come down a little bit. And same thing with the noisy document also. We had slight improvements, and the error rates have come down. There is definitely scope for improving the results. This is more of a journey for us and a lot of learnings for us. And we are trying to be now, further experiment with ways to improve the results. I think we are pretty close. If we could reach somewhere around 96, 97, I think it is a good thing for us. So that's where we have these results. And this is for handwritten. Clearly, Paddle, Tesseract, EasyOCR don't seem to do a good job on the handwritten. But HDR pipeline did a very good job on that. So you can see that 85%. Again, handwritten sometimes, even I look at my handwriting, I don't understand sometimes what I have written. So I think it's a tough job over there. So it's 85% is a pretty decent work. Okay, so, this part is majorly of how to make it easy for our business to understand and accept, right, of how good our results are. So as a first thing, right, as soon as a business comes to us with a use case, what we do is we immediately take their document, and this is hardly, let's say, an hour's job. We just generate, I'm sorry if it's not so clearly visible, but we generate an output like this, where on the left side you have the original document, and the original page, and the right side is the extracted text in the same positions of where it has been seen. And we also generate an Excel output or a CSV output with the table extractions and also the raw text. This is like an immediate output that we generate and give it to the business to check how good we are able to extract the values. So this is one quick output that we generate. Okay, so as a person who has to design the solution, for me it's very important that not only implementing the solution, but also making sure that the cost is taken care is very important for me. Because end of the day, if we are not able to deploy it, or even if we deploy it and the costs become high, it's very challenging to keep it running. So that is the reason why we decided that we'll not have a front end kind of a UI for this. Because when we go for a front end, we have a lot of infrastructure cost, implementation cost, resource cost, right? So we don't have that. We did a backend API, which is deployed on Kubernetes. So you can pick the files from anywhere, and then you have the Kubernetes running the API. It gets executed, and then you dump the output. And further, to improvise the cost also, what we did is, we have 3 different types of architectures. One is for an event-based, one is streaming, and one is batch. So based on the use case, we try to deploy the API for that scenario. We don't want the API up and running whole day, right? It's unnecessary cost. When there is a requirement where only weekly once we want to execute, we have a batch process. When there is really a requirement for streaming, we go for a streaming. And sometimes it's like, a file comes in, then only we want to trigger it, we have the event-based. So this is how we have designed it to manage the cost part. Okay, I think this is a lot of things. So what we have also done is now, we have created templates. These templates, right, have made our life very easy. The turnaround time has become very quick, and there is no dev work involved in building the extractions that happen. So these 6 templates, right, what you can do is, we have tested it, and it has worked in different scenarios. We have exposure to a lot of use cases with different scenarios. So these templates could handle everything. So what do these templates do is, they basically, you can, if you have a specific table to be extracted or specific paragraph to be extracted, you can just define it in the template and it can work on any document. So that's how we have different features, like you have hook based, where you can define a hook and below that whatever is there it will extract it. Then you want to extract a particular row, you can extract that. Or there is a kind of a spatial relationship also, right? You can extract those kind of values also. Yeah, I think these are all the different features that we have. Okay, so I'll hand it over to my team member Varsha. And one important thing is how this OCR is also helping us is there is something called as table extractions and barcode also. So we have a lot of labels from which we need to extract the information. And that is where actually this kind of frameworks also help us in the extraction. Yeah, Varsha, you can use this. Yeah, green one.
Thank you, Karthik. Can you guys hear me? Okay. Hi all, this is Varsha. So we experimented a few frameworks, models for table extraction. In that we took table transformer from Microsoft, which gave us better results actually. So in this, in the behind, they are using detection transformer model for detecting tables in a document. So they have used two detection transformer models, but they are trained on the 1 million data sets, but with a different object classes. So one they are using for table detection. So when we get an input, it will try to, using the detection transformer model, it has been trained on two object classes, that is table and rotated table. So it will try to detect the table in it. Then in the next step, using the same detection transform model, but here it has been trained on 6 object classes. That is like it will try to detect rows, columns, text cells, and also column headers and row headers. So at the end, we'll be getting the, in a document, it will try to detect the table and its components like rows, columns, and its column header and row header. So this is the, currently we are using this framework for table extraction. So when we get an input, we'll try to use the table transformer for detecting the table in the image. Then using this, so we also get the cells and rows and columns. On top of it, we are using paddle OCR to extract the text from each of these cells. So at the end, we'll be having a result. It is a combination of like table detected by Microsoft table transformer and the text extracted by paddle OCR. So with OCR, we also have barcode decoder in our flow. So as we all know, barcode is nothing but it is the like visual representation of data. It will be in machine readable format. So there are two types of barcode. One is linear and other one is matrix. Linear is 1D. It is it has a series of lines, and the other one is like it is a 2D. So example for these are linear is it can be a vehicle identification number or product code. In the matrix, it is nothing but the QR code and data matrix. So this is the flow we are using to decode a barcode. So when we get an document, we try to convert this document into image, and we use a method called as clay actually. It is a method used to improve the contrast of the image using a histogram equalization. So it helps to reduce the noise in the image. Once this enhanced image, we are sending it to YOLO V5. So this YOLO V5, it is trained on to detect the barcodes in the image. So if YOLO V5 fails, we are sending the entire image to barcode decoder. So here in barcode decoder steps, we are using 3 packages actually. First one is ZSync CPP. If that fails, we are using PyLib DMTX. If both of these open source models fails, then we are going for a third party API. Suppose if YOLO V5 finds out the barcode in the image, we are cropping that image and we are sending it to barcode decoder. So wherever we have barcode decoder, we are using the same 3 packages to decode it. Suppose it also fails in this step, we are trying to enhance the image using a super resolution model called EDSR, that is enhanced deep residual network for single image resolution. So it is trained to improve the resolution of the image. So at the end, we'll be getting a high resolution barcode image, cropped barcode image. This we are sending it to barcode decoder for further decoding. So this we tried it on 165 files, and we got an accuracy around 84%. Okay. In this journey, we also experimented multiple techniques we can use to enhance the OCR results. So first one is like how we can use AI as a post-process OCR error correction. So in this, we are taking we are taking the text from the open source model, and the text which has very less confidence, less than 93%, we are taking that word with the preceding and following 5 words, and we are giving this like context snippet to the chat GPT to enhance to correct the low confidence word. So by this way, it will try to it has given us like 3% of it increased a 3% of accuracy. Then we also tried LLMs and VLMs for OCR tasks. So like Llama OCR, QN models for OCR tasks, and also GOT OCR 2.0. In this case, it accepts bounding boxes and image to give the text. But the limitation we found in these things are it doesn't provide us bounding boxes. It requires extensive resources, and there is also limitation on output tokens it generates. Next is OCR free RAG. So there is a model called Colpali which takes input, and it gives us it identifies the text in it and answers it directly from the image. So by this, it tries to bypass the traditional OCR. So in turn, it uses a VLM to extract the text, but as those VLMs have contextual understanding, and it understands the relationship between the visual elements and the text. So this performs very well when compared to our traditional OCR processes. Yeah, in conclusion, like we have multiple like open source models. They have their own advantages and disadvantages, but when we combine them, it gives us a overall better accuracy. And we can use VLMs for if we don't need a bounding boxes for like these also provide us better accuracy based on because they are trained for on contextual understanding. So yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Uh, Thank you, Varsha and Venkata, Karthik, that. So the floor, I think we can have few questions. Yes, yeah.
Yeah, I think this gentleman here.
Yeah, can we get the mic in the front, please? Yeah.
Hi, this is Mansa from Wells Fargo. So I just wanted to understand, let's say in finance industry or any industry, how do you handle handwritten checks? How do you extract the signature, or if there's a fading ink, checks are written in different currencies. So how do you handle that type of data?
See, I think for signatures and all, like OCR may be difficult. Okay, and it's a signature, so mostly kind of training a model to identify where the signature, and I think in checks you know where the signature would be, right? So you can take the signature, extract it from there, and then match it with the original signature and see whether there's a matching or not. That kind of thing can be done. But I don't think OCR can help you much on there. Handwritten is extremely challenging, that we have seen. And that's why even when with business, right, when we talk to them, we know if there is a handwritten document, I think we give them a heads up before itself saying that, we can't assure you the results. Because, I have seen documents where they write, they strike it, and on top of that, again they write. So that, no, it's impossible to do. So that's a challenge still.
Yeah. How are you in health?
Sorry.
How are you determining the confidence score?
So that's part of the framework actually. It provides the confidence scores whenever it extracts the text. So you get a confidence score along with it. So the confidence scores will be between 0 to 1. Higher the value, higher confidence. But what we have seen is even 93% sometimes, right, the text is not so great. So that's why anything below 93, right, we are assuming that it's something that we have to go and check that text. And this can be very helpful for alerts. Like, let's say you get the output, how you can alert the user saying that, please go back and check this because this value doesn't seem to be very confident for us. So these generally you get it through the framework also, the confidence.
So alerts is based on your confidence score.
Yeah. You can set up the alarm based on the confidence scores.
Thank you.
So you had something, yeah.
So is your tool able to handle lab reports or doctors' handwritten notes? Uh, even if it may be, if the text is may not be very clear, but let's say they're lab reports, they have images, they have diagnosis next to it, so and different metrics. So is your tool able to handle all of that?
Yeah, yeah, we are able to extract the text from all the kind of, if there is a report, right? So in our case, we have something called as batch quality reports which we get. So those reports we are able to extract. And that is where actually we have this notification kind of a thing where if the confidence scores are not great, before finalizing it.
So I have three questions for you, right? So one is, if you look at a document, right? So that document might be a mix of, like just plain text and tables as well. So I did see that you were using two different architectures for both of these scenarios. So does that mean that you were passing a single document into these two architectures differently, or was it combined?
Yeah, so I think that's a very good question. So tables, right, is a challenge. Okay, see, OCR will extract it, but the problem is maintaining that structure. Now I take that OCR output, right, and I cannot just take that table and start using it. That's the challenge. That is the reason why we have that table transformer, where in a document we identify the table and then we extract the text. That helps us maintain the structure of the table. Yeah, so that's let's say a pipeline. So we decide, based on the use case, if this is a table extraction, we have a pipeline which extracts that part. If it is a kind of a scenario where both of them will be there, then we run both the pipelines to make sure we extract both of them.
So how do you identify whether there will be a table that exists or not?
Yeah, so the table transformers, right, which Varsha was discussing, they are trained on different types of tables. So whenever in a document it identifies a table, right, it can identify the region of that table, and then you can extract that. And then you extract the text from it. And best part it is maintains the structure of the cells and all. Because if you have seen that slide, it can tell the cell where it is, the rows, columns, everything. Normal OCR will distort that part.
Okay. My second and third question is related to the post-processing, right?
Right.
So you did mention that you are working on 4 million documents.
Right.
And running ChatGPT on 4 million documents, that would not be scalable.
Right.
That's one thing. So have you used some other model apart from ChatGPT, something like BART, that is specifically for correcting these OCR errors?
Yes.
So
yes.
what is your experience on this?
Yeah, actually that's the part. So another reason why we are not going for all these paid APIs is the cost part. So we are making use of some open source model, like especially for some Q&A kind of thing also, right? We make use of BERT models to keep it simple for extraction purpose. Because for 4 million kind of documents when you send, right, cost is very high. So we do have some smaller versions like of BERT and all incorporated inside it, which is useful when the specific model is invoked. So we use that.
Got it. Thank you.
Hello.
Yeah, it's open source.
Hello. Can you use the mic, please?
Oh yeah, that's a very good question. This challenge was something we also had. So table continuing in another document, right? I think that's the big thing which we had to work on. So again, it doesn't work directly, okay? It's not like OCR or the table extraction can do it. You have to have a post-processing step which can merge them. And actually the templates, I couldn't spend much time on that because of the time constraint. But those templates, right, which we have the 6 templates, they have a kind of logics written which can handle that. So what we have also some modules where you can specify what is the header of the table, and if you know what is the next table which comes after it, right, you can give that header. So how many ever pages that table goes, right, it can extract it. And not only that, other than that, we have another logic also which can keep looking at the rows. And as soon as it identifies that the table's rows are getting over and something new is starting, it will extract everything on top of it. So you have to write a post-processing.
Yeah, so hello, I'm Anirudh and I'm from EY. So I have a question on the pre-processing side.
Right.
Where, so as a, we are global tax filer for most of the companies, right? So as you see, some of the assignees might send documents, let's say LIC documents can be click from this range or this range. So it can be the date can be on top of the table or page, or can be in the middle, right? At that time, how do you pre-process where, basically do you position where you could find the date in the document, where you can find the subject in the document? That way, when it is a non-editable image taken from the pictures, how do you proceed?
I think this is also again one of the template that we have, because these are all the scenarios we came across and we implemented them in the logic. So the question is like, if one time it is on top, next time it is somewhere else, how do you manage that, right? So we are looking, there is a, a template where we look at the spatial relationship. So it doesn't matter where the word is in that document. If it finds out that word where it is present, based on that, we know where are the other things. So according to that, we try to extract. So we are not like hard coding that this is the location, so look over there. We even search in the document after extraction, where is it present? And based on that, we know, okay, if this text is over here, then the date will be somewhere on the right. So we look for it in that direction. So based on the spatial relation also, we are identifying the text. So these are all like, when the use case comes to us, we discuss everything, and based on that, we set it up and keep for all the templates. Yeah.
Hello.
Yeah.
So I want to ask that for the stamps,
For
are
the
you stamp?
Stamp. Okay.
Stamp duty.
Okay.
So I want to ask that are you able to extract the text from the stamp having the different rotations from them?
Yes. As long as the stamp is not blurred or, kind of there's a push on that, right? It gets a little blurry. But otherwise, on the stamps and all, you can extract it.
Hello. Hi. I would request, when you're asking question, please introduce yourself. Yeah, thank you.
Hi, Monis Singh from Stancy. So I just want to know that you have a complex PDF, and do you want to maintain the layout or the structure of the PDF as well after your OCR and the pre-processing done? And do you also think of a step where there's expectation from you to convert those text to some other language or translation kind of a thing?
And maybe put it back into the same place and all, right?
Same place, same thing
Yeah.
everywhere.
So if you notice the one slide which we showed, I showed you that left side is the document and right side is we are maintaining that, right? That's exactly the part. So once you know the OCR text, right, where it is, you can club that to make it a line. You can club that to make a paragraph, because you know the starting point, ending point of where the paragraphs are, lines are, right? And then once you have it, you know the position where it is. So you can extract the whole thing, translate it, put it back in that. So you can do that.
So do you use any kind of a open source model, or you
For translations?
No, this keeping this structure.
This structure part, I think our model itself can do that. I mean, our framework itself can extract it. Translations, again, my experience, and I think everyone's experience, better to go with a third party, because, open source, it's not so still to that level where you can get good results. Yeah.
Hey, hi.
Hi.
Yeah, one last question.
My name is Anubhav. I'm from EY. That's a pretty good solution that you have created, and
thank you.
And I'm just thinking around that what you pushed you guys towards doing this was probably the cost.
Yeah.
You had a great target to achieve 4 million documents. I don't know if probably many of the solution integrators would get a use case around saying that we have to build something for this huge amount. But I was just interested in knowing the story about how many iterations you took to come up to this solution, because I see so many things that you first try your open source thing, then your own vision, then again in the flow you say that you are going to the third party, reducing the cost further. So probably not the one iteration is what I can think. How much time, how many team, a little bit about.
Yeah, definitely. It's a very good question. You understand our pain that we have gone through. So it's more than a year that we have been doing these iterations. And actually, it's more like we picked up what are really important and started implementing them. And let's say 95% of the problem gets solved with these things. The remaining 5% is something like our bucket list now. So we will start working on them. But yeah, it's not an easy job. Literally we sat and looked at every document where the issue is coming, then see why it is coming, then fix it. And this 4 million document was also a big challenge for us when it came to us, right? And that is where we actually realized we need to do something about it. And now with this framework, we are able to manage that part to a great extent. Until and unless there is really a kind of handwritten documents, third-party APIs is our last resort in that way. Yeah.
And just from the management or the cost perspective, if I have to say I would have spent 1 rupee, now I would have spent?
For this framework, is it? So right now, since we have tried to optimize that maximum based on the use cases, as I told, right, either it's a batch process, streaming, or the event-based, based on the use case, we deploy the model wherever based on the requirement that has come. So that way, right, the cost, I would say we have been able to reduce it at least by 50 to 60%, I would say. 50 to 60.
Nice, nice. And the last question is around, you showed a bunch of comparison that, okay, paddle was this much,
Yeah.
and then whatever hybrid situation we created, we got this much. For that percentages, you handpicked your documents uh, from the actual documents that was part of that 4 million, or was it your means you got the documents from specifically what other OCR used to train?
We took open source. So all the 3 documents, if you've seen the dataset part, they are all generated. The digital document is completely generated documents. And the other two documents are open source, where, see, the main problem with OCR to evaluate is you need to have the document or page, and along with it, you need to have the text and the location also, right, to confirm whether it's correct or not. So we used open source for that again.
So it's highly manual. It was highly manual.
Yeah, it was manual. It was manual. That initial phase was a little bit of a manual work. But afterwards, once we had the data set, then it was more of iterations to improve the results.
Nice.
Yeah.
So it's a standalone team that you have now, just working on this thing.
Yeah. So it's like our side job. Other than the main projects, we contribute some time to work on all these things.
And what is the team size?
So right now it is 5 people. Okay. Yeah, 5 people. But again, core will be Varsha and Abhilash are the core team members for that.
Amazing. Thank you so much for those
Thank you.
insightful talk there.
Thank you,
Thank you,
everyone.
Varsha.
Thank
Thank you, Venkata. Yeah. So, thank you. So the next session would start at 3:50. So there is 40 under 40 awards happening at Hall 1. I would request all of you to head to Hall 1. Thank you so much. See you again at 3:50 p.m. Yeah.
the belief that data could empower businesses to think bigger and do better on their own. Self-sufficiency remains at the core of our offerings to enterprises. We strongly believe that we live in an age of hyper-personalization. Enterprises, in the quest for being digitally at the top of their game, often face critical challenges. Challenges that can result in millions of dollars lost or missed opportunities to earn them. They're looking to evolve while overcoming their own unique set of challenges.
We today engage with more than 60 plus global enterprises across multiple verticals like retail, consumer goods, pharma, technology, and many more to come.
We're here to enable them to make smarter, faster decisions with enterprise intelligence. It's not just about solving problems, it's about building trust both with people and the tech and creating everlasting value.
Our strength doesn't just lie in numbers, it's in the unparalleled expertise of our mathematicians. Our people are the heartbeat of MathCo. They innovate, collaborate, and bring ideas to life in ways that drive real-world outcomes.
Every individual has a space to take ownership, make an impact, and shape not just their careers, but the success stories of our clients.
Everything we do revolves around creating meaningful experiences, whether it's through exceptional delivery for our clients or the way we collaborate and support one another as a team.
Each mathematician's goal aligned with a larger mission to empower decision makers in global enterprises to own and activate intelligence.
Our goal is to scale MathCo from where we are to 10 times our size. 10x in terms of the value that we add to our customers, the quality of experts we have on board, and the capabilities that we invest in. All in all, we want to be a one-stop shop for all our customers' digital transformation needs.
Synechron is a leading global consulting firm for digital transformation and technology enhancements. We specialize in the financial services and technology innovation sectors. We work hard to become the trusted innovation and transformation partner of choice to our clients. Synechron's progressive technologies and optimization strategies span end-to-end artificial intelligence, consulting, digital, cloud and DevOps, data, and software engineering, servicing an array of noteworthy top-tier firms. Our coordinated, cross-regional teams have deep domain experience in high-tech, capital markets, investment banking, wealth management, retail and commercial banking, asset management, exchanges, insurance, and payments, as well as cutting-edge technologies. Our 14,000-plus global employees, spanning 55 offices across 20 countries, are passionate about innovation and meeting new challenges.
Our team at Synechron is committed to pushing the boundaries of AI technology and delivering state-of-the-art solutions. We understand the importance of staying ahead in today's fast-paced world, and Gen AI tools are designed to give you that competitive edge. The future is here, and Gen AI is leading the way. Embrace the power of generative AI with Synechron Nexus tools.
In a world clouded with complexity and ambiguity, there exist significant opportunities for disruption and growth. At Tiger Analytics, we help our clients navigate this uncertainty, empowering them to move decisively through shifting sands, unlocking these opportunities. We work with our clients to strategize, design, and engineer a future-ready enterprise. At Tiger Analytics, we've been reimagining possibilities with cutting-edge AI and analytics, solving some of the toughest problems out there and building the blueprint for tomorrow. And at the heart of this mission is our battle-tested team of exceptional technologists and consultants. It's our unique expertise and character that enable us to create exceptional value even in hazy conditions. That's our tiger gene. The tiger gene is what makes us learn relentlessly, experiment without fear, seek help and offer help. The tiger gene is what helps us uncomplicate complex problems, build for the future, deliver clarity amidst ambiguity. To our clients who are traversing a fog of uncertainty, we are not just a technology partner, we are a certainty partner, relentlessly seeking, solving, challenging and growing. Together, as we set bold ambitions and target extraordinary outcomes, let us experience the power of data-guided decisions, the potential of connected insights, the promise of an AI-empowered future. Experience certainty to shape a better tomorrow with Tiger Analytics.
Even before the world could start talking about AI and Gen AI, for the last 15 years, we have invested in AI with the pioneers in AI. We have built some world-class solutions around AI.
Wipro has been at the cutting edge of data science and AI for a while now. Wipro and I get to work across various and diverse industries, everything from agriculture to pharmaceuticals to healthcare to oil and gas.
So we are helping many Mang level customers in their transformation journey. So we have strategic consultants, we have domain experts, we have data scientists. So basically we do customer hand holding right from the inception to post-deployment stage.
We have more than 400 plus use cases which are live. We embed AI into the end-to-end software development lifecycle, as well as we are working with our clients to infuse AI into the operations as well, the application management services, infra management services, by bringing in the generative AI to enable an end-to-end transformation, autonomous operations for our clients, predictive operations for our clients.
Our responsible AI is taken extremely seriously, and we have typically 4 dimensions that we talk about. One is the societal dimension, the individual dimension, environmental, and technical dimensions.
So there's a wide variety of work that we get exposed to in terms of AI and solving various kinds of industry challenges, and that's the part I love most about. And Wipro offers a tremendous great learning environment, a working environment for us to learn every day and experiment on various things.
The amount of flexibility this company offers in terms of the working location or the working hours, that is why I feel that I could not find a better company to start my career with.
Apart from work, I just wanted to talk about the facilities that we have. We have a great creche over here, and my daughter goes to that creche. At the end of the day, we get to spend time together with the strays, and we can spend some time with them and can feed them. I feel this is something which is really unique and great about Wipro, that we are able to share this message of love to our next generation with all these small things that we do, and I feel super proud about it.
So it is understanding their aspirations, understanding their capabilities which they may not be aware of, and that requires observation, that requires passion to help the person, and that's what Wipro is all about.
It's an exciting place for people to come work here, work in cutting edge technology or solve real life problems and really transform the world as well. That's what we are.
And this is a great place for people to work, and me being an example of that. It gives you an opportunity to explore different domains, different technologies and different geographies, which can provide a very nourishing experience for the people. Working in Wipro is an exciting learning experience.
For me, working in Wipro is all about creativity.
Working with Wipro is innovative.
I find working at Wipro extremely impactful.
Working at Wipro is exhilarating for me.
For me, Wipro is a second home.
Even before the world could start talking about AI and Gen AI, for the last 15 years, We have invested in AI with the pioneers in AI.
Our responsible AI is taken extremely seriously, and we have typically 4 dimensions that we talk about. One is the societal dimension, the individual dimension, environmental, and technical dimensions.
And Wipro offers a tremendous great learning environment, a working environment for us to learn every day and experiment on various things.
Working in Wipro is an exciting learning experience.
For me, working in Wipro is all about creativity.
Working with Wipro is innovative.
At Google, AI isn't a tomorrow thing. It's a today thing. And sure, we can ask for answers to life's tough questions. But today, we can also ask it to do tough things, like ship that wood more efficiently, use satellites to reduce methane emissions, turn DNA into code to make drought-resistant corn. Oh, cool. It can spot and fill potholes, spot disease earlier, spot asteroids to protect Earth. It can create apps with just words in just hours. Today, Google AI can scan 100,000 lines of code in 2 minutes to spot and fix bugs. It can translate from code to code and is one step closer to speaking 1,000 languages, even whale. Today, AI impacts lives for the better and understands the world the way you do. Our AI spots threats 7 times faster, understands speech sentiment, helps prevent vision loss, predicts weather 10 days out in 2 minutes, translates thousands of pages in seconds, detects lead pipes to keep drinking water clean, eliminates paperwork so care is more human, generates from text, visuals, audio, and video, creates entire worlds from your imagination, creates this thing and that thing, a new thing, the new way to cloud. At Google, AI isn't a tomorrow thing. It's a today thing. And sure, we can ask for answers to life's tough questions. But today, we can also ask it to do tough things, like ship that wood more efficiently, use satellites to reduce methane emissions, turn DNA into code to make drought-resistant corn. Oh, cool. It can spot and fill potholes, spot disease earlier, spot asteroids to protect Earth. It can create apps with just words in just hours. Today, Google AI can scan 100,000 lines of code in 2 minutes to spot and fix bugs. It can translate from code to code and is one step closer to speaking 1,000 languages, even whale. Today, AI impacts lives for the better and understands the world the way you do. Our AI spots threats 7 times faster, understands speech sentiment, helps prevent vision loss, predicts weather 10 days out in 2 minutes, translates thousands of pages in seconds, detects lead pipes to keep drinking water clean, eliminates paperwork so care is more human, generates from text, visuals, audio, and video, creates entire worlds from your imagination, creates this thing and that thing, a new thing, the new way to cloud.
Mathco began with a bold yet simple vision in 2016 to help enterprises unlock the full potential of their data and solve their most pressing challenges. We started as a small, passionate team of problem solvers, driven by the belief that data could empower businesses to think bigger and do better on their own. Self-sufficiency remains at the core of our offerings to enterprises. We strongly believe that we live in an age of hyper-personalization. Enterprises, in the quest for being digitally at the top of their game, often face critical challenges. Challenges that can result in millions of dollars lost or missed opportunities to earn them. They're looking to evolve while overcoming their own unique set of challenges.
We today engage with more than 60 plus global enterprises across multiple verticals like retail, consumer goods, pharma, technology, and many more to come
We're here to enable them to make smarter, faster decisions with enterprise intelligence. It's not just about solving problems, it's about building trust both with people and the tech and creating everlasting value.
Our strength doesn't just lie in numbers, it's in the unparalleled expertise of our mathematicians. Our people are the heartbeat of MathCo. They innovate, collaborate, and bring ideas to life in ways that drive real-world outcomes.
Every individual has a space to take ownership, make an impact, and shape not just their careers, but the success stories of our clients.
Everything we do revolves around creating meaningful experiences, whether it's through exceptional delivery for our clients or the way we collaborate and support one another as a team.
Each mathematician's goal aligned with a larger mission to empower decision makers in global enterprises to own and activate intelligence.
Our goal is to scale MathCo from where we are to 10 times our size. 10x in terms of the value that we add to our customers, the quality of experts we have on board, and the capabilities that we invest in. All in all, we want to be a one-stop shop for all our customers' digital transformation needs.
Synechron is a leading global consulting firm for digital transformation and technology enhancements. We specialize in the financial services and technology innovation sectors. We work hard to become the trusted innovation and transformation partner of choice to our clients. Synechron's progressive technologies and optimization strategies span end-to-end artificial intelligence, consulting, digital, cloud and DevOps, data, and software engineering, servicing an array of noteworthy top-tier firms. Our coordinated cross-regional teams have deep domain experience in high-tech, capital markets, investment banking, wealth management, retail and commercial banking, asset management, exchanges, insurance, and payments, as well as cutting-edge technologies. Our 14,000-plus global employees, spanning 55 offices across 20 countries, are passionate about innovation and meeting new challenges.
Our team at Synechron is committed to pushing the boundaries of AI technology and delivering state-of-the-art solutions. We understand the importance of staying ahead in today's fast-paced world, and Gen AI tools are designed to give you that competitive edge. The future is here, and Gen AI is leading the way. Embrace the power of generative AI with Synechron Nexus tools.
In a world clouded with complexity and ambiguity, there exist significant opportunities for disruption and growth. At Tiger Analytics, we help our clients navigate this uncertainty, empowering them to move decisively through shifting sands, unlocking these opportunities. We work with our clients to strategize, design, and engineer a future-ready enterprise. At Tiger Analytics, we've been reimagining possibilities with cutting-edge AI and analytics, solving some of the toughest problems out there and building the blueprint for tomorrow. And at the heart of this mission is our battle-tested team of exceptional technologists and consultants. It's our unique expertise and character that enable us to create exceptional value even in hazy conditions. That's our Tiger Gene. The Tiger Gene is what makes us learn relentlessly, experiment without fear, seek help and offer help. The Tiger Gene is what helps us uncomplicate complex problems, build for the future, deliver clarity amidst ambiguity. To our clients who are traversing a fog of uncertainty, we are not just a technology partner, we are a certainty partner, relentlessly seeking, solving, challenging, and growing. Together, as we set bold ambitions and target extraordinary outcomes, let us experience the power of data-guided decisions, the potential of connected insights, the promise of an AI-empowered future. Experience certainty to shape a better tomorrow with Tiger Analytics.
Even before the world could start talking about AI and Gen AI, for the last 15 years, we have invested in AI with the pioneers in AI. We have built some world-class solutions around AI.
Wipro has been at the cutting edge of data science and AI for a while now. Wipro and I get to work across various and diverse industries, everything from agriculture to pharmaceuticals to healthcare to oil and gas.
So we are helping many Mang level customers in their transformation journey. So we have strategic consultants, we have domain experts, we have data scientists. So basically we do customer hand holding right from the inception to post-deployment stage.
We have more than 400 plus use cases which are live. We embed AI into the end-to-end software development lifecycle, as well as we are working with our clients to infuse AI into the operations as well, the application management services, infra management services, by bringing in the generative AI to enable an end-to-end transformation, autonomous operations for our clients, predictive operations for our clients.
Our responsible AI is taken extremely seriously, and we have typically 4 dimensions that we talk about. One is the societal dimension, the individual dimension, environmental, and technical dimensions.
So there's a wide variety of work that we get exposed to in terms of AI and solving various kinds of industry challenges, and that's the part I love most about. And Wipro offers a tremendous great learning environment, a working environment for us to learn every day and experiment on various things.
The amount of flexibility this company offers in terms of the working location or the working hours, that is why I feel that I could not find a better company to start my career with.
Apart from work, I just wanted to talk about the facilities that we have. We have a great creche over here, and my daughter goes to that creche. At the end of the day, we get to spend time together with the strays, and we can spend some time with them and can feed them. I feel this is something which is really unique and great about Wipro, that we are able to share this message of love to our next generation with all these small things that we do, and I feel super proud about it.
So it is understanding their aspirations, understanding their capabilities which they may not be aware of, and that requires observation, that requires passion to help the person, and that's what Wipro is all about.
It's an exciting place for people to come work here, work in cutting edge technology or solve real life problems and really transform the world as well. That's what we are.
And this is a great place for people to work, and me being an example of that. It gives you an opportunity to explore different domains, different technologies and different geographies, which can provide a very nourishing experience for the people. Working in Wipro is an exciting learning experience.
For me, working in Wipro is all about creativity.
Working with Wipro is innovative.
I find working at Wipro extremely impactful.
Working at Wipro is exhilarating for me.
For me, Wipro is a second home.
Even before the world could start talking about AI and Gen AI, for the last 15 years, we have invested in AI with the pioneers in AI.
Our responsible AI is taken extremely seriously, and we have typically 4 dimensions that we talk about. One is the societal dimension, the individual dimension, environmental, and technical dimensions.
And Wipro offers a tremendous great learning environment, a working environment for us to learn every day and experiment on various things.
Working in Wipro is an exciting learning experience.
For me, working in Wipro is all about creativity.
Working with Wipro is innovative.
At Google, AI isn't a tomorrow thing. It's a today thing. And sure, we can ask for answers to life's tough questions. But today, we can also ask it to do tough things, like ship that wood wood more efficiently. Use satellites to reduce methane emissions. Turn DNA into code to make drought-resistant corn. Oh, cool. It can spot and fill potholes. Spot disease earlier. Spot asteroids to protect Earth. It can create apps with just words and just hours. Today, Google AI can scan 100,000 lines of code in 2 minutes to spot and fix bugs. It can translate from code to code and is one step closer to speaking 1,000 languages, even whale. Today, AI impacts lives for the better and understands the world the way you do. Our AI spots threats 7 times faster, understands speech sentiment, helps prevent vision loss, predicts weather 10 days out in 2 minutes, translates thousands of pages in seconds, detects lead pipes to keep drinking water clean, eliminates paperwork so care is more human, generates from text, visuals, audio, and video, creates entire worlds from your imagination, creates this thing and that thing, a new thing, the new way, to cloud. At Google, AI isn't a tomorrow thing. It's a today thing. And sure, we can ask for answers to life's tough questions. But today, we can also ask it to do tough things, like ship that wood more efficiently, use satellites to reduce methane emissions, turn DNA into code to make drought-resistant corn. Oh, cool. It can spot and fill potholes, spot disease earlier, spot asteroids to protect Earth. It can create apps with just words and just hours. Today, Google AI can scan 100,000 lines of code in 2 minutes to spot and fix bugs. It can translate from code to code and is one step closer to speaking 1,000 languages, even whale. Today, AI impacts lives for the better and understands the world the way you do. Our AI spots threats 7 times faster, understands speech sentiment, helps prevent vision loss, predicts weather 10 days out in 2 minutes, translates thousands of pages in seconds, detects lead pipes to keep drinking water clean, eliminates paperwork so care is more human, generates from text, visuals, audio, and video, creates entire worlds from your imagination, creates this thing and that thing, a new thing, the new way, to cloud.
Mathco began with a bold yet simple vision in 2016 to help enterprises unlock the full potential of their data and solve their most pressing challenges. We started as a small, passionate team of problem solvers, driven by the belief that data could empower businesses to think bigger and do better on their own.
Self-sufficiency remains at the core of our offerings to enterprises. We strongly believe that we live in an age of hyper-personalization. Enterprises, in the quest for being digitally at the top of their game, often face critical challenges. Challenges that can result in millions of dollars lost or missed opportunities to earn them. They're looking to evolve while overcoming their own unique set of challenges.
We today engage with more than 60 plus global enterprises across multiple verticals like retail, consumer goods, pharma, technology, and many more to come.
We're here to enable them to make smarter, faster decisions with enterprise intelligence. It's not just about solving problems, it's about building trust both with people and with tech and creating everlasting value.
Our strength doesn't just lie in numbers, it's in the unparalleled expertise of our mathematicians. Our people are the heartbeat of Mathco. They innovate, collaborate, and bring ideas to life in ways that drive real-world outcomes.
Every individual has a space to take ownership, make an impact, and shape not just their careers, but the success stories of our clients.
Everything we do revolves around creating meaningful experiences, whether it's through exceptional delivery for our clients or the way we collaborate and support one another as a team.
Each mathematician's goal aligned with a larger mission to empower decision makers in global enterprises to own and activate intelligence.
Our
goal is to scale Mathco from where we are to 10 times our size. 10x in terms of the value that we add to our customers, the quality of experts we have on board, and the capabilities that we invest in. All in all, we want to be a one-stop shop for all our customers' digital transformation needs.
Synechron is a leading global consulting firm for digital transformation and technology enhancements. We specialize in the financial services and technology innovation sectors. We work hard to become the trusted innovation and transformation partner of choice to our clients. Synechron's progressive technologies and optimization strategies span end-to-end artificial intelligence, consulting, digital, cloud and DevOps, data, and software engineering, servicing an array of noteworthy top-tier firms. Our coordinated cross-regional teams have deep domain experience in high-tech, capital markets, investment banking, wealth management, retail and commercial banking, asset management, exchanges, insurance, and payments, as well as cutting-edge technologies. Our 14,000-plus global employees, spanning 55 offices across 20 countries, are passionate about innovation and meeting new challenges. Our team at Synechron is committed to pushing the boundaries of AI technology and delivering state-of-the-art solutions. We understand the importance of staying ahead in today's fast-paced world, and Gen AI tools are designed to give you that competitive edge. The future is here, and Gen AI is leading the way. Embrace the power of generative AI with Synechron Nexus tools.
In a world clouded with complexity and ambiguity, there exist significant opportunities for disruption and growth. At Tiger Analytics, we help our clients navigate this uncertainty, empowering them to move decisively through shifting sands, unlocking these opportunities. We work with our clients to strategize, design, and engineer a future-ready enterprise. At Tiger Analytics, we've been reimagining possibilities with cutting-edge AI and analytics, solving some of the toughest problems out there and building the blueprint for tomorrow. And at the heart of this mission is our battle-tested team of exceptional technologists and consultants. It's our unique expertise and character that enable us to create exceptional value even in hazy conditions. That's our Tiger gene. The Tiger gene is what makes us learn relentlessly, experiment without fear, seek help, and offer help. The Tiger gene is what helps us uncomplicate complex problems, build for the future, deliver clarity amidst ambiguity. To our clients who are traversing a fog of uncertainty,
ಅದು ವಿಡಿಯೋ ಟೀಮ್ ಬ್ರೋ ಸೊ ಎಷ್ಟು ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡೋದು 2 minutes ಏನಿಲ್ಲ ಜಸ್ಟ್ ಡೈರೆಕ್ಟ್ಲಿ ಇಂಟ್ರೊಡ್ಯೂಸ್ ಸೊ ಇದು ಮ್ಯಾಥ್ಕೋ ಇಂದ 348 ಓಕೆ ಆಥರ್ದು ಕಳಿಸಿದ್ದಾರೆ ನೋಡಿದ್ರೆ ಬಂತು ಬ್ರೋ ಆಯ್ತಲ್ಲ ಓಕೆ ಸೊ ಇಷ್ಟೇ ಬ್ರೋ ಏನೋ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ನೋಡಿ ಈ ಥರ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಬ್ರೋ ಅವನು ಕಮ್ಮಿ ಇದೆ ಇವಾಗ ಏನು ಮಾಡಲಿ ಓಕೆ ಯಾ as in like the stage looks a bit narrow and short, so I was just thinking, do we have to go up on this stage or no? Yeah,
because the video recording is coming, so one can come from that side and.
Mic is there, bro.
Mic. Sisya is on height. Yeah, one second. Pranshu ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಹಾಕ್ಬೇಕಂದ್ರೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಲಾಸ್ಟ್ ಮಿನಿಟಿಗೆ ಬಂದು ಇದು ಮಾಡ್ತಾರಲ್ಲ ಒಂದು ಸೆಕೆಂಡ್ ಇಲ್ಲಿಂದ ಏನೂ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಅನ್ಸುತ್ತೆ ಇವನೇನು ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾನೆ ಪ್ರಾಂಶು has been successfully solved ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಬಿಲ್ಡಪ್ ಬೇಕಲ್ಲ ಸೊ 342 ಓಕೆ where is ಎಲ್ಲೋದ ಬ್ರೋ ಅವನು oh yeah successfully solve complex okay across industries including airlines tech
ಸಿಗ್ನಲ್ ಕೊಡ್ತೀನಿ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ
sure ಬ್ರೋ ಅದು ವಿಡಿಯೋ ನೋಡ್ಕೊಂಬಿಡಿ ಆಯ್ತಾ hello everyone. I request all in another 2 minutes. Please settle down and have great time. Yeah. So the next session is on ads and automating ads. Like everybody knows that creating digital ads is no longer just about design. It's about automation, precision, and visual realism, right? So in today's session, the speakers will present a generative AI framework that streamlines ad creation by tackling photorealism and seamless product background transitions. This is going to be a very creative area segment with AI/ML in it. Leading this discussion, we have Pranshu Agarwal. He is the lead AI engineer at Mathco, a generative AI expert with nearly a decade of experience in developing cutting-edge AI solution across industries, including airlines, edtech, and sports, delivering scalable, high-impact solutions for Fortune 500 companies. Alongside Pranshu, Chavi Chawla also will be joining. She is the lead data scientist at Mathco. She specializes in GenAI with a decade of experience across FMCG, automotive, and healthcare sectors. She has led AI-driven projects at Bosch and Honeywell, holds a master's degree from New Zealand, and actively teaches AI and machine learning. So welcome Pranshu and Chavi. The stage is all yours. Yeah.
Am I audible?
Can we have the Pranshu's mic on, please? Yeah.
Hello.
Yes,
Hey, is this good? All right, then let's get started.
Hello, everyone, and very good afternoon. Welcome to the post-lunch series session for MLDS 2025. And this is Chavi Chawla. I'm a lead data scientist at Mathco. And with me, my co-presenter today is Pranshu. I guess you all would be knowing him by now. He's popular.
No.
So yesterday he hosted a session. So together we are going, now for this particular session, we are going to basically present our technical paper, which is basically on enhancing photorealism and customization in digital advertising. So all of you are basically by now would be aware of text-to-text modality. Basically, everyone is aware of what ChatGPT is and how you basically feed a prompt, which is like an instruction. It's like a text which you give to the large language model and expect an answer back from it in the form of text. We are going to talk about text to image modality, wherein we are going to feed in text and as prompt and expect an answer in the form of an image, right? This is also not a very unfamiliar area, but let's see what it basically holds. But we are going to talk specifically in the advertisement agency, advertisement domain, which holds a lot of potential where image modality can be applied. So moving forward, right. So the areas where today the advertisement agency industry where text to image modality is most commonly used is in ideation and iteration, right? There is a need for basically generation of new ideas and to rapid prototype basically the ideas and iterate over those things, right? The second is character design, creating a new concept altogether or a functionality in the industry. Social media marketing is a very, very known area. Uh, and the fourth dimension is cost efficiency. We want like fast simulated environments, like for example, VTD car maker in automotive industry. Likewise, we need, in advertisement agency also, we need fast solutions, fast prototyping. We don't have to photo shoot and go to locations. We can have simulated environments and simulated backgrounds for placing our products and creating advertisements. Then real-time adaptability. Quickly, we have an idea, we can actually prototype and use it there and then. Visual storytelling is also, when GPT first came, it was very famous, so everybody's aware. And of course, customization and personalization is the heart of this modality because you can have, this is where basically the lot of integrity comes from the product and from the customer's end. Because these solutions, no matter how much flexibility it gives you, at the end of the day, what matters is it consumable for your organization? Is it personalized to you? Is where the central theme comes in, right? So moving forward, what is basically product realism? Here you basically see two images, right? And one on the left is a famous a brand for a drink. And what we have given here is like, can you give me a background with, let's say, beach background with this product? And what we get here is this image, right? On the right, you can see the same product. And what I've asked in the form of instruction to the known LLMs is, can you give me the same picture with a sunny theme there? Which image do you think makes more sense from the product integrity point of view?
The right one.
Of course, the right one, right? That's an obvious choice. The reasons being the product is intact. The boundaries are intact. There are no projections out there, right? This is what we call as photorealism. What does it mean is adherence to the prompt in addition to the integrity of the product being maintained along the lines, right? So this is the central theme of our talk today also. We are talking about enhancing photorealism, how our solution, the model or the approach that we have used is going to benefit, and why there is what is the trade-off between the earlier rule-based approaches versus ours, what is different, what we are proposing here. The next, I think, from there, Pranshu will take you forward into the deep dive solution approach. It's iterative in nature, how we started with off-the-shelf models and how we came to the present-day solution. And last but not the least, the cherry on the cake, the entire framework of what we are proposing, it's like a ready-made home solution, which you can take away and use it for your own applications, which is like the advertisement or the banner creation itself, right? Going forward, I'll just basically explain this, and then Pranshu will take you to the journey. So basically, we talked, now you all are familiar with what photorealism is. And what you see here is the standard off-the-shelf models. You would ask, why would you not use those? For example, DALI or SDXL, that is standard, basically stable diffusion models off the shelf. Why we would not prefer to use them is for the following reasons. You see the images which are right-ticked are the ones where we given the prompt and we've got the right results. because probably the model was trained on the data, maybe the brand which you see is more the images on which the LLM model would have been trained into. And that's why it's giving and maintaining the product realism. By that I mean the integrity of the product that we talked about, right, without distorting the image. But on the ones on the right, which you see as crosses, it is there where the brand integrity was compromised somehow. That means the product, the background was okay, maybe, or the background was not creative enough or generative enough, and somewhere the product integrity was also compromised, right? So what we are trying to achieve here, we are trying to basically find a fine balance between the two, between the control and the generative power of the LLMs, right? So here you see, for example, the figure on the left-hand side. We are going to, basically what we are striving towards is the start point to the ideal state, which is to say, like, we are trying to find a balance between the realism and the generative approach, the control versus the chaotic nature of the LLMs that we see today. And right, so this is where the theme pops up, and we'll walk you through the journey. I think, Pranshu, over to you.
Right. Thanks, Chavi, for the introduction. So, the moment when we were experimenting with this and we identified that problem statement where a lot of our customers who were into the advertising industry, who are struggling with keeping their products intact in their digital advertisement, that's where the need of this framework started. And when we started with this experimentation almost a year back, the first common solutions out there which was available with us was the in-painting models. Let me quickly tell you what in-painting as a technique is. So it's a way that how would you basically create some sort of an instruction for your model to be able to tell the model exactly that what part of the images I want you to not touch, and what parts of the model what part of the images I want you to be generative about. So if you see here on the black side, which the black images that you're seeing are the kind of masks generated for a particular product. So in this particular case, the mask generation process usually, like, there are so many approaches that have come now in the market with the advancements of Gen AI. So suppose if you can actually prompt your original image by saying that I want to just mask and preserve, let's say, the dog and the bench in it, and it will basically use that prompt to create that mask. Or if you don't know exactly what product is maintained, or if there's no recognition for that product, you can use a coordinate based system to tell what exactly how you need to generate the mask. Or there are like a lot of new algorithms where you can basically use a foreground and a background segregation to be able to identify automatically what your product is. Now, apart from the input of the actual image, the second input which goes is the mask image, which is right now telling the model that, hey, this is the part which I want you to understand that I want to preserve, and other part, the black side of it, is where I want you to be generative about. And then you give the additional input, which is the prompt here, that sit on the swing, for example. So the other remaining part of the black image got generated with this instruction. Now, this was the starting point where how we started this journey of building our framework. Now, as you would assume at this stage that now, since you have an approach which uses mask, you would be able to preserve your information which is contained in that mask. And you would assume at this stage that, now my Pepsi is not getting deformed, my dog is not getting deformed at this stage. But however, when we went ahead and we experimented a lot more, what we realized was, because there was no additional information provided about the black part of the image, there were natural extensions that started coming, because the model was free to do as much as generation in the other area. So if you see in this particular case, the white side of it, now the model was trying to be over creative about it, and then it started converting this into a bit of a bottle, which is now not acceptable, because the product intactness or the product realism aspect of it is lost now, because what I was trying to retain was a can, but ultimately it came out as a bottle. Similarly, in a lot of different cases, what we saw was it would add its own creativity, like it would create natural extensions to a lamp as if it had a lot of wires in it, or so on. Now this started creating a problem for some of our enterprise customers, because they have those products which were very, very unique to them. They had a very, very specific characteristic of a particular product, and they did not want that that characteristics to go anyway, and that's why they had this resistance toward using some of these generative model. That's when we researched a bit more, and we got familiarized with another approach called as control net. So usually these diffusion models that you work with, be it your stable diffusion model or any other diffusion models out there in the market, you can actually have a control net taking a bit more, giving you a bit more control over the generation part of it. So what that control net usually does is it basically gives you an additional control image, which can be in the form of various inputs. So for example, could be a depth image that you would want to give to make the model understand how the depths look like. In this what we have used is a canny image generator, which is basically generating the boundaries of that particular image. So to give a control element to it, there are multiple options and there are many more ways which are available. In this case, what we have done is we have used the canny image, which generates the entire the edges of the particular product, and then this control image goes as an additional input to these diffusion models, saying that, hey, this is the direction which I want you to follow, take this as an instruction, and then don't let these control lines or these control images get changed. So this is how model now starts thinking in the direction while it is doing generation. But again, as we experimented with a bit of this with more, and as we started generating more and more designs with it, there's another challenge that came onto in front of us. So there were a lot of business users who were uploading their actual product catalog images, and because the product catalog images had some extra backgrounds in it, for example, in their product catalog image, there would be this lamp already present on a table with a background of a sofa. What happened in the control image was those elements got preserved. And now those elements which got preserved in the control image also influence the output generation. So if you see the difference between this input and the output is the table parameters did not change that much, and the sofa also remained as it is. So what problem we saw here was the control net also needs to be tamed a little bit in such a way that the extra noises which came from the background has to be eliminated somehow. That's when the sorry. Yeah, that's when the overall solution approach came up in our mind, where we thought that we would utilize the power of in-painting technology with the control net, but we would add our own additional layer of it, which we'll create a modified canny image. So now let me tell you the process of what modified canny image generation is all about. So the mask which we generated as the first step, the control image that we generated as the second step, we combined the two and we filtered some of the extra noises around the background. So that led to only the control image which was with respect to that particular product. In the first case, we had used this mask generation process to ask the user to be able to point out what is the product, and in this case the entire control was generated and then filtered to this. Now this control image what we have obtained here is very, very specifically telling the model that this is the boundaries of the product, this is the characteristics of the product which you do not have to modify, and the mask region is telling that this is the area that I have to preserve. So what I've done is, with this approach, I've come to a place where I've clearly now in a more detailed manner clearly laid out the instructions for the model, that what is that place where you need to be generative about and what is that place where you need to follow my instructions. So then the overall process starts with the first step is you generate the mask, the second step is you add this extra layer of modified canny edge, and then these in-painting there are so many open source in-painting architectures available. We have used here the stable diffusion XL control net in-painting pipeline because that was one of the most outperforming control net pipeline that was available out there, and then the output got generated. Now one of the major differences that you would see in one of these inputs and the outputs is previously that sofa example which we had seen, it was getting influence in the background, but now the model has removed that in from this particular output, and this is a bit more, the model has got a bit more freedom in terms of getting the output. So I have another example here where in this case this was the input, and if you see here the table structures have also started changing and the backgrounds have also started changing, which basically gave us a way to be able to be more creative with our processes possible. So overall this is our technical approach that we had followed, and this is the technical approach that we have presented in our paper, and we'll move forward from there. And now we'll talk about the banner creation process. So once your the image is ready, now Chavi will talk about how do we translate this into a banner which is useful for our customers to generate their ads. Chavi, over to you.
Just one more piece of information I want to highlight was also what makes it unique for the advertisement industry per se. There is a layer of parameter tuning, which, of course, I don't want to go back to the slides, but there's a layer of parameter tuning that we have also developed on top of it, which makes it unique specifically for the advertisement industry. These are the suggested parameters. Of course, there is always room for innovation, always room for improvement. But these are just fine-tuned to basically cater to the use cases that we are going to probably show. Lastly, combining the model that we have so far reached from the iterations that we have just gone through, what we also wanted, we also realized that ultimately what sails through is a package. You cannot just give a model and expect the client to basically use that model. You need a shipping element. Now, what we mean by that is the entire solution. How so you have to build a software framework around it to basically package the solution and deliver it in the form of what client needs, which is basically an advertisement, automated advertisement creation framework. What it entails is the generation of an image, a photorealistic image using the framework what we have developed, and alongside some guidelines, which is the rules or the rule-based approaches which the conventional approach, for example, Adobe or Canvas has been using in the past. So developing the software code to uh, basically preserve the rules which the client gives. For example, I would want my image only to be on the left side of the banner. I would want the text to be this side. This is non-negotiable. This is how I want my banner to be. It's a deterministic system. So those things I can see, right? So giving that as a giving that as a rule book plus the image which is being generated is combined to actually then give a complete banner solution, right? And lastly, I think moving over to the next slide are the examples, real examples of image and the banner generation. So on the left, you can see, for example, the lamp is there and the consequent banner which goes around it. You can see that the product integrity is preserved as is. Similarly, for example, the line for uh, uh, the player being there and the player being there on the soccer field. So you can see that nicely the edges and the product realism is preserved. Yeah, so that is it for today. And we welcome any questions that you might have. You can just write to us. Yeah, that's all. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, guys. So I think we have any questions. We can take questions.
I think there are some
Yeah.
questions.
Can you pass the mic, please? Yeah. Yeah. Please introduce yourself when you ask questions.
I think there's one more question there.
Please use the mic. Give it to him.
Right. I think, so sir's question is that how are you preserving the resolution for the background and the foreground image which you supply? So it's more of a rule base, so that we can always, there are state-of-the-art platforms or the solutions there or some software packages which we can use on top of the solution where we can modulate these things. So once the image is generated, either we can compress, photo compress, or already give it a, I mean, what I mean is that doesn't have to be part of the model per se, LLM model or the modality. You can on the top introduce such changes and control, because it's deterministic what amount of resolution you want. Right. Oh, okay. Right.
So
Right. There are off the shelf, but that's
yeah, there's one more element to it. So usually, like no, so if you are having issues with the output of the model where the resolution is a bit of a problem, recent enhancements have come across on super resolution as well. So what you can do is you can add another post-processing layer on top of the results which are generated from your base diffusion models. You can use super resolution techniques to actually take from the base resolution that you have got from the diffusion model to any HD standard format. So they have those DPI conversions which you are talking about, and that way you can upscale the quality of the model to a great extent. So that could be another model that you can use. No. You will have to do it from your end itself. Just before giving the result to the user, you might have to like use a super resolution model to be able to upscale the quality and then give the final output to the user. I hope that answers your question.
Hey, hi.
Hi.
My name is Anubhav. I'm from EY. My first question actually you answered with the post processing step that you just suggested. My second question is around is this currently as a service from Mathco, or is it something that is, as a product you are selling it into the market, like you have a website,
right?
Customers come and they do it. How does it work?
Correct. So we have a Nucleus platform, which I think you've heard of recently. We have met. So basically, this is one of the custom product that can be created on top of Nucleus. So when we work with a lot of enterprises, because the use cases are variety of in nature, we build these kind of custom products for our users. And this was an example of one such custom application that was specifically created for a customer who was in need of it. So that application, if there are enterprise needs where you are looking for a similar application, we can have another Nucleus application completely customized and be given to you.
So as such, it doesn't exist, but it can.
As a service, right now it does not exist. But yeah,
okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Pranshu and Chavi.
Alright.
I think any questions,
Yeah,
we
I
can
think
take it.
there are.
Okay, one last question you can ask.
Yes, very quick question. So, one of the issues that I have faced personally when doing something like this is if the product image that you have, if it has any kind of strong lighting or shadows, then the mask region just kind of fixes that lighting because the background now is forced to kind of follow that lighting. So is there any good way to fix that problem? Because if I denoise it too much, then the product itself gets messed up.
Yes. So I think this problem, like a lot of people have handled either in two ways. One is there are some pre-processing techniques where you have like specific. So these the lighting conditions which you're talking about are nothing but preset conditions written in order to come up with something like a specific direction of a light, or like a direction of maybe like a sun, how it needs to look at, or the shadows that needs to be created. Now some people, what they do is they pre-configure some of these settings and give you already in their software. So what you do is like you open up like some of these tools, they will have preset conditions like lighting from the left, lighting from the lighting from top, and lighting from bottom. Now because there are already controlled parameters which are governing this, either you can introduce those same parameters in your pre-processing layer as well, so that whenever an output gets generated, you use these these optimizing parameters, so that always the model will use these parameters and put the light like that. And now there are newer models which are having, because in video generation specifically, a lot of people are using these lighting conditions and zoom in, zoom out. But ultimately, if you look at it at an architecture level, be it lighting conditions or be it camera movement angles, all of these are nothing but change in the parameters that you are having. So if you have any specific requirement, if you want to change the angle, a lot of people are actually doing it. I want a very close photo shot of my product. Now in that case, you can't, you are providing still an original image, but how do you come to a close photo shot is because you have changed the parameter to make the camera zoom in into the image a bit more. So that's the role of those parameters. So similarly in your case, either you can add these parameters before you have generated the image or after the generated, and these preset configurations can be used. Right.
One more thing which works out of the shelf, at least in my case, is morphing and perspective calibration. You can try those, which is like a pre-processing technique, as I said, but those work. You have to handcraft certain things if you are very deterministic about what you.
I have one question.
Thank you, Chavi, and yeah, Pranshu. So yeah, thank you. Yeah, and thanks for the interesting questions and insightful talk there. Yeah. Most enterprise data, nearly 80% exists is in unstructured formats like documents, emails, images, and PDF. So making it difficult to process and analyze. So, and traditional data pipelines weren't built for this complexity, but GenAI and LLMs are changing the game. So, in this session, the speaker will dive into integrating GenAI into data pipelines, tackling challenges in unstructured data processing, OCR driven AI ingestion, and automation to unlock real value. Leading this session is Sandeep. He is a co founder and CEO of DataZip, a former ISRO scientist turned tech entrepreneur on a mission to make data engineering more efficient and scalable. So let's welcome Sandeep on the stage, please. Yeah. I request the audience to settle down, please. Yeah. So Sandeep is on his way. Welcome, Sandeep. The stage is all yours.
Yeah, thank you so much. Hi, everyone. Hope you're having a great time here in this conference, listening to lot of awesome speakers, very interesting topics. So my name is Sandeep Devarpalli. I'm one of the co-founders and CEO at DataZep. At DataZep, we help companies build and manage data pipelines 10x faster. Today, my talk is going to talk about an average business user at a company has a lot of unstructured data, and they have to depend on data scientists, data engineers to be able to take something out of it. So my workshop actually is to give you something hands-on that you can try it out and feel the power of how you can use engineering pipelines, data pipelines, LLMs to get data that can give you insights, day-to-day insights, etc. Thank you. So one of the most important data point is that a lot of data, that is about 80% of the data, is logged in unstructured data, which is like your PDFs, emails, and your Google documents and presentations, lots of it. Every time a HR or a person who's going to hire receives a lots of CVs, etc., it is so difficult for them to really go through them and get insights out of it, to screen them properly, and so on. So these are some of the data, like practical examples that you face on a daily basis. And one of the biggest problem is that when you're dealing with unstructured data, it's difficult to kind of always understand how best to organize it and run analytic queries on it. When it is structured data, it's very easy because you kind of handle it as a table. But when it is an unstructured data, it becomes very complex. So just a very brief example on, or like a introduction on how the ETL transformation process works. So when we say ETL, the first part is extract. So here, the most important thing is your data is in a source system, whether it can be a database like MongoDB or Postgres. It can be your documents which are kind of stored in your S3 or object store, or you also have different APIs that you will be getting data from. So the challenge is to be able to establish connection to the system, be able to reliably bring that data into a central location. That is what we mean by extract, able to deal with a reasonable set of data points. And then you load it. Load it basically is feeding your house or another data lake, etc. And you're able to do insights on it. So that's a very basic understanding of ETL. What has changed over the past few years is that so far people had to use OCR or those kind of technologies to be able to extract data, especially unstructured data, and bring some structure to it. But now, because we have LLMs and that to vision models and so on, it has become much more easier and faster to extract data and be able to use it. And that is where your document LLMs, like many of these, Google's Document AI and so on, have come up, which are very easy to use. And you can basically, it's very easy to kind of extract information out of it. But there are some challenges which we'll talk about. So what we have done is we have used a set of pipelines that we have created. We have used Daft, which is a processing framework, which is based on a mix of Rust and Python. What is specialty about it is that it is able to kind of parallelize the workloads, and it can handle from GBs of data to petabytes of data. So that's the biggest advantage this particular framework has. We have used Streamlit as a interactive web application. so that you can very easily use it to kind of interact with the application. And we use DuckDB as a store for this particular data pipeline. And if you look at the architecture or the workflow, essentially a user uses a Streamlit UI application to be able to upload the required PDF. Here, this PDF is basically an invoice, and we store it temporarily as a data frame, use Daft to process it, and then we do a Gemini Flash API call to convert that PDF into an invoice JSON, and then we kind of store it as a table in DuckDB, which again you can see it in Streamlit. So this is the pipeline that we have used, and you have all the processes like extract, being able to extract the data, that is invoice extraction. Then you have transformation, which is basically being able to transform the data, and then you load it into a data warehouse, which is DuckDB here. I'll give you the, we have particularly separate function lines on for the Daft helper, how it works, how it interacts with DuckDB, and then where the code logic lies. This is a repository. You can try it out. It's public. It's very, like it has some instructions, but I'll go through them. It's a Dockerized container right now. So this is how the application looks once you start the Docker. Essentially what happens is, in this corner to your left, you can see that essentially there is a input box to feed in your Gemini Flash key. Once you do that, you have an ability to write a custom prompt. So this prompt is designed for being able to extract information from an invoice. But the advantage of this openness is, because you are able to show it to the user, you can easily change this prompt to suit any kind of PDFs you're going to upload. Imagine you're going to upload a set of CVs, and you want to extract or basically some kind of information like what was their college, what was their undergrad, what was some of the important companies they worked in, etc. And want that as a field from every CV, that it can also do as well. And then you can basically be able, once you kind of save your key, and then you upload a couple of files, here invoices, for example, and then you can click on process the documents, and it'll start processing the PDFs. And then once it is processed, it will give you a list. There's a table which will have certain kind of columns that it's available for you to download as CSV and take it further, right? So that is a simple, this is a basic kind of a application. Like I said, you can kind of easily use it for multiple things, so that an average business user can actually, so what happens here is, the data scientist will focus on maintaining the pipeline, and the business user can now has the flexibility to kind of play with the logic as their interests, so that data doesn't need to get involved again. So that is the advantage it has, which gives you the kind of flexibility and scalability. Like I said, you can definitely check out the flow in this manner. Yeah. So actually, this pipeline is very scalable even now, and you can also make it, although it's not enabled by default, but it can handle a lot of parallel work. It can handle easily even hundreds of GBs of data, and it can also be made more future ready. I would recommend you to try it out with Document AI from Google, which has a lot of, so what happens is it is able to give you structured output, helps you be able to handle lots of edge cases, complex PDFs, etc. So you can check out their page. They have some more use cases also mentioned. And one of the challenge right now why this cannot be done very easily is that the schema is not same for even every PDF that you are going to upload. It can vary dynamically. So you have to ensure you have to do some ways to be able to get that output done in a very standard format for you to do the analysis. So that is where some techniques like being able to pre-train it much better, making it more task specific, or even mixing in kind of a little bit of OCR and other things to make it more accurate These are some of the strategies that you can use to make it work for you if you have very complex use cases. Like one example I want to give you is that today the world is moving very fast, and already companies are leveraging these kind of workflows into their software applications. Like this application is now telling me that if I get an invoice that I'll get an invoice whenever I pay for this subscription, and all I need to do is send them an email and those invoices an attachment, and it'll automatically update my like the payment CRM with the invoice, attach the invoice details. So this way, what happens is you are able to basically leverage LLMs and other workflows to be able to make the life of the customer easier. So that, and at the same time, you're able to automate tedious and manual tasks that people don't really have time to do. So this is huge because it will give you a lot of business impact. At the end of the day, when people are able to have that data and use it for particularly their insights and decision making, it can lead to a lot of competitive advantage that can help people and the company. So this is it. It's, please let me know if you have any questions, and thank you for listening.
Thank you. Any questions for Sandeep? Any questions? Yeah, so if there's any questions, you can take it outside the hall. Sandeep will be available. Thank you, Sandeep, for the insightful session. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I think. Yeah, and Sandeep, Snake, where's Snake? Single line. Amen. So we'll be breaking for a short break, and we'll be back. Yeah.
see an opportunity to explore different domains, different technologies, and different geographies, which can provide a very nourishing experience for the people. Working in Wipro is an exciting learning experience.
For me, working in Wipro is all about creativity.
Working with Wipro is innovative.
I find working at Wipro extremely impactful.
Working at Wipro is exhilarating for me.
For me, Wipro is a second home.
Even before the world could start talking about AI and Gen AI, for the last 15 years, we have invested in AI with the pioneers in AI.
Our responsible AI is taken extremely seriously, and we have typically 4 dimensions that we talk about. One is the societal dimension, the individual dimension, environmental, and technical dimensions.
And Wipro offers a tremendous great learning environment, a working environment for us to learn every day and experiment on various things.
Working in Wipro is an exciting learning experience.
For me, working in Wipro is all about creativity.
Working with Wipro is innovative.
At Google, AI isn't a tomorrow thing. It's a today thing. And sure, we can ask for answers to life's tough questions. But today, we can also ask it to do tough things, like ship that wood more efficiently, use satellites to reduce methane emissions, turn DNA into code to make drought-resistant corn. Oh, cool. It can spot and fill potholes, spot disease earlier, spot asteroids to protect Earth. It can create apps with just words and just hours. Today, Google AI can scan 100,000 lines of code in 2 minutes to spot and fix bugs. It can translate from code to code and is one step closer to speaking 1,000 languages, even whale. Today, AI impacts lives for the better and understands the world the way you do. Our AI spots threats 7 times faster, understands speech sentiment, helps prevent vision loss, predicts weather 10 days out in 2 minutes, translates thousands of pages in seconds, detects lead pipes to keep drinking water clean, eliminates paperwork so care is more human, generates from text, visuals, audio, and video, creates entire worlds from your imagination, creates this thing and that thing, a new thing, the new way to cloud. And sure, we can ask for answers to life's tough questions. But today, we can also ask it to do tough things, like ship that wood more efficiently, use satellites to reduce methane emissions, turn DNA into code to make drought-resistant corn. Oh, cool. It can spot and fill potholes, spot disease earlier, spot asteroids to protect Earth. It can create apps with just words and just hours. Today, Google AI can scan 100,000 lines of code in 2 minutes to spot and fix bugs. It can translate from code to code and is one step closer to speaking 1,000 languages, even whale. Today, AI impacts lives for the better and understands the world the way you do. Our AI spots threats 7 times faster, understands speech sentiment, helps prevent vision loss, predicts weather 10 days out in 2 minutes, translates thousands of pages in seconds, detects lead pipes to keep drinking water clean, eliminates paperwork so care is more human, generates from text, visuals, audio, and video, creates entire worlds from your imagination, creates this thing and that thing, a new thing, the new way to cloud.
Mathco began with a bold yet simple vision in 2016 to help enterprises unlock the full potential of their data and solve their most pressing challenges. We started as a small, passionate team of problem solvers, driven by the belief that data could empower businesses to think bigger and do better on their own.
Self-sufficiency remains at the core of our offerings to enterprises. We strongly believe that we live in an age of hyper-personalization. Enterprises, in the quest for being digitally at the top of their game, often face critical challenges. Challenges that can result in millions of dollars lost or missed opportunities to earn more. They're looking to evolve while overcoming their own unique set of challenges.
We today engage with more than 60 plus global enterprises across multiple verticals like retail, consumer goods, pharma, technology, and many more to come.
We're here to enable them to make smarter, faster decisions with enterprise intelligence. It's not just about solving problems, it's about building trust both with people and the tech and creating everlasting value.
Our strength doesn't just lie in numbers, it's in the unparalleled expertise of our mathematicians. Our people are the heartbeat of Mathco. They innovate, collaborate, and bring ideas to life in ways that drive real-world outcomes.
Every individual has a space to take ownership, make an impact, and shape not just their careers, but the success stories of our clients.
Everything we do revolves around creating meaningful experiences, whether it's through exceptional delivery for our clients or the way we collaborate and support one another as a team.
Each mathematician's goal aligned with a larger mission to empower decision makers in global enterprises to own and activate intelligence.
Our goal is to scale Mathco from where we are to 10 times our size. 10x in terms of the value that we add to our customers, the quality of experts we have on board, and the capabilities that we invest in. All in all, we want to be a one-stop shop for all our customers' digital transformation needs.
Synechron is a leading global consulting firm for digital transformation and technology enhancements. We specialize in the financial services and technology innovation sectors. We work hard to become the trusted innovation and transformation partner of choice to our clients. Synechron's progressive technologies and optimization strategies span end-to-end artificial intelligence, consulting, digital, cloud and DevOps, data, and software engineering, servicing an array of noteworthy top-tier firms. Our coordinated, cross-regional teams have deep domain experience in high-tech, capital markets, investment banking, wealth management, retail and commercial banking, asset management, exchanges, insurance, and payments, as well as cutting-edge technologies. Our 14,000-plus global employees, spanning 55 offices across 20 countries, are passionate about innovation and meeting new challenges. Our team at Synechron is committed to pushing the boundaries of AI technology and delivering state-of-the-art solutions. We understand the importance of staying ahead in today's fast-paced world, and Gen AI tools are designed to give you that competitive edge. The future is here, and Gen AI is leading the way. Embrace the power of generative AI with Synechron Nexus tools.
In a world clouded with complexity and ambiguity, there exist significant opportunities for disruption and growth. At Tiger Analytics, we help our clients navigate this uncertainty, empowering them to move decisively through shifting sands, unlocking these opportunities. We work with our clients to strategize, design, and engineer a future-ready enterprise. At Tiger Analytics, we've been reimagining possibilities with cutting-edge AI and analytics, solving some of the toughest problems out there and building the blueprint for tomorrow. And at the heart of this mission is our battle-tested team of exceptional technologists and consultants.
Hello, everyone. I request everyone to settle down. We'll be starting in 2 minutes. Yeah. Engineers spend valuable time manually processing single line diagrams and technical specifications, a task prone to inefficiencies and errors. In this session, the speakers will introduce an automated solutions that integrates OCR with rule-based engine to extract critical SLD components and LLM-based processing to interrupt technical specifications, which includes requirements and compliance standards. Leading this innovation is Snekha, who is a software engineer at Schneider Electric. She specializes in AWS-driven solutions and fosters innovation through hackathons and collaborative projects. Alongside Snekha, Suhas also will be joining. Welcome, Snekha. The stage is all yours. Yeah.
So, can you all hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. I'm Snekha. I work as a software engineer at Schneider Electric. So here I'm excited to take you all through the AI-driven tender processing solution. Before we dive into the solution, let's first try to understand the key challenges faced by our tender engineers. So first, if you see the variability in SLD formats, so the single line diagrams, they come in multiple formats with the different symbols, layouts, and file types, making this standardization a major challenge. Next, the complex technical specifications. In general, our tender engineers, they deal with highly technical documents, say of 2,000 pages or 3,000 pages that follow different compliance standards, making it difficult for them to ensure accuracy in every bid they go. And the final thing is a time sensitive thing. Generally, bidding processes, they come with very tight deadlines. So in that case, our tender engineers, they have to extract and analyze the data quickly so that this process will become overwhelming when done manually, right? So what if the tender engineers are receiving a PDF of 2,000 or 3,000 pages? How will they actually go through these pages and the information and extract everything in less than an hour? So considering all these solution challenges, we need a AI-driven solution that actually automates and accelerates the tendering processes while ensuring the accuracy as well. So to tackle all these challenges, we have leveraged a combination of AI, automation, and cloud-based processing. And there we have the core technologies used here like OCR, where we use AWS text extract and recognition. So this text extract is used to detect the text from PDF, scan documents, handwritten copies, and tables. And then the recognition, to, when we upload the images, we will get the OCR out of it, where it detects the dominant colors in it, then the symbols and text in it. Next, we use AWS Bedrock LLM that uses Claude 3.5 Sonnet model. So this is one of the most intelligent model that has the highest level of intelligence and capability. And here we have the input tokens of like 200K and output of 8,192, which is very much needed for our complex solution. And then we have OpenCV to enhance the quality of image. So what if whenever we get the SLD images, we have to, we will get it in some bounding boxes. So we have to crop those bounding boxes to get the image out of it. What if that image bounding box is very small? In that case, we should make sure that the quality of the image is not actually broken. And then we use Amazon S3 to store the uploaded documents in each processes we done. So whatever the documents required, we will store it in Amazon S3, and then we use SQL service to process the documents in the order we actually receive it. And we also use step function and Lambda to orchestrate the multiple steps. So once this executes, we will get to know like what step has been performed and what data has been passed between the steps. Then I will take you all to the solution architecture. So our workflow begins with the tender engineers, ETO tender engineers. They are initiating a tender request by uploading the documents given by the customers via the Leap application, which we call the date platform. And once they upload it, we store all these documents to our Amazon S3, where we ensure encryption and cross-account S3 replication from their S3 account to our account. Once after that, we have this SQS, which plays a key role over here. So this will process the documents in the order we receive it from the tender engineers. And then we have a basic data quality check where a lot of things will be done. And after that, we have this SLD and the tender specification documents. SLD is the images, and tender specification documents will have the information about the tenders, like for what they are actually processing the tenders for. So these two things will undergo OCR-based text extraction using the text extract and recognition. So once after that, we have these ML models and prompt engineering that apply predefined set of rules and criteria to generate the technical offer summary, the final report. So these prompts are actually defined after having multiple analysis and discussions with our subject matter experts to understand what are the options to be considered for which parameter in the Excel sheet, the final Excel sheet they want. So after this, we send this to the API Bedrock endpoint. So we get the LLM response. Once after that, we actually format the LLM response into the desired format requested by the tender engineers. That will be stored into the target S3 bucket. So from there, the ETO engineers, they will take it from the date platform and they will actually manually configure it to the satellite platform, which is a global system for medium voltage equipment configuration and order processing. So by leveraging this automation and AI, we actually transforming this tendering process in a very different way, making it faster, smarter, and even more reliable one. So now I'll take you through the step function design we have implemented. So our step function starts with the Lambda function invocation, which triggers this entire pipeline. Here we have two parallel branches. So the first branch, if you see here, this will be handling the text documents using text extract. And then the second one is for the recognition, the images uploaded. So here in the batch split PDFs, we have whatever the large size PDFs is there, we just split them into smaller chunks. And then it will go through this batch document analysis, where the splitted documents are sent to the text extract. So here, we have this API called throttle to maintain the rate limits, and also we have a wait time of 20 seconds to make sure this process is completed before we move forward to the next step. And we have this batch process to extract output, which checks the stage of the batch document analysis, whether it is completed or not. If the job is not completed, it waits. If it is completed, we have the information from the text extract. And then we have recognition, where whatever the images we upload, we will get the text and symbols extracted out of it. So once we get information from these two separate branches, we just consolidate them into this concatenate results. So along with the concatenate results, the prompts which we have defined for different sheets, which are SWB, panel, and CD, you see down. SWB is switchboard, panel, and then CD is the deviations and exclusions, whatever things are deviated from what user asked for. So these things will go through in three stages. We are passing to the LLMs, the prompts, and the text extractor. So whatever the responses we receive from the LLM, that is actually concatenated and formatted in the offer summary step. So here we will get the final Excel sheet that has a SWB sheet separately, and panel, and then CDE that has the information from the LLM in a formatted way requested by the engineers. So now the first process here is what the user uploads a zip file. So when a user uploads a zip file, that contains three things, mainly the technical specification document, and then the SLD images in a PDF format. Then we have the metadata file. So this metadata file will have the information of the tender ID, to which project this tender ID is belonging to, and what is the revision of it, which plant does this belong to. So all these information will be there in metadata, which we actually process into another sheet called project ID, where we store these informations. So once it is actually put into the inbound folder, there is a S3 event notification getting triggered. So this will put the message into the SQS queue, which follows the first in, first out thing. So the messages are processed in the same order we receive it. After that, we have this data quality check lambda, which will be further explained, and the end-to-end process will be explained by our co-author, Suhas.
Yeah, hey guys. So I'll be explaining the end-to-end process. So the first step, can you hear me? Yeah. So the first step is data quality. So what we do in data quality is basically we extract the contents of the zip file, and if there's in the SLD, we extract the bounding box, and we also enhance that quality of that image. So we apply some basic pre-processing techniques like increasing the contrast, or detail enhance, or even zooming and zooming out, and playing with the aspect ratio in order to get the best results out of recognition, which is our OCR for the SLD. Yeah. So the second step, what we will be doing is the OCR extraction. So there are basically two documents which we will be using, which is the single line diagram and as well as the technical specification. So the what we do is we pass our single line diagram to our AWS recognition, and we pass our technical specification to our AWS Textract. So the key reason why we chose Textract is because the technical specification could contain a table, layout, etc. And with Textract, it gives us that exact format of the output that we are looking for, so that we can pass it on to our LLM for further processing. And the reason why we chose recognition is because when it comes to single line diagrams, we found out that passing it to AWS recognition by calling it multiple times would enable us to get like the most content out of that SLD. So I'll explain to you what we are doing with the SLD as well as the technical specification. So these are like our OCR results. Basically, we have for the SLD, we have the text that we detected as well as the coordinates of those text. But as for the technical specification, we just have whatever we get from the Textract API, which is basically formatted as like whatever we get in the table, it is formatted as it is. So with the AWS recognition OCR that we received for a SLD, we use a rule-based engine to find out what components are present where in the SLD based on their ratings and their position. So as you can see in this image, we find out a lot of circuit breakers, CTs, which are the current transformers, voltage transformers, relays, meters, etc. So we use a rule-based engine and the OCR to find out the different positions and the coordinates for these items. So the next part, what we do is we have to pass our large context to our LLM. So there's the the problem with the LLM is that we can only pass 200k tokens because we have a large knowledge base which can contain up to 200 to 300 pages or even 1000 to 3000 pages. So what we have done is we have chunked our PDFs to get only 200k tokens, and we repeatedly parallelly call our LLM model, and we use that knowledge base and extract different prompts or key data points from our LLM. So after our collaboration with data engineers and the key people who are the end users of this project, we have found out like key data points, necessarily being the compliance standards, the safety standards that are actually mentioned, and the different components that are mentioned in our technical specification. And we have engineered our prompts in such a way that we get those answers and as well as the multiple references for those answers, so that user can basically just check where his answer is. He can cross verify his answer and also find the page numbers for those answers and can provide the best bid for his end. So the last step would be to generate the offer summary. Basically, after giving the answers and the annotated SLD that I just showed, we basically formulate this entire end-to-end solution into an Excel sheet, and we give that answer as the end result. So this is an example of how the output would look like. So answers marked in blue would be the ones that we get from our SLD. So we have identified different components, feeders, and its ratings. And answers marked in red would be the ones that we get from our technical specification. These could include the intelligence of the LLM as well as the prompting. Yeah. So the limitations for this would be just so we are majorly dependent on the OCR. So anything wrong in the OCR result would cause our LLM to misbehave. So these are some of the limitations. Yeah, so we are open to any questions. And so so what we are doing is we generate this. So all they have to do is they have to just upload the file, and it generates results in about like 5 to 10 minutes. Instead of them going over that document, searching for each of those answers, we just generate it in 5 to 10 minutes, and all they can do is just cross verify and then upload it to their end user.
What prompts usually you used to give, because it's a bit to bit, it will vary, no?
Yeah.
Components will vary, costs will vary.
Cost will vary, yep.
And what is the maximum thing you can go? What is the minimum thing you can go? How you will decide that was decided by the LLM, or you are prompting the things?
We are prompting. So we have collaborated with our tender engineers, and we have we know what needs to be taken out from our technical specification. So it generates a summary of the technical specification so that they can just cross verify, and if they have anything to update, they can update.
So human intervention is required in the loop?
No, it is not required in the loop. They can change it if they want, or they can directly upload the result. Yeah, this is just for them to ease the process.
It's okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
Hello. I have a question.
Yeah, sure.
So this SLD is a image, right?
Yeah, it is an image.
So when I used GPT-4o, like it couldn't recognize the layout of an image, right?
Okay.
It could only caption the image. How good was AWS recognition? How good was it? How could you understand the layout of the image? Was it necessary in your use case, or?
Yeah, so for us, using an OCR plus our own rule-based engine was more necessary, since we could identify the different panels in the SLD or different components. When we did try it with GPT and other models, but it didn't really give that good of a result. Yeah. So.
Really a very tough job to find out whether, as a sales engineer or a pre-sales engineer, to find out if I missed any important point which has been requested by the potential customer. So
correct,
have you identified any way that it is totally foolproof, and at least I quantify that something has really got missed, because this is very important and very tedious to go through if it is a 200-page document and really something misses out.
Yeah, there will be always something that would be missed out. We can't guarantee 100% of the result. That's why I'm telling you, we are like we have tested this with our end users already. It's giving around like 80 to 85% of accuracy. So there would be human intervention required by the end user only to, clarify. So what we are planning to do is basically make this into a better model by reprompting our like answers and then checking if it is correct again. So in order to get the full accuracy.
So my final question will be how much time saving you are getting with respect to a complete manual task to this application?
So, like a manual task would take around, depends on the technical specification and the single line diagram. So, according to our end users, it would take around like 30 to 45 minutes for them to actually, get the entire offer summary. But we are doing it in like 5 minutes on an average, and yeah, that's it.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Hello, I'm Anirudh from UI.
Okay.
So I wanted to ask you, like, is it also a possibility where like other side of the table where you need to draft an RFP in order to get responses from the vendors, right?
Okay.
So is it where even that is a very tedious task where you have to mention all the TQs and how to create the graphs and all of this part, right? What is needed, what is not needed. So does this? Have you tried that part where entire RFP document has been created?
Yeah, so an entire technical specification document we do provide. We chunk it based on our LLM, and then yeah, we try to generate the best results from each page. So we also have done the RAG solution where we do the context-aware chunking. So this pre-generated, like we have a static prompt which we have generated based on our collaboration with our tender engineers, so that we get the best summary out of it. So that's how we're getting the end.
But like in order to create the proposal or so, right? Like some human intervention is still required, right?
Yep,
Like to explain what is the real ask.
So for the
how do you
initial
capture?
thing, we need support from the tender engineers. So if you see the deviation sheet, some 2-3 slides back it was, we have this options where if you see here, the degree of protection, you have IP 30, 31, 32, the second, yeah. If you see, these are the things they expect for this particular plant. For this particular plant, they need only IP 31, 32 or the IP3 series. So after giving this, we make the prompts in the same way that we receive only these information. So we will get at most, in the initial, we need the knowledge because we doesn't know about like what we want from what they are expecting. So after this, we will get, if you see that top row, you have lot of references, like it is a deviation and the reference document. Also, they have to select which is very much applicable for that, because there will be same line repeated or same reference is there in multiple pages.
Yeah.
So we can take it from there. There, the tender engineers has to decide.
Yeah, one last question. Okay, have you embedded into any other tool where bid management process or vendor management tool, anything you using there? Like keeping it like standalone application, it is, right?
Yeah,
it is a standalone.
Standalone.
Amazing.
Hi.
Thank you. So,
Just
more
one,
question?
just one last question.
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
Hi, would just like to understand so in line diagrams, how are you contextualizing after the output from the line diagrams, which is coming from text track and recognition? How are you contextualizing it for the next steps to get this kind of an output?
So what we have is this sheet called panel. So basically, there are different. One second. Yeah. So there are. So what the end user basically wants, which are our tender engineers, in order to bid, is the different panels of a switchgear. So basically, we split those into different feeders, or we can say circuit breaker. We consider that as a separate panel, and we group the components. So there are different rows which asks what is the rated voltage of the circuit breaker. Sorry, the current of the circuit breaker, and also the rated voltage of the switchgear, or it could be the current, bus bar current, things like that. So we are using our rule-based engine and the OCR to get those ratings into our final output. Okay, no, that we don't have. That the tender engineer has to himself do.
It will supplement it, this
Yeah.
thing, for making the final bidding.
Yes, I'll just.
Okay, there's a lot of deviations will be there. Now costs will be more fluctuated, and the materials, if there is any delay in the things, you will be having some factor of safety and other things.
Yeah, that is all given in the technical specification from which we infer.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you,
One
Suhas.
question.
Okay. One last question we can
So
take.
when you change the image to text, do you have any validations that you do? Like, let's say your diagram was something,
Mhm.
and your recognition.
Okay.
I
Yeah.
think you are using AWS recognition, right?
True.
And what if there are some things that are missed? Like, how do you validate this?
So with our experimentation, which we did initially, we used to mask each and every word that was detected, and we used to use our LLM. We used to use our LLM to actually check if those words were correct, and on doing so with that experimentation, we found out that it is actually giving an accuracy of 90%. For now, there is no validation that we are doing, but yeah, that's it.
So from AWS recognition, do you get a JSON? Like, do you give
Yep.
a structured, like this JSON? Do I want the output?
Yeah, we
And-
do get a JSON. So, but there is a word limit in recognition which only detects 100 words per call. So you mask your words from your previous call and then you pass the same image.
Okay.
So with that you get the best out of it.
Multiple calls you.
Yep. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Suhas. Thank you, Sneha. Yeah. So, traditional inventory management struggles to keep up with the complexity of our modern supply chains, but AI is changing that game now. In this session, the speaker will present a scalable AI driven system that leverages Arima, XGBoost, neural networks, and distributed cloud processing to detect disruptions, to optimize stock availability, and drive real time interventions. Leading this conversation is Sunil Kumar Potunuru. He is a staff engineer in data science at Kenvue, an industry expert with more than a decade of experience delivering high impact AI solutions across retail and supply chain. Welcome, Sunil. The stage is yours. Yeah.
Hi, good evening, everyone. I could hear myself, so I guess I'm audible. First of all, it's almost end of the day, so thank you for being here. It's nice to have at least 75% of the room. So, as introduced, I'm a staff engineer in data science at Kenvue. In case if you're wondering what Kenvue is all about, what Kenvue does, or if you're hearing for the first time. So we are a consumer health company. We have a lot of iconic brands. Some of you might be actually our consumers. We have brands like Aveeno, Neutrogena, Band-Aid, Stay Free, Zyrtec, Benadryl, so many brands, right, and many more. Have one of you used them? Any of them before? It's awesome to have some consumers also. I hope they get more and more after this talk. So, so today I'm going to talk about two fundamental problems. One is on-shelf availability and the other one is phantom inventory. These are very common, but at the same time very challenging to solve. They're very common problem in retail. So I'm going to describe what they are actually, and I'll also talk about the AI system that we have built in order to address these problems. Also, we'll walk a bit through the methodology, and I'll also share some results towards the end. How many of you have been to a store thinking that you'll purchase a product, but only to see that the product doesn't exist on the shelf? It's not so uncommon, right? It's quite common. So, being a manufacturer of these products, right, we care for our products. we care for our consumers. So it could be frustrating for a consumer to find the product not being on the shelf, right? One time probably it's fine. If that keeps happening in a repeated way, we may end up losing the customer. Now, it not only creates customer dissatisfaction, the brand loyalty the customer might have, but also ideally we could have gotten that sale on the day when the customer visited the store, right? So because the product is not there on the shelf, we probably have unnecessarily lost the sales. Now, this is a very common problem, and we want to address this problem. Now, you can see a picture here. So Dr. Shilabo is a skincare product that we have, and the customer, if they don't find it on the shelf, they may end up purchasing a competitor product, or they may stop even using this product, right? Now, on-shelf availability, as it sounds very, as the term sounds, it's very intuitive, ensuring that the product is always on the shelf whenever the customer is intending to buy it. Now, one thing I just want to highlight here, I have worked for other retailers as well in the past, but we are sitting on the manufacturer side. Kenvue is a manufacturer, so we supply these products. I worked for Walmart, Lowe's, such retailers in the past. So we don't have direct access to these stores, right? So we are selling these products through several retailers. I think if you just go around here, if you may find Health and Glow or some other store nearby where you will find our products. Now, our goal is to, at this point, actually, if you talk about today, with this solution, we are live in more than 15,000 stores across North America. We are live in US, we are live in Canada. So which means this solution that we need to build has to be very, very scalable solution. Also, we are talking about more than 1,500 SKUs, right? Now, as I was saying, we are the manufacturer, we are not the retailer. Now, some retailers sell the items so fast, some products get sold so fast, some items might be high frequent, some items might get sold with low frequency, right? So the data granularity varies across the retailers, and we need to obtain this data from the retailers, from the third parties. So we get data with different quality. We get data with, some of them give all kind of data at a day level granularity, some of them give maybe at a monthly level granularity, and so on. Not just that, so just consider today, sales might be happening in a Walmart store today, and they'll get the entire data set by the end of the day. They have to process it tomorrow, and they have to send it to us by day after tomorrow. So the data we are getting is already delayed, right? So if there is a problem with the store, we are already looking at a data which is 2 days old. So how do we predict accurately that there is an issue with the shelf, and how do we resolve it ahead of time? So it's quite a challenging thing to do. Also, like I was saying, we are not a retailer. We can't just put a camera on the store and think that, hey, camera will generate an real-time alert when the shelf is empty. And we can't do it for all the retailers as well. We are talking about several retailers. Some of them are very small. We can't afford to put a camera there. It's not even, we don't own the retail store. At the same time, all the problems that with respect to privacy, camera, and all other solution causes, right? And a lot of them have tried these solutions in the past. Some of them worked, some of them didn't work. Our solution is primarily from the data point of view. So how do we get this solved? So if you look at this image, let's say we take a shelf like that, where ideally Listerine should be there. Listerine is one of our brand. And our goal is to turn the shelf into a filled shelf. So we work with brokers in order to make this happen. So we pay to these brokers. Brokers visit to the store. They make sure that they fill the shelf. They work with the store managers. They work with the store employees. They go to the back room and bring the product and put it on the shelf. So which means we obviously have to pay to these brokers in order to do that task, right? So whatever our algorithms actually predict that, hey, this particular item is empty, this particular item is missing in certain store in, let's say in US, maybe in Texas somewhere. So we have to accurately predict that the item is missing, and then we have to alert these brokers. They go to the store and they fix it, which obviously incurs cost, which means our benefit has to be better than that. Despite doing all of this, store employees may fix it by the time brokers visit there. So, it may happen that we may send an accurate alert, and what may end up happening is that store employees might already end up fixing it, right? And it's a natural thing to happen. And we want it to happen because we don't want to lose sales. All right. So, given that we are getting data from several retailers, it's not only the sales and inventory data that we are getting. We look at weather data, we look at several demographic data, we look at how frequently the items are replenished, what's the lead time for a product to reach to the store. We look at several such data. that we receive from several retailers and third-party APIs. The problem here is everyone doesn't give it at the same quality. Everyone's schema is different. So we have to harmonize this data, bring to a common schema. We have to make it consistent. We have to make sure the data is of good quality, and then only we can use it for ML algorithms. So that's the first step in our process. So we have to harmonize it. And then, as I was saying earlier, some items are high velocity items, some items are low velocity items, some retailers sell with high frequency. In some stores, they sell 100 units a day. In another store, they sell 5 units a day, right? So we can't, if we have to accurate, so our goal is to predict, generate an alert and send it to the broker that, hey, there is a problem in some store, in some shelf with respect to some particular item. In order to make this happen, we can't directly, so we need to forecast first. The reason to forecast is fundamentally because we need to get an understanding of what's the ideal demand, what's the actual demand that is there for these items, because we need to understand how much we are actually losing if we are not doing this right, right? So ideally, if there is, in an idealistic world, if everything is there correctly on the shelf, if weather is good, everything is good, ideally demand matches with the sales, but sometimes it doesn't happen. So in order to make an accurate demand forecast in the first place, we can't just build one model to fit for all the items. So we need to classify these items, store SKU combinations into different series, which allows us to forecast them more accurately. And then we actually have forecasting algorithms post the classification, which does the forecasting for, let's say, next 13 weeks or next 3 months and so on, right? Now, apportioning, like I was saying, some data we may get at monthly level, some data we may get at weekly level, but alerts we have to generate every day. We don't want to wait for 1 week to send an alert because we'll be losing sales for that 1 week, right? So we need to generate alerts. Sometimes we have to, we have to make the data more granular, like we have to make our forecasts more granular. We may have to convert weekly to daily and so on through the apportioning process. And alerts we can generate in many ways. As you can imagine, we can start with a simple rule-based alert, going all the way to advanced ML algorithms-based alerts. Now, we can do it, we can use different kind of alerts based on the need, based on the retailer, at what stage we are with the retailer, and so on. We also need to integrate our entire system, ultimately with the brokers. They will have their own system. Some of them might be using FTP, some of them might be using REST APIs, and so on, right? And so a broker gets a list by the beginning of the day. They go to the store, they will try to fix it. They work with the store managers and make sure everything is sorted. And they also send the responses back. So for example, if the broker says, hey, item is there on the shelf, why did you send me a wrong alert? So it could be a false alert that we have sent. Or the broker may say, we actually restocked it from the back room. We went back and actually brought the items into the store and actually filled the shelf. That's a positive alert for us, right? Now, we also need to calculate the value at the end of the day. It's not like we are just generating alerts. We need to figure out what's the dollar value that we are getting at the end of the day after doing all of this. So we measure with a lot of KPI metrics, which are quite important in order to make sure that every single alert we are generating is worth the value. Now, as I was mentioning earlier, we are going to break down these different store SKU combinations into different groups. We have coined here as gold, silver, bronze, but you can consider them as high velocity items which are frequently sold at a and high value items. They could be gold. Some of the items, they could be, they may sell 5 units a day, not so much, but they may sell like 5 days in a month. They could be bronze or silver, right? So basically the idea here is to group them in such a way which makes our life easier, which makes our forecasting more accurate. I mean, if we think about a bit here, our focus is not to forecast it accurately. Our focus is to ensure that the product gets restocked on the shelf. That's the goal, right? We don't want to lose the sales. We want to make sure customer is happy. Now, but the accuracy in terms of forecast makes us better because we can correctly estimate the KPIs like lost sales, how much we are actually losing, how much we are actually recovering if we send the broker there, right? So in order to get those metrics accurately, it's important to make these forecasts accurately. So like I was saying, one model doesn't fit all in our case. Some of the data sets are quite intermittent, some of the series are quite sparse, some of them are very good data sets. So we can use variety of algorithms here. We are using actually a factory of forecasting algorithms depending on the series. It may go through one of these algorithms, and whatever wins, the best one, the best algorithm that makes the more accurate forecast comes out. Now, so imagine we are onboarding a new retailer, let's say 100 stores. We don't have any data with respect to that retailer. Now, initially it makes sense to start, just sending, some rule-based alerts, right? So we take business experts decision, like thought process in making out some rules, so that we can actually collect some label data in the first place, let's say for a month. So we can start with rule-based alerts. Then we also, obviously, if we have to make an ML algorithm and if prove that it is doing well, is it doing better than random, right? So obviously we can send random alerts as well. And there are some items which are at times strategically important. We have to send brokers so that they fix the shelves and the issue gets sorted out because they are high priority items. Let's say sunscreen, for example. It's summer going on. If we are not generating any alert for sunscreen, it doesn't matter if we send them in winter, right? So we have to make sure that we are sending the right alerts as well. So it's very important to have a configurable hybrid system, an alert fusion system in place, which can accommodate all these things. Now, certainly once we have enough data set, we can build the machine learning model. That is what exactly we have done. We could build transfer learning models. We can build regular simple XGBoost models, right, GBM models, or any kind of classification model for that matter. As long as it does well, it generates the right alerts, we are good to go. Last but not the least, obviously calculation of recovered sales is quite important. As you can imagine, whether we are saving $1 million, what is the incremental sales that we are getting because of all these alerts? We are paying some money to brokers. Whatever we are recovering, is it better than that? Obviously, it has to be better than that. Otherwise, it wouldn't worth the bucks, right? Okay. So let's talk a little bit about what is phantom inventory. Now, phantom inventory is quite a hard problem. The reason is that, in data, we may see that inventory is 5 units, for example. But actually, if you go to the store, maybe there are 0 units there. Why? Because it could be due to shrinkage. Somebody might have probably stolen. Maybe it's a accounts issue. Maybe the products are there but are misplaced somewhere else, right? So there could be several issues. As long as there is a discrepancy between the system inventory and the actual inventory that is there in the store. Now, that situation we typically call it as a phantom inventory. Now, if you recall the OSA alerts I was talking about earlier, suppose imagine a scenario where we send an alert. Broker goes to the store. Broker sends a response saying that, hey, this item is out of stock, but our system says there are 10 units, right? And our products are also, take Neutrogena, for example, it's 1500 rupees Hydro Boost for probably is a small 100 gram, or maybe small Hydro Boost is like 1500 rupees, right? We don't want to lose that sales. Now consider a big store, right? A store like Walmart is quite big in size. A store like Target is quite big in size. Now, we don't want this to happen frequently because store managers might be thinking the items are in stock, and when the customers actually come to purchase them, they are not in stock. Now, what happens is that typically when the item goes below the safety stock is a reasonable threshold of items that we maintain in the store so that we have enough items to sell even in the worst case scenario. An inventory management process gets triggered, an automatic purchase order gets placed, and we don't want this to happen so often because ideally, if there is a phantom inventory, somebody has to put a manual order, or when they reset the inventory, and if they correct the inventory, it puts an automatic order, which actually congests the entire supply chain process. They would be thinking that, hey, we have to send 15 items to this store in this month, but in reality, now we have to send another 20 units, which ideally we should be sending for another store. Now, this is a very tough problem to solve because nobody is going to go to the store and actually count them, right? Store employees typically in US do they do audits in 6 months and 5 months and so on. They don't do it every day. And as you can imagine, the workforce in the stores might have less number of employees than typically what we see here in India store typically, right? Now, we can leverage the OSA alert responses that we got from the brokers, and we can actually use those responses as a starting point to train a phantom inventory classifier. Now, this is a problem which so many retailers are trying to solve, and it costs them a lot of money. Not only that, based on the patterns we typically identify from the data, we ourselves label some of the data points to have labeled data in the first place based on different patterns. For example, let's say there are 3 consecutive days where there are 0 sales, but I can see that in the inventory there are 10 items. Suddenly 10 items become 20 items and you suddenly see the sales. Right? Now, this is a peculiar case. Ideally, it shouldn't happen. So why didn't the item sell for the last 3 days if there are 10 items? Is it just the case that the customers didn't purchase it? Or is it because new stock has arrived and whatever 10 stock which was there in the store was actually wrong, right? So we mark such patterns to create a label data, and we again build a classifier which is a phantom inventory classifier which again generates alerts. Now, we can send these alerts very similar to how we send these on-shelf availability alerts. They can brokers validate these alerts and tell us back, hey, these items are actually out of stock. And they actually end up correcting the inventory in the store. Okay, so if we look at the top chart, right? If you look at the last bar, which is the tallest bar, what it simply means is we are plotting here based on the probability score of the model. You can see clearly here, if we have the highest probability, we have 80% accurate alerts. So which means despite the 2 days delay, despite the inconsistent schemas that we get, despite the data quality, we can see that 80% of the time our alerts are right. Actually, brokers ended up correcting the shelves, right? They end up bringing from top stock, or they end up bringing from backroom and so on. Now, our goal is not to be just to be fully precise. As I was saying, our goal is to make sure that these products are there on the shelf. So we have a long tail, as you can see. Even at 0.5 probability or 0.4 probability, you will find 10% of the alerts are right, 20% of the alerts are right. If 20% of these alerts are high dollar value items, we don't want to lose the sales of those items, right? Because some customers just purchase, let's say, Neutrogena Hydro Boost, for example, once every 2 months. And if they don't find Neutrogena Hydro Boost every 2 months, they may switch to a competitor product. We don't want that to happen. So the goal is to make sure that the items are still there, right? So we even send these alerts as well, because the benefit we get from that is more than the broker cost. Now, if you look at back in April when we started with rule-based alerts or random alerts, only 10% of alerts are right. This is for an actual retailer, one of the retailers. It may seem like, typically we generally hear 90% numbers in accuracy, 80%, and I think these days 90% is also quite common, right? So only 10% of the alerts are right. So as you can see with time, back in October, like couple of months, these results are a couple of months old. And if I combine this entire distribution, including the ones which has 20% accuracy, right? So 10% has gone to 60% or 55%. Now in a real scenario, in a real world scenario, in 15,000 stores, and we are rolling out for more stores. Next year, this would be 25,000 stores at plus. We will be expanding to other areas and so on. It's a pretty good number in the world of retailer, is what we are looking at. So just to conclude, idea is that we have an empty shelf somewhere. We looked at how we address this problem. How do we make sure that this item gets restocked, right? We saw an AI system that we have built, which is not just about AI/ML algorithms as such, but it's also about the entire scalability of the system, which actually makes this system quite attractive to the entire retail world. Now, through the broker feedback that we receive, we continuously improve the system. As you can see, as you have seen over the time, this is a right validation for us. Over the time, the models are doing quite well. They're actually developing every month or every week. Whenever we roll out a new version of the model, we can see high accuracy. And retail world is dynamic. And I mean, in India, we see now 5-minute delivery, 10-minute delivery, right? So it's changing. The landscape is changing so fast. We have to adapt. So our next, as part of the next steps, right? We are obviously tuning the system every day. Even today, also we are tuning the system to make sure that we are matching to the constant changes that are happening in the retail world. So as I was saying earlier, if somebody resets an inventory, it goes to supply chain processes and they have to order again. It's not like somebody has to procure materials to prepare them and they have to manufacture a product and they have to send all the way to the store. So it's a long process. So we are also in the process of integrating with broader supply chain systems, which makes this quite important. As I was saying earlier, phantom inventory is still a very big problem for all the retailers. And we are in the process of building much more advanced algorithms in order to solve the phantom inventory. So with that, thank you. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Sunil. I have a couple of questions.
Yeah, hi. Yeah. Just curious to understand, right? It's very dynamic, as you rightly said. So how often you rebuild your models in general? Like, is it on a weekly basis or monthly basis or as and when required?
Great question. So there are some forecasting models which we build once in a month, but we refit using those hyperparameters that we saved every week based on the latest week's data. Then there are some classification models which doesn't take that much time, which we retrain every week also.
Got you. Thank you.
So I had a couple of questions here on your left. Sorry. Could you just help me understand what interventions made that 5-10% accuracy at the beginning go up to 55%? Was it just quality of data, or were there interventions at the behavioral level which helped you sort of improve this? And the second question was to understand if you go back to the previous slide once.
Which one?
Yeah, this one, where you had the phantom inventory classification model, right? So for forecasting, I would understand what would be the key factors that would help you predict. What would be the key factors that you identified for this kind of a model? The key predictors that came out in the model
For the phantom inventory.
For the phantom.
Right. So one of the issue is definitely shrinkage in terms of, and it's not something we can capture also. But the problem with phantom inventories, there are a lot of features for which we actually don't have data. I mean, it's impossible to figure out when the shrinkage happened. We can figure out maybe through camera feeds and all, but it's a costly thing to do. So in the classifier that we have built, definitely the incorrect, there will be some returns happening sometimes. Probably people might have not recorded them well. There are items which are definitely stolen, which are not part of the model. Then there are items which are misplaced altogether. Like, let's say ideally it should be in the Neutrogena rack or Avino rack, but the item is thrown somewhere. In a large store, the item would have been thrown somewhere else, right? So we have the inventory in the stock. So inventory is there in our model as a feature. We have the shelf space. We can see that the regular transactions are happening, but suddenly we also see a on-hand correction happening for some reason, weirdly. Now all those instances, all such, like for example, on-hand correction happens for some reason, we actually derived variables on those, and we actually included it as part of models. So a feature like on-hand correction, like an instance of on-hand correction, is a quite important one. Transit inventory ideally reaches to store, let's say, in 3 days or 4 days or 5 days. If transit inventory reaches to a store, but you don't see the on-hand inventory, let's say if transit inventory is 5, on-hand inventory is 3, ideally it should be 8 if there are no POS sales, right? But we see in the data that doesn't happen all the time. There are some discrepancies like that. All such scenarios, all such derived variables that we created from the data ended up being important features for phantom inventory. Again, what I want to also say is that there are a lot of signals which we still have to identify in case of phantom inventory exclusively. And we are actually working on different solutions for this as well. We are working with retailers also to make sure that we get right signals, because ultimately we are talking about a retailer store. We are sitting on the manufacturer side. It's relatively easier for the retailer to capture those signals, but unfortunately we don't have all of them. Right? So we are still in the process of getting more signals, but inventory-based derived variables, sales-based derived variables, transit times, regular replenishment variables, lead times, they are all quite important in the model right now.
One thing, it's a time series model you are using now. You have past history of the demand and forecaster. Based on that, you can't extrapolate, and you can forecast now what are the supposed levels to be maintained.
Right.
Instead of doing on granular on weekly basis or daily basis, your forecast will be there. So maybe plus or minus you can keep it up, and as and when the demand rises, you will adjust it. But here your thing is you are looking at the retailer's perspective, and you are started forecasting.
Right. So the thing is, I can build a forecasting model. I assume that my forecasted model said 10 units I'll sell in the next week. But there is some issue, suddenly it rained that day, right? But in the data, we see 0 units sold on that day. Now my forecasting model has no way to pick it up unless I have other data in it. Similarly, let's say there is an issue on the factory side, and we are unable to manufacture the product. Now that signal we have to incorporate in the model itself. Now when it comes to apportioning, which is increasing the granularity of the data, now let's say certain retailer gives us once in a month. Let's say inventory, what we have is a monthly level data point. But the alert we need to generate is a daily level. We have to still, not every broker goes every day. Some brokers may go once in a week, some brokers may go once in a month. Now, depending on the time at which they are going, we may have to extrapolate, like you said. Ideally, we should be selling, let's say, 10 units in a month. Let's say we already sold 5 units. We have to readjust the value in order to send the broker, if it is still worth sending it. So, apportioning still becomes important.
So certain cushion has to be maintained. Cushioning you have to take. Certain cushioning you have to give, otherwise exactly to the demand.
Absolutely.
That is very risky task.
Absolutely. Sir, actually, if you look at lost sales, ideally if there are no lost sales, we would have the right demand. Like whatever we sell is the right demand. whatever sales forecasting we do, plus the lost sales, is actually the right demand in general. Like there could be other things also. Now, whatever forecast we do for sales doesn't really indicate the full demand because there are some lost sales, right?
Losses,
So it's important to capture that lost sales also accurately.
And another one, so many models we have used.
Yeah.
LSTM is the forecast, and your univariant models you have taken, and Sarimax is also forecast.
Exogenous.
What
Right.
else? Other things are there. You have XGBoost and Elastic Net. There are straightforward forward models you have used. And it is a stack of models. Huh?
Exactly, sir. So we need to transform the data in order to do forecasting for these models like XGBoost. Because
How it will sequentially it will go, or parallelly it will go to the models.
So all of them will actually predict
Uh-huh.
at the same time.
Okay.
Yeah, and not every item, every store goes to each of the model. The series, after the series classification, some of these items and some of these goes into these models. Now, as you can see, like you said, right, univariate model, I can do a simple exponential,
Yes.
moving average or
Straightforward
something,
thinking.
straightforward one. For a new series item, which we just launched, let's say 1 month back, we can do it for that. XGBoost, the advantage we get is instead of building one forecasting model for one SKU, one item, I can take 10 items and club them and still build a generic XGBoost model, even with some other models also, and we can still forecast for multiple items. So when we have sparse data, less data, right, we can build a zero inflated model or similar model using the XGBoost models and other models.
Okay.
I have
Thank you.
2 questions. The first is follow up to the discussion we were having. How do you maintain the exogenous variables, right? Like for example, you're using Sarimax.
Right.
Certain variables like, okay, holiday data doesn't change, but you're talking about daily alerts, and there is certain information that would change at daily level. So how do you manage that situation?
Yeah, so daily alerts is not applicable for every retailer. Some alerts might be weekly, some alerts might be monthly as well. Like you said, holiday information doesn't change. Christmas is always December 25th.
Yeah.
Now, some holidays, some events may change. Now, exogenous variables like inventory, for example, transit time, shelf space might be same, but if I change the shelf from one shelf to
Available
another,
shelf space. Okay.
yeah, so it may change as well. So there are some variables which changes. There are some variables which doesn't change. You can still encode some static variables into a different format.
But how would you get that data at that frequency? Do you get a daily or multiple times in a day streaming
So
data?
holiday
coming?
data and all are fixed for an year, pretty
Correct.
much. They don't change. But inventory sort of data, sales sort of data, we get every day.
Okay.
At the end of every day, we get the data.
Okay. And the second question is, how do you handle store openings? Because we're talking mostly about time series. You need historic data. You need to set up certain systems to get that started.
Right.
Yeah.
So when you say store opening, you mean the launch of the store, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So let's say if I take a time series, if I take one SKU and store combination, let's say the store opened 6 months ago, it may end up falling in. Let's say we don't have enough data for that store and SKU. We may end up actually building whatever national level model we might have built, we actually end up using for that particular store and item. We can, in the process of apportioning, like the server was asking earlier, we can actually change the granularity of the forecast that we did. Maybe we can extrapolate few of those things and then we can generate the alerts.
Got it. Thanks.
Yeah. Oh, I think we're out of. Okay, one last question.
Yeah. Have you also tried clustering these stores based on the attributes before jumping onto this forecasting and modeling thing?
Great question. Short answer is yes.
Yeah.
Because this could be done in many ways, right? Not only clustering of stores themselves, we can even do clustering of store SKU items also. So yeah, short answer is yes, we did.
Yeah, thank you, Sunil. That was amazing. The session was very insightful. Great round of applause, please. Yeah. Just one quick question. You said with quick commerce, this thing is changing. So any insight there, learning in terms of how it is changing?
So right now we implemented in the stores of North America.
Okay.
We are yet to implement in the stores of India. But one thing I would say is our product available on some platform like Zepto when you're actually looking for it, or on Blinkit, right? So it's not a store space, but it is on the online page that you are seeing or the app you are seeing, whether it is available or not. So that's also a shelf availability issue. Technically here, page space or a app space that we need to look for. And especially it has to come even in the top 5 items or 6 items.
Yeah. Nice. Thank you, Sunil. That was wonderful.
Thank you all. Thank you for being here despite almost 6 o'clock, I guess.
Yes.
Thank you all.
Yeah. Yeah. And thank you for the questions, guys. Amazing questions. So yeah, we have final session, one last session. Yeah. So before we begin, first of all, I would like to thank all of you for staying till last session in Hall 3. Really means a lot. It shows like how much energy or how much curious you guys are to learn new things and know what is happening and stay ahead of the curve. Really, you made it to the second day of MLDS 2024. Great round of applause to all of you guys. Yeah. Uh, so without any delay, this will be the last session. Hope you guys are excited and ready for tomorrow as well. Tomorrow there's going to be a crazy lineup of sessions. I'm looking forward to it. I'm sure like all of you are here curious to learn new things and how they're doing it. Uh, so writing SQL queries can be a nightmare for technical users. Agree or disagree? Agree? Yes. Yet access to data-driven insights should be limited to those who can code. So in this session, the speaker will introduce an agent-driven text-to-SQL SQL system powered by fine-tuned small language models and RAG, making enterprise database queries as simple as asking a question. So, without leading this discussion is Vijay Morampudi, Senior Director at AI Center of Excellence at Axtria. He's a top 5 Genial Leaders and AI 100 awardee, known for scaling AI solutions across industries and driving responsible and explainable AI. Welcome, Vijay. The stage is all yours. Yeah.
Everyone, thank you for joining the session. I hope you are enjoying all the sessions that are happening too far. Okay, you heard a lot of talks from experts about how to build agents. I'm also going to present our work on how we develop an agentic solution. Especially, we use the fine-tuned small models in enabling business leaders for an enterprise decision making. How many of you here know about pharma industry? Can you raise your hands? Okay. We developed this solution for a pharma industry. Mainly, you know, right, what pharma companies will do. They produce drugs to cure diseases. There are many groups involved in bringing a drug to a market. R&D department which focus on identifying the right molecule to bind to the target, either a protein in the body, so that it will cure the disease. And clinical division focus on testing this molecule in clinical trials to find out the efficacy and the safety of a drug. Once the drug is approved by a regulatory body, then the commercial division focus on launching the drug and ensuring it is reaching the right patient at the right time. So these are the different groups which are involved in bringing a drug to a market. While doing this process, the pharma companies will generate terabytes of data. So now the important thing that we want to solve here is that how can we enable business leaders to leverage this data for a efficient business making. Traditionally, business leaders will leverage dashboards to understand the business KPIs. If they want to know more details about a specific KPI, they need to rely on the data analysts who will process the data and provide the information back to the business leaders. So what is the challenge in this process? So the data analysts who are focusing on the primary task, now they have to deviate from the primary task and need to work on generating the reports and provide to the business leaders. But there is a significant delay in getting the business insights, because of which business leaders are not able to take the right decision at the right time. So our goal is that how can we enable business leaders to make a right decision by reducing the time to insight. As you can see here, an enterprise contains different types of data sources and different data systems. It can be unstructured data, unstructured data. We have built a solution so that it can provide solution both from structured and unstructured data. But for this presentation, my focus is more on how can we enable agentic system to generate the responses more from the structured databases. Okay, one of the important things that we did when we understood what the business goal that we want to achieve is that we conducted the discovery workshops and we created a quick POC and we gave it to the business users and the analysts to start interacting with the system. Our goal is to understand how the business users interacting with the system and what they want to get from the system. In parallel, we also have analyzed the historical databases to understand what type of queries were executed on the databases. We have leveraged design thinking approach, which mainly talks about when you want to solve a problem, keep the user in the center and understand what are the pain points that he wants you to solve. So here also we did the same thing. When we gave this POC bot to the business user, they start interacting with the system. We understood, generally we thought that users will ask a question which will get an information directly from a database. But what we understood is that they started with a simple question. When they look at the result, they are asking a follow-up question. That means it tells us that you need to store the intermediate state of the results to produce the responses to the subsequent question. Another important aspect is that when a business user asking a question, they are not sure that how the results were produced. So they want to know that how each step is produced to get the final answer. Third aspect is that when we look at the enterprise data sets, we figured out there are a lot of domains and subdomains with thousands of tables across these groups. And the final thing is that this is a major challenge. So most of the times, database schemas are required to generate the right SQL statement. But in our case, we figured out these schemas are very noisy. So these are the challenges that we identified as part of the discovery workshop. And we have listed out the business features that we want to develop as part of the solution. So I will talk about how do we address all these problems. Before we jump into the solution approach, so the first thing what we did is that we identified what are the business metrics and the solution metrics that we want to achieve. So as you can see here, these are the various solution metrics that we want to achieve. Obviously, a system should produce highly accurate solution. And second thing is that reliability. Reliability is very, very key. See, here, when you ask a question, if you get an answer, even a slight change in the question should not produce a different answer because this is more of a numerical answer that you are providing to the business user. So your system should be reliable when even if you ask the same question 10 times, it should produce the same result. And third thing is that instead of creating a black box system, you need to ensure you provide explanation to the every step that you followed while generating the response. And of course, the below two, cost is always produce a system with low cost and low latency. But when we are developing a solution, what we did is that among all these metrics, we prioritize the top 3 metrics in the initial phases, and subsequently we try to focus on the below 2 metrics to reduce the cost and latency. Okay, now we identified the metrics. The next step is that how can we design a solution to meet those metrics? One of the important aspects that we figured out is that when you are developing these kind of solutions, you have multiple components that are involved in the solution. Each of the component, there is a probability that you generate the error, right? So this error, if you are propagating from one component to the other component, the quality of your final output will be reduced. So our thought process is that how can we reduce the error mitigation so that your end results will be much better. So for that, we followed these steps. We want to build a decoupling system. So I will talk more about what decoupling here means. We want to create a separate planning and execution modules so that each of them work independently. And in each of these modules, we incorporated a self-reflection mechanism so that it will evaluate before the error is propagated to the next component. That means at each stage, we are trying to reduce the error rate. That way, we want to build a more accurate system. Third important aspect is that since it's an enterprise-grade system, we want to build the reusable components. It's not that you are building a system and if you want to solve another use case, you need to start from the scratch. So all the modules, whatever we have developed, these are all reusable across multiple use cases in the enterprise. And the last important point, this is more important for us. We want to build a system which should continuously learn from the type of successes that it is able to achieve, and it also learns from its own mistakes. To achieve all these design principles, we have chosen an approach of compound AI. What does it mean? Instead of relying on the single technology, we have used the combination of these technologies like agentic AI to achieve the goals, and we have used the fine-tuned small language models to perform the task. And we have also incorporated the traditional AI like NER detection and other models as part of the solution aspect. As I mentioned, we have built a decoupled system. We have a separate planning module and we have a separate execution module. So this here, the planning module has the multiple components. Whenever user asks a question, if the question is complex, we are trying to decompose the question into the small queries. We are using the chain of thought techniques, and we are using the few short example from the long-term memory. That way, we are creating the initial plan. The plan will be evaluated by the evaluator, and based upon the historical information, it will identify whether this plan has enough details to proceed for the execution. As you can see in the example here, the evaluator will look at does the system is able to detect all the entities and the business references that were mentioned by the user. Right? If it is able to detect all of those and map it to the relevant business terminology, then the plan what we are generating is more accurate. If it is not able to identify any of those business terminology, it will get the further clarification from the user to create the revised plan. On the third important aspect here, as you can see here, the self-reflection component, it will look at the initial plan that was created and the improved plan. It will try to understand what worked really well and what didn't work at all well. And this information, the reflective text, we are storing in the long-term memory, which can be reused for responding to the future questions. So now coming to the execution module, all right, I will talk more about how we are actually generating the SQL. It also has the evaluator component. It will check the correctness of the SQL before it actually executing on a database. I will tell you more about what techniques we are using to evaluate it. And we have incorporated the self-reflection techniques so that the error will not be propagated into the subsequent modules in the system. All the learnings by the system will be stored in the long-term database, and we are using few short examples to generate a SQL statement. So this is another important aspect, as I mentioned earlier. You need to build a system which it is learning and improving over a period of time, right? So our system is continuously learning, so it knows what are the past successes. When our user asks a question, if it is very similar to the existing question, it knows what technique it tried to build the plan and execute it, and it falls to replicate the same success. The more important aspect is that if you are trying to replicate the past, if you ask a similar question, you will get a similar answer. You will never get a new, different answer. Another important thing is that it's not only replicating the success, it tries to learn from the past mistakes, and that information will be stored in the long-term memory, and whenever a new question comes, it can be used to build a solution. And the metrics that you can see here, using this technique, over a period of time, we are able to achieve a first shot acceptance rate for generating the SQL from 20% to 70%. This is a major improvement in our solution approach. It took a lot of time. I will talk about those metrics, how long it took us to achieve these metrics, because of which we are able to reduce the cost of developing the solution. Second important aspect, the reliability. As I mentioned, when a business user asking a question, they want to hear the same response every time. Initially, the reliability of the system when we developed a POC is much lower, but after incorporating all these techniques, we are able to increase it to 90%. So, okay. One of the important aspects to generate the SQL statement is that you need to leverage the database schema to generate the right SQL statement. As I mentioned earlier, our schemas are noisy. They are not good enough for us to generate the right SQL statement. Instead of following a different approach of using LLMs and other techniques, we stick to the basics and we try to enrich the database schemas. Here what we did is that we leverage the support from the domain experts to enrich the table descriptions and the column descriptions for each of the schemas in our different domain. The second aspect what we did is that since these tables were built historically, there is a lot of documentation available. You can leverage this documentation and you can use LLM to enrich the table and the column description. And you can see a few more techniques that we applied here. We did the data profiling for each of the important columns in the database we understood the data characteristics and we enriched the column description with this information. And similarly, we have incorporated the primary keys, foreign keys, and the partition information. And you can see a sample schema that was represented here. With all this information, we are able to enrich the database schema with the right information so that we can construct a correct SQL statement. One more important thing which we did here is that we built a semantic layer which essentially contains all the business terminology that the business users are using. So here you can see an example, abnormal blood pressure, right? So when a user asks like this, we don't know that what does abnormal blood pressure means. So there is a business rule which defines that what the corresponding value for this abnormality means. So whenever a user asks a question, when our system is able to detect these business terminologies, as you can see in the previous slide, and it tries to map with this rule, and this information will be enriched as part of the schema that we are sending to language model to generate the SQL statement. Okay, so here you can see that whenever a user asks a question, we are trying to detect the business entities and augment the query with the business entities, and then we are decomposing a query. And below you can see the evaluate agent, which will evaluate and check are there any unidentified, undetected business entities, and if there is ambiguity in the question. If it detects those, it will get the clarification from the user so that the process will be cyclic. And this will continue for a few iterations. So now you understood the business question, you augmented with the business information. The next step is that you need to identify the relevant schema for you to generate a SQL statement. As I mentioned, this is an enterprise with multiple business domains. So we have the many data catalogs. Our data catalogs were part of the business catalog, and from these hundreds or thousands of catalogs, how can we identify the relevant information to send it to the model to generate a SQL statement? Right, and as you know that when you are building identifying the relevant schema to generate a SQL statement, these are the 3 types of errors which many times we face, right? Identifying a wrong table, right, column or values. So now I will tell you that how did we overcome these issues. The first thing is that we have taken the entire schema information from all the database. I'm talking about the enriched schema. Whatever the enriched schema which we have done in the previous slide, we have taken that information, we used a fine-tuned embedding model. We are not using the out-of-box embedding model. We fine-tuned with the domain-specific information, and we stored in a vector database. When a user asks a new question, right, we are able to do a semantic mapping to filter out the right tables on the column. In case if there are duplicate information that was identified, we are using the historical query logs to identify for this user what is the frequently used column or table to generate the response. Right, and the next important thing aspect is that this is a very big challenge that we face, especially in our domain. As you can see in the example here, databases contain categorical values. There are multi-word categorical values, especially in the life sciences industry. So users may not represent every word that is required to filter on a right condition. So in such scenario, how do you construct a SQL query with the right filtering criteria? So this is where we followed a new technique. We look at the high cardinality categorical columns, and we index the data of those columns. We followed a 2-stage approach. In the first stage, what we did is that we indexed the data using the hashing technique, where similar values will be hashed into one bucket, and from the millions of values, you can do a quick lookup and identify the hash which belongs to and get the minimum set of results. And in the stage 2, where we are doing the semantic match and the long word matching techniques to identify the relevant filtering criteria for our SQL statement generation. With this, we are able to identify the right table, right column, and right values to construct the SQL statement. So now, as you can see here, we are passing the user query and the relevant schema and few short example. Here also we fine-tuned a small language model to generate the SQL statement. As I mentioned, we are doing the post-processing technique. We are using the different Python libraries to validate the generated SQL is correct before actually executing on the SQL on the database. As you can see here, we can use a simple explain technique to identify the query plan before actually executing. One of the important aspects that we focus on the execution time of the SQL query, because these are ad hoc queries that were created, right? So generally, when you are building the reports, you optimize the query so that it run more efficiently. So here also we look at the query execution time by looking at the explain statement. And in case if it takes much longer, we fine-tune an LLM model which will revise the SQL statement that it generated. Finally, when it executes on a database, if it detects an error, it will send to the error correction model. I will tell you about when we fine-tune an LLM model. Generally, you fine-tune an LLM model with the set of natural language questions and the SQL statement. Here we have gone a step ahead, and we also identified the set of failure conditions, and we have provided that along with the correct SQL statement. And our model knows that whenever we send an error prompt to it, it knows how to correct the SQL statement. Now you got the results for each of the sub-queries that the user asked. The next step is that how do you combine all these results and produce a visualization to the user. Here we use a code interpreter, which is running in a sandbox environment, and it will take all the data frames and it will write a Python code to generate the visualizations. The final step, as I mentioned, for us, the important thing is the explainability of the results. So we have got the results tabular, intermediate results, and we have got the visualizations, and we have converted into the text description. All of this information is displayed to the user along with what was the table used, column used, whether the value is an exact match or a approximate match. So that way, when a business leader is looking into the results, he don't have to rely on a data analyst to understand about it. He has every information in front of him to take a right business decision. And this is how our overall solution looks like. It has a query understanding module, and it has a planning module, execution module. As I mentioned, these are decoupled modules. Each has a self-reflection to reduce the error rate. And finally, we are displaying the results to the user. And our foundational components, we have used a model gateway because we are using multiple models to send the right query to the right model. And we have observability. Every step in this process will be logged so that there is a traceability of what has achieved. And governance is important. We are using business catalog so that right user can only access the right information. And as I mentioned, we have fine-tuned different small language models. We have used the name for detecting the NERs. We have used a simple model, BERT-based model, which is fine-tuned on our enterprise data. Similarly, for the SQL generation also, as I mentioned, we fine-tuned the model with user queries plus SQL. Not only this, we have also added the error information and the correct SQL statement so that it knows how to correct the error. And for embeddings also, we have fine-tuned the embedding model. And another important aspect that we have taken into care while developing the solution is that we have also provided guided experience to the user. They can also choose the right domain and table so that they get the more accurate results. As I mentioned, continuous learning is a key component of the solution approach. In the short term, all the information that the system agents have learned, they were kept in the long-term memory. But over a period of time, we are retraining, fine-tuning the model so that it will be embedded into the model itself. So this is how our scaling journey looks like. We quickly developed a POC, which took us a couple of weeks. And then we did a pilot project, and we launched it to 20 users in 3 months time frame. Our scaling journey took us 6 months. From 20 users to 700 users, it took us 6 months time to scale the solution. And currently, 70% of the users who are using the system are very happy with the results. As you can see here, when you are developing an enterprise scale solution like this, there are multiple dimensions that you can take care of, right? Like latency, cost, explainability, all these aspects. You cannot solve all these constraints in one go. So we have priorities, which of them we want to solve in the initial stages and which of them we want to solve in the later stages. As you can see in the screen below, that initially our system is more of static, but over a period of time we made it continuously learning, and instead of propagating the errors, we are able to use reflection technique to correct the errors at each stage itself. And our system is more explainable. It explains every step that you take to carry the final response. And our system is more reliable. And if you ask the same question, it will give you the same response every time. And we are also able to move from the commercial large models to the small models, which are fine-tuned our data set. It helped us to reduce the cost and latency as well. So this is how the results looks like. As you can see here, the important aspect to evaluate the system like this is that you need to have the ground truth data set. Right? As you can see here, we started with a set of 100 samples. These were taken based upon the patterns that we identified from analyzing the historical logs as a starting point. And subsequently, we have grown to 1,000 samples in our data set. And as you can see on the right side, what we did is that we created the embeddings of the schemas and we created the embeddings of the questions, and we figured out whether we are able to cover the entire knowledge that was represented in the system. And you can see the results. Our system is performing really well for the questions that were asked on a single database, and also simple questions that were asked on a multiple databases. For the complex questions that were asked on multiple databases, that's where we stood at 70%. Overall, the system performance is at 87%. And this talks about our journey, right? As I mentioned, though we achieved 87% accuracy, the key aspect that we took here is that our initial focus is more on the schema enrichment and query understanding. That helped us to achieve 20% improvement in accuracy from the baseline performance. When we incorporated the self-reflection technique, we are able to achieve another 12% improvement in the performance. And when you can move from the commercial models to the small models, which are fine-tuned on our database, we are able to see a little increase in the performance, but more important, we are able to reduce the latency and cost of developing a solution. Yeah, that's all I want to present. I hope you like the
Thank you, Vijay. The floor is open for questions. If anyone has any questions.
Hi, Vijay. This side. Yeah, thanks for the session. Really insightful. Just have a question on how you are validating the results from the users. So you have moved it to the production, but then the users actually start using it. How are you validating whether those results are right?
So as I mentioned, initially our validated data set has only 100 questions, right? Over a period of time, we are able to add 1,000 questions. And these questions were coming from the actual questions that were asked by the user.
Okay, but when some new user starts asking new questions, how are you validating those?
As you can see in the diagram on the right side, we know that whether this question is a new question or an existing question, right? We know the deviation from the set of questions that we're asking. And if it's very close to the existing question, we don't have to incorporate into our ground truth data set. And we analyze how far away it is from the existing questions, and if it is completely new, and we will start incorporating into the system.
Okay. And also, how are you increasing the adoption of this tool? Because when the new users starts coming, I mean, they have to resort to the new way of using this tool. How are you trying to increase that adoption?
Correct. It's a very, very important point. That's why I mentioned that when we roll out the system, it took us 6 months, right? So what the important thing that we did here is that we started incorporating the business users right from the beginning of the development. There were 20 users who are working with us, and we have created the user guides, and we have created the sample demos for them to understand how to use the system. It took us time from using the system. As I mentioned, we need to customize the UI and the workflow in a way that they don't see completely different from the way that they are using. And as I mentioned, business leaders earlier, they are not using this system. They are using the static dashboards, right? Now they can ask what they want in a natural language and still get the response.
Right. Okay, thank you.
Yeah,
Hi, Vijay.
One last question. Yeah. Yeah, Vijay.
Can I go ahead?
Yes, please go ahead. Yeah.
Hi, Vijay. Thanks for the presentation. So my first question was, when you mentioned module, have you mentioned like it's a separate agent which connects to the SLM, and it's all a separate agent, is it?
Correct. Right. Each module has multiple agents, not just one agent. Right. I instead of representing in an agentic way, I represented as a module because our core goal is we want to build a reusable system. And especially the NER models and other models which we have developed, they were used across multiple use cases in an enterprise.
Got it. Thank you. And one more question. When you mentioned continuous learning, so how do you measure the success, and how do you curate that to the models?
As I mentioned, as part of the planning phase, right? So planning phase for us, the important thing is that understand the business intent, what the user is asking, right? And if you are able to identify the business terminology, business intent, and if you are able to decompose the query, so we know that the plan is correct. Right? When you are executing the SQL statement, before execution, you generated an SQL statement. As I mentioned, you can use simple Python libraries to validate the syntactic information. Another important thing which we did is that we have got the query plan trace from the explain statement, which gives you the detailed steps, what are the tables chosen, what are the columns, the execution time, right? So if we know the standard execution time of some of these, right? If it's something is going beyond this, right? These are all Python logic that you can create so that it validates and asks the LLM to actually recorrect it. This is during the generation phase. While during the execution phase also, in case if there's an error in the execution, that error message, whatever we are getting from the database, that error message will be sent to the another fine-tuned model, right? It has a SQL statement and the error message, and it looks at this error message and tries to correct the SQL statement. Because in database, for every error, you have the mapping code which you can use to understand what went wrong. Have you chosen a wrong table, wrong column, wrong value, wrong joins?
Yeah, totally understand. Like for syntactical error, that's fine. So for example, it had given a result, but the result was not expected as from the prompt, whatever the text has given. So how do you measure this and begin success rate? So you also mentioned like continuous after continuous learning, you have reached very good. Yeah.
True. We developed an UI where we are presenting all of this information, like the way I mentioned, right? The results, the intermediate steps, and the explanation to the users, and the where users also can provide the feedback in terms of the response and the results that we have provided. That feedback was also incorporated into the learning process.
Okay. Okay. Got it. Thank you.
Sure.
Yeah, we can take one last question in the front.
Anyway, this is the last session, right? I will be outside as well. We can discuss more. Sure.
You mentioned that you pass the schema description, but the schema is what happens when the schema is too big. For example, we deal with a huge schema, each of 200 tables and 20 views. So, I mean, how do you, what models do you use? Because we would face context window issue.
Correct. Exactly.
And open source are not so accurate in SQL generation. So, I mean, how do you manage that use case?
So two points, right? First thing, we fine-tune this open source model. We fine-tune the Llama model on our data set. It helps us to get the better result. Second thing, we are not passing the big schema. As I mentioned here, we are doing the schema filtering. We are only sending the right columns, right table that were required to generate the response. How we are able to do that? As I mentioned, we are converting the entire catalog information into the embeddings. The previous, right, our enriched schema looks in this format. This was, we created converted into embeddings. And that embeddings model was also fine-tuned on our data set. And we are keeping this in a vector store. Whenever users ask a question, we do a semantic similarity to figure out what is the right column and the right table. Right, and based upon it, we only get the required information to respond to the user question. In case if you found a similar information in two tables or two columns, right, that's where we are relying back on the historical queries to disambiguate which of them are.
So you also provide a documentation about the tables.
Correct. That's part of the schema.
Okay.
Right. It has a detailed information about what this table. Not only the description, it also has more of the descriptive analytics like the what I can say, the distribution of the data. If it's a categorical values, low categorical values, we are directly incorporating it. For high categorical values, as I mentioned, right, we are doing a two-phase filtering. Sorry, where is that slide?
So you provide a detailed.
For high cardinality values, what we are doing is that we are indexing them using the bucketing technique, and we have two-stage filtering. In the stage one, it tries to use the LSH algorithm, locality sensitivity hashing algorithm, which from millions of values, it tries to narrow down to few tens of values. And then we are doing this semantic match and the BM25 match to figure out the relevant suitable value for this column.
Okay, what was the previous algorithm that you mentioned for filtering?
LSH.
LSH. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, wonderful. Thank you, Vijay. That was a pretty insightful session, and all the best. Right now, it's 700 users, you said, right? 700 users in a pharmaceutical company with 50% of success rate. Yes, amazing. Yeah, thank you, Vijay. That was wonderful. Thank you for ending the second day of MLTS on a very, insightful note there. I'll see you guys again tomorrow morning. And I think this concludes the second day of MLDS 2025. Thank you so much, Vijay. Yeah, thank you. I should pose or natural? Pose, oh. Candid, okay, okay.